Welcome back, everyone, to another episode of Lancescurv. I want to apologize for yesterday not having the show because you can tell by my voice that I was a little under the weather. I had a very short, intense bout once again with malaria. Malaria is no joke. It almost took my life a few years ago, back in 2019. It hit me hard. I've been feeling a little funny, even from the last show that we did. I was feeling a little weak, a little tired. I felt I was overrun, uh, just a little worn down. And after that show, I woke up. I didn't even want to get up out of bed. And see, I know exactly what that feeling is like. So I was like, oh God, I hope this is not, I hope this is not what I think it is. So I went and got some of the medication. And I'm going to drop the link in right away, right now. Depot's Giant Gain. Yes, I want you to come on in too, Giant Gain. But my voice is just not up to par. I am just feeling a little bit stronger. I said to myself when I woke up this morning, I hope I don't have to postpone it. But yesterday was really, really bad. And you know, I don't like to postpone any show for no reason whatsoever. Because, you know, I'm into this. And we had a good time on the last show. Right? So even though I'm recuperating, and I said, well, maybe it may not be as long. Let this show go on as long as it wants to, because I can take some equipment and lay in the bed or something like that. But it's the first day I left and went outside. So it's a pretty good thing. But anyway, today we're going to speak about bodybuilding. Something that I love, something that I fell in love with it from a very young age. And as I got older and got involved in it, yes, Brother Bowles, I want you in here. Let me open up your line here. This is going to be a good one. I know you wanted this, but I promised, even though I postponed it, from that next morning, I set this bad boy up. But like I was saying, it was like when you had that favorite uncle and you love him so much and you just love when you see him come around. And as you get older, you realize that, wait a second, my favorite uncle is an alcoholic. My favorite uncle beats my aunt, beats his wife. My favorite uncle goes after these young girls who might be underage. He should be doing that. And even though you still love him, it's a strained kind of love because you know that there's things there that's not right. And you're almost ashamed to profess your love for that uncle because the outside world knows exactly what he does. So, same thing with bodybuilding. You know, there was a time when I started lifting weights and read the magazines. I said, man, I'm going to get muscles just like that in my own style. And I started to get muscles, but when I saw how some of the guys had trained for 7 to 8 years, and I had trained for 3 or 4, I'm like, wait a second, I'm not growing as fast as these guys. Something's up. And then I realized that a lot of these guys are using drugs, steroids, anabolic steroids. And so it's something I knew that I would never do. But the good thing about it was I sincerely thought I can get to be that size with the definition and cuts for a while, and that pushed me to do what I did, but I continued on. Brother Debo's, welcome on in. Your line is open.
Greetings, Brother Lance.
Greetings. Sorry for my voice sounding so funny.
You know, Lance, greetings to you, my brother, and greetings to the listeners. You know, Brother Lance, I could tell you were excited because it's still Monday the 15th.
I forgot to change that. I know, I forgot to change that because I was sincerely going to do it yesterday. I forgot. I know.
Yeah, you know, but you here, you know, we all have our challenges, you know, but you here. I was going to ask you, do you have any olive leaf? Whenever olive leaf, golden seal, especially for infections, you know, things of that nature.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I have definitely. I didn't even think to do that. But I took the medication, which
Right.
the natural
Absolutely.
thing is
You
better.
got to do that. You got to do
But I'm
that.
gonna
You know.
yeah, I'm gonna get into all those other things more so now that I'm out here. But
Hmm.
with the excitement, the guys here doing work and me having to
Right.
overlook certain things and talk to different people. You see, I'm home, but it's like I'm on
Hmm.
a job. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Right. Right. Right.
So
Right. 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 Right.
yeah, and that job goes all day because these guys they're staying here with me and they get up from 6 o'clock in the morning. They work till like 10:30, 11 o'clock at night. They just see because the faster the job is done, the more they get paid. The faster they get paid. So it's a different
Hmm.
mentality here in
Hmm.
not all over Ghana or the motherland, but it's like the job is there, get it done, you'll get your money. You see what I mean?
Right.
You
Right.
usually
Right.
get paid half and you get the other bit when you finish. So that's the part that
Hmm.
they want to get to. So I don't mind them being here because there was a time before when I was living in the apartment down in the
Hmm.
city, we'd have to get up early in the morning, take the van up to be here to let workers in and then stay here all day until they're finished. And then we go home. It's like a job because you didn't have all
Hmm.
the amenities up here. So me being
Hmm.
here is a plus. And that's why I said, we moved in a little earlier before everything was done to not have to go through that, you
Hmm.
know? So it was either, you know, stay for another year with a lease and get up early morning. Man, it was knocked into our life and productivity. So I said,
Hmm.
listen, let's just go on up there and deal with the inconveniences of not having everything in together. And it's better.
Hmm.
At least I'm getting some good sleep. But you got more mosquitoes up here. And I got to say, these
Yeah.
guys that work here, they have no concept
Yeah. Well, you know.
of when everything of
Hmm.
closing the screens and closing the doors. It's like, wait, I got to keep telling you all that. Close the doors, man. You letting all these bugs in here at night. And they're looking at me like, oh, all you can eat restaurant. So, yeah. What were you going to say, brother?
No, I was just gonna say that when you talk about insects, just like the Philippines, or in
Mm-hmm.
Asia, they got some big ones. They
Mm-hmm.
got big ones over there, and they got those in the Philippines. What they call what we call roaches here, they call epis, and them things are
Mm-hmm.
big and they fly. And
Oh,
you'll
man.
be in the house or just be working outside, and you hear something flap, 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 and you be like, "What's that?" And you look behind you, and you got a roach on the back of you, a big one. They're
Oh,
like two
man.
two to 3 inches.
Oh,
Them
man.
things
Oh,
are big,
God.
man, over there.
Oh, man. I,
Yeah,
I
yeah, they
freak
fly
out.
too. Look, yeah, yeah, you see a flap, 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 flap. Like what the heck is that? You turn around and look, it's like this thing
Mm.
is on your neck. Like a little
Yeah,
vampire. I mean,
and
they don't suck your
they love
blood
to
and
get
nothing like
on
that,
you.
but you know what I'm saying.
Right. But it's
Hmm.
when you're used to the city or whatever in America where they don't have those things.
Hmm.
But then again, like I said, every place has something about it that's unique that you're gonna take a little while to
True.
get used to. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's one thing I don't like, the flying roaches and whatnot. They do have them here, but
Yeah.
not that big from what I see. They're just the same
Hmm.
small ones. And again,
Hmm.
there's so much nature out here that they don't have to bother you. But
Hmm.
when you put out your garbage and
Hmm.
stuff, that will attract them because of the smell or something. But
Hmm.
yeah, they'll pop up on you for real.
I know we talking about bodybuilding and
No, we can talk,
these
man.
fake gurus, but you know what? Like in the Philippines, I heard about this young lady. She got eaten by an alligator.
Wow, wow, wrong place, wrong time.
Yeah, 12-year-old
Dang,
girl got eaten by like an alligator.
that's terrible, man.
Yeah,
That's terrible.
you know.
You got to be careful.
So
Yeah.
yeah, you got to be. And it's not like something like the Everglades. Like down there, like this is like a regular like area.
Wow.
You know, like in a province area.
Well, even
So.
in Orlando, Florida, when I lived there, they
Hmm.
had bodies of water, lakes and stuff where there are alligators in. It's
Hmm.
weird because
Hmm.
they had an apartment complex near, or basically on one of my bus routes, and they had a sign there, "Don't feed the alligators." So I mean, this thing could
Hmm.
crawl up across the path. What if you're going to work and you can't? I'm like,
Hmm. Hmm.
and I will say they have some very aggressive raccoons out here. They
Hmm.
do. Um,
Hmm.
there's a hospital. at the end of one of my bus routes, the 21 route. And they had a huge lake out there, which I found out alligators were there. I never ran across any because it never went that close to the lake. But they had a dumpster that was surrounded by concrete, garbage dumpster. So I had to go to the bathroom bad, and I didn't have time to go all the way around in the front to the hospital. And I was not going to sit here and act like I had diapers on. So I ran over to the dumpster area between the concrete and the dumpster, and I started to pull the pants down, started the act, and looked up on top of the dumpster, and there were 3 raccoons looking down at me, snarling. So I quickly grabbed the side of my pants, didn't have time to pull them up because I didn't want to make a mess, and I started backing up. They jumped down and started walking toward me. I'm going backwards, keep my eye on them, and they started trotting toward me. What were you going to do to me? I'm bigger than you. What were you going to do to me? So I'm running backwards with my backside out halfway through the act, and it was a curve. It was a curve dividing where the cars parked. I fell on my behind, and the raccoons were coming. So I turned around and just ran down the other side behind this other building, continued to clean myself up, and I couldn't believe how aggressive those things were. It was like I was on their territory. I can't believe how close I was. Yeah. I'm glad I looked up.
Well, you know, they might have had some babies inside that dumpster, you know. It's almost like that Michael Jackson video. One of them would have pulled out a JVC, hit the plate of tape, and you see that doom 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 doom. And what I'm saying, your butt is mine.
Literally, it almost was.
Yeah, because raccoons, they forget raccoons are part of the grizzly family.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah. They are part of that grizzly family.
They're very protective over their children. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Big time. Big time.
Wow. So
you
with this, yeah, go ahead. You go ahead.
No, we was just going back to bodybuilding just briefly. You know, you mentioned about like the uncle. You know. Did you want to add some more into that? Because I just wanted to follow up.
I was going to say a bodybuilding thing, so we'll flow into that right now. Go ahead.
Okay. For me, I was like in my early teens. This had to be maybe 1981, maybe 82, maybe 81. And I remember I used to collect, like the Marvel comics. You know, my brother and I, we was heavy into comic books at that time.
Oh, I used to, I had crates and crates. Yeah.
No, yeah, my brother, he's today, this very day, man, he goes to these conventions. He's got the earliest, the number 3 from Spider-Man.
Oh my God.
That's how far back. You know, he's been collecting. I used to go my mother used to take me to these secondhand stores, and you go in there and you see all this stuff because my mother was a seamstress, so we would go to these secondhand stores. And if I saw like a plastic with a bunch of comic books in it that somebody just gave away, I would just buy it and just give it to my brother, because I knew he was heavy into comic books. Well, at that time, Lance, I remember I was going through the comic books. In the back of the comic book, it was a picture of Franco Columbo. And I think he had just won that 1981 Mr. Olympia. See, I'm going somewhere with this. And if you remember, if you go back and get that comic, he was advertising those bands, those Weider resistance bands. Remember the ones that look like an X? You put your feet in the bottom, and the two parts, you put your hands in it, right? So I'm looking at this dude, man. I'm saying, damn, this dude got an awesome body, man. And all he did was use these bands. I'm like, well, if he could do it, I could.
Yeah. Right.
So I'm saying to myself, well, if he can do it, I can do it. So I went to my father. I said, hey, could you order this for me? So he looked at it and everything. So then I remember him writing a check, putting an envelope, to tear the little piece off the back of the comic, filling it in. And I remember he mailed it in, and it was about maybe a month and a half, maybe 2 months later. So I get this box in the mail. Box come in the mail. My pop's like, "Hey son, I think this is that those things that you wanted from the comic book." So I
Right.
look at it, open it up, and my brother and we looking at this thing saying, "Yeah, this is it." And they had like a little, I remember it had like a little instruction manual or something like that. So we looking at it. Man, we was in my basement, me and my brother, we wore those bands out. The elastics started to come apart.
Oh my
And
God.
when you did the curls, you got a good pump. But when I was looking at it from after a month or two, I'm saying, man, I ain't got nobody like that dude. And that's when it hit me. It hit me that everything that's advertised is not what it appears to be.
Right.
I learned that at especially in the field of bodybuilding and strength development. Early on as a preteen, I said, man, this stuff is not what it is.
Mm-hmm.
I said, it's not what it is. Be careful what you bring into your space. When somebody said, "Hey, this is the next best thing." Yep. And I've always, that's like 1981. So that stayed with me ever since.
Wow. Well, see, you learned early on, because back in those same days, which I probably got into it a little earlier than you, everything was like that. Everything. Mm-hmm. Joe Weider had his own products, which he admitted, he didn't say it publicly, but behind knowing Wayne D'Amelia, he told us that even Joe Weider said there's lots of sugar, lots of milk byproducts, which the milky part, the protein or whatever have you, but it wasn't all. It was the words they would use on those advertisements. It would get you caught up. You want rippling, bustling muscles, and you think about that. But you're not even thinking like, okay, what's inside of this? Which it did have nutrition inside of it, but it wasn't like they made it so if you ate this and halfway exercise, you're going to look this way. But what they did, and this is one of the reasons why they put things on the back of comic books, because they know that young men are a little gullible, and we're going through that age of healthy insecurity, meaning that we want muscles, we want to be built. We may feel funny about our body, and even when you're younger, and you see the guy, maybe the mechanic or the construction worker, who's a grown man, it may not be a bodybuilder. You say, man, his arms are pretty strong. Then you look at your arms, my arms look kind of shrimpy. You know what I mean? So those things catch our eye at that age, and then we're more apt to wanting to get these products and thinking that that's the answer. That's the answer. And we find out that training is a whole different ball game, but it's hard work, and you have to be smart about it. You have to learn, and you learn that there's so much that you don't know about it, and then you learn and you're okay with it. And then you look back on yourself and you see, you know what? Not that you are foolish, you're young, you're a little gullible, but these advertisers, these companies are just so shrewd to get to you that way and capitalize off of that. And that's kind of cruel though, but that's business.
Yeah, yeah. But you know what? It was worse. Remember Charles Atlas? Remember the back of the comic books, it said when the little skinny guy got the sand kicked in his face at the beach. Well, Charles Atlas, his thing was dynamic muscle tension. So, I was watching a documentary about this. So he said, how if you take your hands and put them in front of you and push them together, yes, you're going to put tension on your pectorals, right?
Right.
But you and I know, in order to build muscles pull towards their origins. So in order to build your muscle, you got to go through the full range of motion on what the muscle does.
Full range. Yeah. You can't get it on one. You can't. Right.
Yeah. On static tension. You can't build muscle like that. Man, he sold thousands and thousands and thousands of those workout programs to people. And the guys, young men.
Yeah, could you imagine how many guys were inside doing that? Didn't get nowhere.
Yeah. They would have been better doing push-ups with a cedar block on your back. You would get more out of that.
Yep. Yeah.
You got way more out of that.
But there's too much. They still have that going on with the products and stuff, a little more sophisticated, but there's still a big hole, a big opening to catch these guys gullible, because also guys want shortcuts too. And now with steroids being out in the open, this is the thing though. The younger kids are hip to the steroids now, and more so because of the internet and these message boards where they talk openly about things. And so a lot of them know nutrition plays a role in it, but they're going right to the steroids. 14-year-olds, 15-year-olds. It's crazy. So there's still a
and you know why, but you know why though. But you know why now though. You're right about the internet, but something else had happened too.
What's that?
When Weider was alive, because remember Weider wanted to get bodybuilding in the Olympics as a spectator sport, right? Weider, because a lot of these guys are talking now because Weider's dead. He's passed away. And they're saying now, Weider said, if anybody asks you guys, are you all anabolic steroids? Deny it, because you can't be in the Olympics and be, you got one group of people using, track and field can't use it, but you can. So they denied it for years. They denied it. And now, since Weider's no longer here, now more people are coming out saying, yeah, I did this. You see Robbie Robinson. I used to do this, and when Weider was alive, they would have never said anything like that.
Right. Now, here's another thing to add into it. I remember Wayne D'Amelio saying, well, he told my friend Junior, it's the same thing. He told my friend Junior, he said, well, on the interview, the recent interview, I think it was, oh God, what was the channel where they do the interviews? And they was sitting there talking with Robbie a year and a half ago, but it's still circulating. Robbie was saying how Joe Weider would line them up and make them take these shots once a week or so. I don't know if you remember hearing that. And then now, and it was his way of kind of deflecting maybe as much as he was taking, because Wayne D'Amelio told my friend Junior, who told all of us, that when Robbie was staying by his house, in the garbage can, you see all these syringes. You see what I mean? So that's not no once a week shot. So even though some will admit, they never really admit to the amounts that that they're taking. They always admit to something less. They never say the full amount. And that's why these guys are dying like this. And then they don't even cycle it no more. A lot of these guys, their cycle is taking the huge amount they take, and their off cycle is a little bit less. But you're never off of it. So it's just a matter of time before your body begins to shut down. It's like they're all going all out like this, not realizing that many are going to be irreparably damaged or dead. Like Nick Walker now, I don't know, and most of them, but Nick Walker seems to be one who just really, when you see how his physique is and his mentality, and how he changed with a poor structure. He has a poor structure, but he has so much muscle on him now that you don't even notice it. It's crazy.
Well, Lance, back in the day, as we know the guys were using it, and denying it. But at least they were, like you're saying, they were cycling on and off. Like when you saw Arnold, most of these pictures that you saw in the magazines was either somewhere before, they're getting ready for a contest, or after. Right. You wouldn't see them. You never saw them in the magazine 8 months out, 10 months out before, before a contest. Because when you saw them in real life, you looked and you say, man, because I think that's up there in New York, they had that place where that Academy of Arts or something like that. And they had a Ken Waller and Arnold, these guys were there. And people saw Arnold. Arnold looked small. And somebody asked Arnold, say, Arnold, why did you go up there and you're not in Mr. Olympia contest shape? He said, hey, this is not Mr. Olympia. Right. This is like a arts academy, arts benefits or some stuff like that. You know, this is not a.
Right.
He said if they want to see me looking like a Mr. Olympia, then they come to Mr. Olympia. But right now, you know, I'm just doing this, you know, little thing for these people. You know,
Wow.
but that's the whole cycling on and off thing. But now, you know, another thing, Lance, if you notice, back in the day, you could take you had let's say you lined up all these bodybuilders, and if you put something on their faces to block their faces out, even though you couldn't see their faces, you knew the physiques. Oh, that's Frank Zane.
Right.
Oh, that's Robbie Robinson.
Right.
Oh, that's Roger Caller. Oh, that's Mike Menser. Oh, that's Casey Viator. You knew, but now, like you got these awesome banners. You put a picture over there, you cover their faces, all their bodies look the same.
You can't tell because you see, yes, they were on stuff years ago, but a lot of them trained long before they took the steroids, and their bodies had a chance to develop that signature look. And then, but when you do this from so young or so long, it goes beyond your genetic limitations, and you're just a big slab of meat. You're swollen. You don't have any personality in your body. Yeah, and I remember hearing something like that too. A guy said, if you covered their faces, you can't tell who it is these days. It's sickening too, because it makes it a little more boring. Because I can remember Muhammad Makawi, or how you pronounce it. The excellent posing, his personality, and this was what you celebrated when you went to the shows, because everybody had something unique to bring to the shows, and on top of that, to see who won and who didn't, it was a lot more scrutiny, because you're comparing apples to oranges, but you can still tell, okay, if this one won or not. But it brought a depth and a way to enjoy it. Bodybuilding had rules, but still, at the end of the day, you know, every unique person and personality and physique can do well if you master yourself. See, Zane beat out a lot of guys, but Zane was Zane. Zane at the time was, you know, he was slimmer, more slender than most of the guys, but he was very cut up, well defined, and everything. So he mastered himself. He wasn't playing the game that everybody else was doing to say, "Oh, I'm gonna try to beat Robbie for mass or this other one for mass." There was a guy, I don't know if you remember him, Pete Grimkowski. I don't know if you remember him. He had turned pro, but he didn't last very long. He stopped competing. I believe he got sick from the drugs. But he was a guy like Steve Mahalik that was sworn on drugs. That was the way to do it. Nothing else. And he had a column. He had a column. It wasn't in Muscle and Fitness. They wouldn't have him in there with that. But it was another magazine. I'm not sure which one it was. It wasn't Iron Man. Do you remember when Iron Man was? No, it wasn't nothing to do with Joe Weider, because he was straight up talking about drugs. Now, he didn't give numbers and names of drugs or what he was cycling on, but he wrote it in a way to let you know that he was talking about drugs half the time, and he was proud of it. You know, he was into it. He was proud of it, and many people who did bodybuilding loved him because he was saying what it was that they wanted to hear and what he was doing. So it worked out for the both of them. But it was a small column he had, and his nickname, I mean, his full name was Pete Grimkowski, but they call him Grimco. That was the short version. Like people say, Lance Scurv, but my name is Scurv, and they said Grimco. And he would put that. I think it was Iron Man magazine. But I'm gonna Google that and see whatever happened. I don't know if he's with us or not. The amount of drugs he took back then, I don't know. But very interesting though. Very, very, very interesting how these guys go. But you're right. Since Joe Weider died, they're all coming out.
They're just coming out the woodworks, you know. And like I said, I used to use Dynamic Muscle Builder and Crash Weight Gainer and all that stuff. And
I remember that.
Those Weider's products. I used to use them, you know, because back then we didn't have a lot of money. But that Joe Weider stuff, those remember those little pills, those amino acid pills that you would take. And it's like you take about 20, 30 pills. They like little pellets or something, amino acid pellets. I remember taking those, and like you said, the Joe
Liver
Weider
tablets.
flavor tablets, crash weight
Well,
gainer.
Joe Weider
I
didn't
remember
have
taking
liver tablets. That was other stuff. But within his
beef liver.
crash
Yeah,
weight
beef liver.
gainer,
That beef
I
liver.
still think beef. Yeah,
That's the
beef
best.
liver. I
That's one
think
of the best kept. That's one of the best
that,
kept secrets. A lot of people don't know about that because
they don't
beef
know
liver is
about
high
that.
in amino acids. Yeah.
And many people don't even. I don't even think these people manufacture as much of those. You had so many different companies back then that were, making liver tablets. To
Yep.
me, I swore by those. I took them, when I was really deep and would spend money. That was the most what I was taking, because I'd take like maybe 40 or 50 of those a day,
Wow.
and it was expensive.
Wow.
Yeah, but the last couple of weeks before competition, that combined with like I was having the egg whites and stuff. I mean, I would have, and this is back in the day, that was tuna fish and lean chicken breast, but then I got rid of the chicken breast and just got into the tuna and the egg whites, and I would get rid of the tuna, and then I would just have egg whites and liver tablets, egg whites and liver tablets. And like the last 3 days before the show, nothing but liver tablets for my protein. That was crazy.
Yeah. No wonder. That would explain why, because about 3 or 4 tablets, that's about maybe 3 grams, about 3 grams of protein.
Right.
Maybe like
so
roughly around 3 or 4. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Lance, I saw, just to add on to that, because man, you just bringing up so many, you hitting so many points. They have them now. There's a company. I was in Walmart the other day, and it's a company. They have beef liver tablets, and they have beef. Like it's got beef liver. This is the same company, another product. Beef spleen, beef kidney, beef heart, all in this tablet.
All in one.
All in one.
Oh wow!
So they have They have the regular beef liver, and then they have the other one where it has these like 5 different other beef sources in it, like the kidney, the spleen, the heart. I usually just stay with beef liver because, especially in the middle of the day, like when you eat lunch and your energy levels maybe a little low, and you want to go to the gym, just throw some beef liver tablets in there. Man, them beef liver tablets with some B complex, 100 milligram B complex.
Yeah. Yeah, that a jump start too.
Yeah.
Big time.
So
I don't know if you know about this company. Probably it was on its way out when you were getting into it. But this is from like 1979, 1978. Da Vinci Labs. No, Da Vinci. Da Vinci Labs. If you ever heard of them.
Da Vinci Labs.
You have to Google it. But yeah. That was before your time. They were doing the same thing with different internal organs. Just like you said, the liver, the spleen, the this, the that. And they also did the glandulars, just as different glands. Yeah, they were the glandulars. And the way they promoted themselves, it was like one of the biggest things, but it fizzled out after a while. People took them as a religion, and it's just the advertising savvy that grabs everybody, because my thing is that whatever's proven is proven. The human body doesn't change from generation to generation this quick. It's only what you discover. And it was just like what we were saying, one of the biggest breakthroughs now is creatine. Every once in a while, you get something that's the real thing that sticks. But everything else, they amp up, or they discover something about a vitamin or something, and they push it more so. And what most people don't understand is that if they say, "Oh, you'll get scurvy with a vitamin C deficiency," so people say, "Oh, well, if I take more of it, it's like a cup. You can take a gallon of water and pour it into the cup, but the cup is only going to hold what a cup holds. So you can pour. You're going to have very expensive urine. Your body's only going to take what it needs. Doesn't mean if you fill it up and overfill it. Exactly.
That's true.
So they advertise it a way.
It's true.
That's right.
That's true. That's true. Because you're right, Lance. The body only uses what it needs at that particular time. Now, let's say you broke your arm or something like that, or you hurt your body and your body is healing, then when you use that extra beyond scurvy, getting scurvy, then that will become priority, whatever your body is recovering from.
Yes.
But under normal circumstances, you're right, the body will only use what it needs to use at that time, and anything else extra, it'll just excrete it.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
But we have a tendency as human beings to, I don't know, you can tell a person that and they're still going to do it and go overboard. Or they think if they force feed stuff for a short time that's going to last them for the month.
Mm-hmm.
I tell people it's like a drip, like a slow drip. You just have to constantly feed yourself stuff on a lower level. It'll be better than just shoving it down a whole lot. And just, you got to get into the habit of just being consistent with your body.
True.
And listen to your body. That's another thing people don't do. Your body's not a machine, like a fake metallic machine. It's a human, physical, and it lives and it breathes, and you have to take care of it that way. And it talks to you. This is like I tell people, they say, man, I woke up this morning, man, my breath was stinking, and I had this big goop of yogurt in the corner of my eye. I said, that's because you're doing stuff and your body's trying to get it off, and it's showing you that you're putting something in your body that's toxic or clogging it up. Things just don't come out the rear end. It comes out in your sweat. It comes out, and when you get to the point of stuff coming out in the corner of your eye, then you're really clogged up. So you need to make some kind of adjustment. You know what you're eating. But people don't listen to that.
Right. You mentioned about creatine, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. I tell people, when you see a product, when you go into a store and you buy a product, and let's say it says creatine monohydrate, okay? And then you turn on the back and it says, but on the bottom it says triple filtered creatine monohydrate. I said, don't believe that garbage. Creatine monohydrate is creatine monohydrate. Well, this is triple filtered creatine monohydrate. I said, don't believe that garbage. That's the smoke and mirrors thing. Creatine monohydrate is creatine monohydrate. Period.
Right. Make you think you're buying a better product.
Right. And I'll say another thing I tell people, when you see products that says proprietary blends, try to stay away from them. Because that's another smoke and mirrors thing. Because whenever you take a product, you want a complete breakdown of everything that's in that product that they claim, that the manufacturers claim is there. So if it says, okay, one serving is 10 grams, then that means you should be able to count up the weight by weight. It says one scoop. It's like 30 scoops per container, and each scoop is 10 grams. That means if it says per serving, you should be able to go down that list of those products, and if you add up the numbers, even with the sweeteners in it, it may be 1 gram. If it's got creatine, 5 grams. If it's got arginine, whatever, 1 gram or whatever, you go down the line. Right. It should all still come out to 10 grams per scoop.
That's right.
When you do the math, it should still come out to 10 grams if you add up all the ingredients by weight. Because I'm telling you, these companies will try to snow job you. They'll say, okay, you got this and that, then it says proprietary blend. Okay, then it's got 5 different ingredients. It may say 1,000 milligrams, all 5, but you don't know how much is what because they're not telling you.
Right. And that's a loophole.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah, because it could be, if it's 5 ingredients and all 5 equal 1,000, 1 gram, it could be 900 milligrams of one. And the other ones are what, like 25 grams, 25 milligrams or something like that. How would they do that? Yeah, and they snow jobbing you, and you like looking at the product saying, so whenever I buy it, I always look at it. How much is it in that product per serving?
That's right.
Whether it be grams, milligrams, micrograms, you want to know. And like I said, with creatine monohydrate is creatine monohydrate.
No matter how you slice it.
No matter how you slice it.
Filtered.
I'm telling you, brother. They be. I'm looking. I'm saying, man, these people, man, they know they something.
But see, they're telling you. They're telling you, but most people are not going to think about proprietary blend. They're not.
Mm-hmm.
They don't think about
Mm-hmm.
that. Once they get the product in their hand, they're glad. Oh, I got this. I got that. That's what they're thinking about. And they
Mm-hmm.
do that, the companies, they do it that way. So if you take a look close, they say, well, I did. This is what we said is right here on the side.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't know what that means, that's on you.
Mm-hmm. That's true. And with labeling, also with these companies, let's say the product may have this is how they do with the labeling. Like they, you may see like the greater than sign and the lesser sign. Like it may say 1 gram, and it's the less than sign mean less than 1 gram. Well, why didn't they just say, if it's less than 1 gram, why didn't they just say 500 milligrams? Because that's part of the whole labeling thing. They can get around that, and they'll say, okay, less than 1 gram. Heck, it could be 100 milligrams, but it says less than 1 gram because one gram is 1,000 milligrams. You see? So these companies will play this little game. They play these games with these products, and that the average person who's
your sound is out. Okay, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yeah.
No, I was just saying. I was saying that these companies, like they use this greater than, less than sign, and they'll say less than 1 gram. Okay, so if it's less than 1 gram, is it 500 milligrams? Is it 600 milligrams? Is it 10 milligrams? But that's part of the whole snow job thing, as it relates to labeling and products.
And most people don't read the labels. They don't. They read what's on the front, and they don't really go down and see what's in the back. And when they do, half of them don't even understand it. They don't.
Yeah. Yeah. Gaines was saying that he's seen products that says whey protein, that says protein powder that has metals in it. It could be possible.
I've seen that.
I don't doubt that.
But why?
I don't doubt that.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. So, depending on like where the product, I think from what I understand, I think there's 2 companies in America that produce all the whey protein. There's like 2 companies, because you have the manufacturer and you have the distributor. And the distributor, if it says distributing, if it says on the bottom, this is distributed by so-and-so company, that means they bought it. They bought the whey protein from somebody else. Because there's a difference between distributors and manufacturers. There'll be 2 companies that manufacture the whey protein in America because they have the monopoly on it, but everybody else buys from them. And when you buy from them, you become a distributor.
I didn't know that. Wow. So these distributors, when they market their products and try to make it seem like it's something better than the other one, it's the same stuff.
Pretty much, because the wording, like I tell guys, like they talk about BCAAs, branch chain amino acids, and the company may say, like, let's say you buy whey protein, and it say 1 scoop is about 24 grams of protein, and they'll say with branch chain amino acids. Well, if you know anything about protein, most whey proteins, just basic whey protein concentrate, is 16% of it is branch chain amino acids per serving. So you're going to get that anyway. So you see what I'm saying? They make it sound like and this has branch chain amino acids, but if you're taking regular whey protein concentrate, 24 grams, 16% of that is already branch chain amino acids. So I'm trying to figure out, and then these guys talk about BCAAs separately, but if you're getting all your amino acids, especially if you're taking whey, you don't need the branch chain amino acid tablet. You don't need them. I mean, unless your body is going through ketosis, unless you're training and you're basically cutting carbs out of your diet for some kind of like training purposes for a contest, that's one thing, because your amino acids are very interesting because there's acidic. Amino acids can be converted into glucose.
Yeah. That's the last.
And those. Yeah, absolutely. Because those 3 amino acids the names escape me right now, but your body, if your body goes too much into ketosis, your body is always, like you said, looking for balance. So what it will do, if it's not getting enough carbs, it will take some amino acids and convert them over into glucose.
Yes.
Now, the ones, the branched chain amino acids, they tend to be the ones that are, in other words, your body will say, okay, those 3 amino acids tell the other ones, guys, we are the first to be sacrificed to glucose.
Right.
So we'll go out first. That's what's really happening inside the body. They are used, those 3 amino acids, the branched chains, are the first ones to be converted into glucose. So they're first sacrifice. But if you're getting enough whey protein, if you're eating enough, you don't need to buy branched chain amino acids separate from your whey protein. There's no reason.
Right.
If I would tell any guy, if anything, what you want to do, I do this, I would get digestive enzymes and make sure you take bromelain, because bromelain is good for protein digestion.
Yeah.
If it doesn't has bromelain in it, don't buy it. Maybe if you can use ginger. Ginger is good, if nausea and motion sickness. But in terms of digestive enzymes, if you get one, make sure it has bromelain in it. Or if you can't get it, bromelain, just drink you some pineapple juice whenever you feel like you're about to have because bromelain is a derivative from pineapple.
Right. Papain, is it called from pineapple?
Papain. You mean
papaya?
You mean
papaya,
papaya? Yeah, you can use papaya too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can use papaya if you slice some fruit, and you can have, like I said, papaya. You have a little bit of papaya. You can have pineapples, little sliced pineapples. Right. Yeah, keep your little pineapple juice because bromelain is a derivative from pineapples.
Right.
You see. So, but the branched chain amino acids, no, unless contest purpose, bodybuilding, that's one thing. But the average guy out there in the street training, you don't need branched chain amino acids because you're going to get it from your whey protein.
You make them double dip in the pocketbook.
Oh man, these people, I'm telling you, man, they're wizards at what they do. You gotta take your head off to them, and to go back to your original point, I think, Lance, what has happened? They have conditioned people have been conditioned that more is better with everything.
Yes.
They have been conditioned like that. More is better. More is better with everything. Maybe with your bank account, maybe pretty girls or something like that. But, but training, this is another thing, another reason why I didn't really get off into bodybuilding. Like I said, I competed, but the training 6 days a week, I couldn't do it, man. I just couldn't do it. I said, I got to do this 6 days.
It's 6 days a week, man. It's too much. The last contest I went into, it was 6 days, but it was a modified thing because I realized I didn't need to. And see, the more is better thing. I mean, there was a time, and I'm not ashamed to say it, it was like 5 days a week, 6 hours a time. What the hell was I doing? Right? Yeah.
Right.
I was cut off from the world, even though being in New York City, it's hard to cut off from the world, but I'm thinking more is better. I'm training with different training partners and crazy. Okay, but the best thing for me would happen was 45 minutes of weight training and 15 minutes of supplementary stuff. Like the abs, it didn't matter how long it took for me, but the calves, the traps and stuff like that. 6 days a week, because look, 45 minutes, let's just say 6 hours. 6 hours a week as opposed to six hours in that day. What I'm saying is that even if it's much less that you train, if you train an hour, 1 hour, in and out, right? Where it doesn't dominate your day like that, you have more time between days to recuperate. Say you do chest, shoulders, and triceps, or you do legs. Like what I do is legs on a Monday, chest, shoulders, triceps on a Tuesday, Wednesday, back and biceps. And of course, I'd fit in my calf work and my stomach was over all the time. So you repeat the process and Saturday you're done. But it was so short of a time that it didn't mentally burn me out. And I was living in the gym, man. it wasn't making progress because I was burnt out. The only thing that kept me was that I was so young.
Because you didn't have the recovery.
I didn't have the recovery. Exactly. You got to be able to recover. And so the other way was, you're still going every day, but it was just short. Guys were warming up and just getting into their first body part, and I was gone. I loved it. And I was fuller. I was more muscular. And I looked good, except that now I was in the open class with the steroid guys. So, of course, I got blown away. But I still looked good, and people liked the way I looked. So, but I said, you know what? This is such an uphill battle competing, and I got to do drugs to look like these guys, and still these guys are not making any money. There's not, the internet time wasn't around. But even if it was, I wouldn't have took the drugs. I wouldn't have done any drugs at all. And these guys are working jobs and not making money from this thing. And they're just, no way. And like the other things involved in it with the prostitution and the politics and racism still too. The magazines didn't want to give publicity to a competition as much. If a black man won it, they wouldn't want to put him in the front of a cover. It's crazy. There was a guy who had a lot of pull with the old Iron Man magazine when it was real small. I think when it got to new management, a new buyer, that they made the big full size. I don't know, half these magazines are still around because we don't have any newsstands out here. Kind of like that. So I don't know. But I don't even mind putting his name out there. Marty Stroder. Marty Stroder was a photographer. He had all kind of connections with bodybuilding. And usually when you are a judge or a person who is a photographer or somebody who's a promoter or anybody who's crucial in the whole distribution of bodybuilding to the masses, you had connections across the board. So he had a connection to always being the photographer for Iron Man magazine. First and foremost, they had several photographers, but he was like the main one. So after I won that competition there, that you see me in the picture, he was on me. Oh, Lance, you look great, man. You really improved. And so and so. He says, I'd like to get you to, maybe we can do a photo session. Don't get out of shape. But we can do a photo session, and we can get you in that back cover. And I was already hip to how things were. Like, okay, you go. And plus, I wasn't that much of a big enough guy, big enough name to get put on the front cover. So from that, I was thinking of that. But I also knew the race thing, So I'm like, okay, cool. If I get put on this back cover, that's like immortalizing me to a point, So we talked about it. Then he called me like 2 weeks later, and he says, "Listen, I have to get you up here, man," because he lived in Connecticut, and I'm in Queens, New York. So I said, "Sure, just let me know, and we can do it." He said, "Well, listen, maybe like Wednesday. I think it was a Sunday." He was telling me, "Wednesday, just come on up, man. And what we'll do, we don't want you to travel and come on up and then be tired. You can come up for the night before, Matter of fact, you can come up for a couple of days and acclimate yourself and take you around. I'll show you the gyms up here and everything." So, oh man, yeah, cool, So he said, "Why don't you come up tomorrow?" I said, "Well, I'm free." I said, "I'll come up tomorrow then. I'll find my way up there, find the right trains." I wasn't driving then.
Right.
So he called me back later on that night, gave me the address, everything like that. Now he had a different mood. So he says, "Well, Lance, I just want to let you know, man, I would have loved for my family to meet you. But they're all on a my wife took the kids and everything over to her mother's house, and that's over in Texas or somewhere, right? Somewhere far away. So they'll be gone."
Oh my God.
So I said,
Here come that music. Doom, 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 doom.
Oh God, for real.
He thought he had a mark.
Exactly. So he's like, "Well, and it's a very big house, man. So I know we'll be up late at night, kind of chatting. So, it's a big bet that I have." I already knew when he said that. If you're on one side, man, you can sleep in the same bed. We can talk all night long.
That's what he said?
We can talk. Yeah, we can talk all night long in the living room, man. What's up with that?
He said, "No, did he say you all talk all room? You got a big bed. You all can talk all night in the bed or something?" Yeah. He didn't.
Wow. He didn't even know how to do a a Diddyism and try to be slick with it. You know what I
mean? Right. He was too. He presupposed the possibility. He said, oh well, maybe he had an experience or two, so I'll just lay it out there and then. See, when he said his family was in Texas, I thought he was going to say the mother's house maybe somewhere in Connecticut somewhere, but he said Texas.
Right.
I'm like, okay.
Or was it really a wife? Or did a wife really exist? You know what I mean?
Right.
So that's to put it in my mind, oh, if I'm like that, it's way in Texas, so I'm going to be up in there. No way. So then he said about the bed being big and we could, you know, he said, I used to talk a lot anyway. He said, I know you like to talk and I got a lot of stories for you, man. We can hang out, you know, and just hang out, man. And, you know, fall asleep, we wake up talking it. No way. So I was so disappointed. I hung up the phone on him. He been ringing. I never did it. And the word got around. He was bad mouthing me. Mm-hmm. Because he wanted to make it seem to other people, because I guess he was going to be scared that I was going to tell. Lance blew it. He blew it. He had a chance to be on the back cover. He had an attitude, and he just, I don't know what he wanted. He wanted to get paid a whole lot of money to get to. That's helping him out. Well, he changed the whole story. It got back to me. Of course, I never really saw him again because it was in those competitions where I went to other states that I would see him more. He never really came down to New York a lot. So after that, I only went into the one show. And went to that show. Went to a couple of shows in the New York area up until 83, and then I didn't compete again until 85. And that one local was the New York City competition. And that was it for me. Yeah. But yeah, these guys, a lot of them too. So that's what kind of turned me off to it. Go ahead.
Yeah. I was just going to say, Lance, like, if you think about it, you got a bunch of men on a stage with some bikini underwear on. I mean, I'm not, damn near. And now it's worse now because these guys come out these little purple colors and what's next? The rainbow. They're gonna come out there with the rainbows, bikini thong on.
Yeah, and big advertisement.
Yeah, and these promoters and judges, and they sitting there looking, critiquing these men. Yeah, and they say, "Okay, turn around. Let me see you from the back." And and so if you have people, and they have put all this energy into looking at a man race across the stage with some bikini underwear on, with striated glutamus maximus. What do people think is going to come up in these people's minds?
Right.
I mean, no disrespect, but somebody who's into the same gender, this is almost like a paradise for them.
It is. It is. And see, when you're into this, seriously into this, that doesn't even come into your mind as a heterosexual. Now, if you're a homosexual in this thing too, it's different for them. Because I was speaking to a good friend of mine the other night. He competed. I think he's a year or two older than me. But I was always in the same competitions with him. We trained at the same gym. And he wouldn't trust anybody else to oil him down when I was at the competition other than me. He didn't trust it. Because dudes, so feeling up on his behind and stuff like that, a little long and whatnot, not obvious, but he can feel the vibes. And like I told him, and this is where the heterosexual men, this is like a work of art. This is like, it's like you're looking at a car, a hot rod. The guys that are into the hot rods, like, I got this engine, this transmission, I got this, I don't know much about cars, but then you're looking at it as something you put together. And the bodybuilding is the same thing. You work hard, your pecs, your delts, and this and that. Well, how do you think this? Do I need to improve this? So to this day, I remember his body from back then because we would compare or look at each other. The mirror is your gauge. We'd be at the gym, we go in the back and pose and say, okay, we critique this, or maybe you need to lose a little more water before the show, whatever. So in that respect, I know his body, and the other guys that train in the gym that I'm close with, we know each other's bodies, but it's just like looking at a car, a hot rod. We're hobbyists. This is what we do. but it's no feeling like you see the car. Go, look at the car. I like the hump on his gas tank. No, you know what I mean. It's not like that. So when we see it, there's none of that in there. But I tell you, in New York back in that day, there was half the crowd in bodybuilding competitions didn't know jack about bodybuilding. Half the crowd usually were white gay males, and they were flaming. They didn't like, they weren't effeminate, but you can tell the way they were. They were like flaming. And when you leave out, when the show's over, they're just all out there staring at you, trying to talk to you. Oh, I have to say, I think you should have won. I think you should have won. And they want to get conversations with you and whatnot. Or some guys come to you like they're big wigs and say, "Oh, I have a business proposition for you. Here's my card.
I have a big bed. We can talk all night long. We can talk all night long. My wife and the kids are in Vancouver. They're in Tokyo right now.
Czechoslovakia.
Prague.
Aleutian Islands.
They're in Prague right now. seeing the in-laws. Just talking, boy. You know, see, for me, Lance, when I was in high school, I was going like you lift weights in high school, you just learning and going through the motions. So back in the day, we used to do we still do 5 days a week, but we would do upper body Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and lower body on Tuesday and Thursday. Right. So I did that for a few years. Then somewhere in my early 20s, remember Roger Craig of the 49ers, the running back? I met one of his cousins who was a trainer, and I had a chance to meet Roger Craig too, believe it or not. Nice guy, real cool guy. In fact, when we were talking about OJ, he said he didn't think he did it, that whole thing. But that's another story in of itself, because they were both close friends. His cousin taught me to train 3 days a week, and he said do the full body workout. I had about 8 exercises that I did, and you do them 3 days a week. And then he said the next week, he said once you hit a certain rep number, you go up and weight on your exercises. So I did that for about 20 years. But then what started happening was I said I can't continue to do this, because as you get stronger, you need more recovery time away from the gym. Yes. And to do squats 3 days a week and deadlifts 3 days a week and bench presses, too much. It's just too much. So I went to the Mike Mentzer. I heard about the Mike Mentzer split routine. So somewhere in the 2000s, what I did was now what I do, because you got to, like you said before, you got to adjust with age. I was doing chest and back on Monday with some ab work. I was doing legs on Wednesday, and I was doing shoulders and arms on Friday. Okay. That's the way I was doing Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So I did that for a few years. But now as I gotten older, once like I do, as you get older, the recovery is not like it was when you were 20 and 30 and 40. Right. So now what I do chest and back and abs on Monday. I do legs on Thursday, and I do shoulders and arms on Sunday. So I'm still hitting it 3 days a week. I'm just put some extra recovery time, because when you train, you're not just training your muscles, you're also training your central nervous system. Exactly. And your central nervous system, it's like if we were doing a set of bench, let's say we both in the gym, we're doing 315. And then I say, okay, we're going to take a break and we might throw in another set. You're going to be tired. Even though your muscles are filled with lactic acid, you still winded from the set. So you got to catch your breath, let your heart rate come down just a little bit. Let the lactic acid flush out the muscle, then you can jump in and do another set. So it's not just the issue of your muscles working, it's also the issue of your central nervous system. That's right. Is involved. So I come to learn with a little bit more time, instead of having one day on, 1 day off, I'll just do 1 day on, 2 days off. So not only does the muscle recover, but the central nervous system. So when I come back, when I do legs, I'm not working my upper body, my chest and back, because those muscles are still recovering, but my legs are fresh. The legs are fresh, so I can still do my leg workout. And then at the end of the week, I may not be as enthused like I was at the beginning, because as the week progresses, the more you train, the tired you're going to get through the end of the week, because you got to do other stuff. You got to go grocery shopping. You got to do stuff around the house. So your muscles, your body doesn't have as much energy it had on Monday, but you're working smaller muscles, which is the shoulders and the arms. These are small muscles, so they're not very taxing as if you're working your chest or your back. And whenever you work, I come to the conclusion, whenever you work your chest or your legs, I mean your back or your legs, you have to take the day off. You have to take the day off the next day.
And see, there's not enough information out here about training as you get older. And one of the downfalls of guys like myself or yourself, which you don't do this, you don't make the mistakes, is that we get back in the gym and we think we can do the same thing that we used to, and we don't alter to accommodate the fact that to recuperate takes a little longer. And our egos get in the way, and we try to train like we're the younger version of ourselves. Better you just start training when you're an older guy. Then you have to deal with just that. When you, it's like an old boxer when he was younger, beating everybody. He retires for 5 years and comes back thinking he's going to do the same thing. Maybe he might get a knock off a couple of tomato cans, but after a while, he's going to get crushed because he's not the way he used to be. Not everybody's a George Foreman or whatever, you know what I mean? So to make that adjustment is hard, even when you know, because ego's involved.
True.
Even though you know this on paper, in the back of your mind, there's something telling you, man, go ahead, do those extra sets. You used to do this like this. Well, yeah, it's the same body. It's different. Yeah, right. It's just like, you know, exactly. The old guys with Viagra. You know, when they get the Viagra in them, they're that guy again. They're lying to themselves. You're not the old version of yourself when you were younger. But now the ego comes in. You got the pill to make you work better. And now you still think. So it's a mind thing. But yeah, I knew a guy who got to a certain age. I used to work with him in corrections. He said, forget all that. He's doing every body part once a week. I don't know how he grouped it. I think he went to maybe 3 days a week, but it was just once a week. And I was like, wow, that's,
each body part.
Yeah. Like he grouped them. He grouped the body parts. It was like he, but he went to the gym 3 times a week, and each body part, I know the legs were its own thing, but the other 2 days, I don't know how he grouped the upper body work, but that's what he would do. And he would do abdominal stuff at home and everything like that. But, he said that works fine for him. I mean, you got to know your body because it's different for different bodies. Even though the results is the same, look at muscular like you see in the banner, each one of these guys' bodies are different, but it's a shame that a lot of these guys don't know their bodies for real. And what I mean by that, is that when you're just a drug body, you don't know your body for real because you're used to yourself on PEDs, and when you train your body, and that's going back to the point of when the body had personality, when you train for a good long time and you develop your own unique look, then when you take this stuff, which I'm not condoning, then when you take it kind of enhances what you've built already. It doesn't change it into anything else. When you start training from young and you start taking these steroids, you're just a bloated piece of meat. You can tell a little bit when you look at these guys, but if you take their faces off, you don't know. Like this guy here, I forgot his name, but if you look at the banner and you see the word mirrors, and it's the MI or mirrors, and look above this guy here, this guy's been competing for years, but this guy made crazy gains. And I mean, advanced himself to the point where he might be considered to be a dark horse winner in the Olympia. It's frightening. It's really frightening what can happen with these drugs. And Samson Dowder next to him, where you see smoke and mirrors, look over the and, He's another one that every year he was making great progress. And it's like, are these guys learning new training techniques or something? Or is it just a drug cocktail that they're consuming? And pretty much that's what it is. Especially when you talk about these coaches. And these coaches, how do they know so much when they haven't done much with themselves? I'm like, how do they know? Because you know when how did Chopin, what's his name, the one who won Olympia last year, he's up there. Where's this? I think his face is covered.
Right.
Oh no, he's right there where it says Scurv. And he has his hands on his head. Yeah. The second one from the right. Him and who else? Who else does he train? He trains 3 top guys that go to the Olympia, top 3. It's like, well, what kind of drugs do you you can't know the human body like that to know, like, if I give you this mixture of steroids, it's going to do this for you, because everybody's body is unique. Well, what are you doing? And a lot of these guys, not the one training those top 3 guys, he knows a little something when you listen to him talk. But how do you get to that point of knowing how to give steroids to somebody else, read the signs of their body? Okay, this is bloating you up a little bit, or this is a little too much to do this, or whatever. You know, I don't know. That's what you were talking about. What was the term you used for the title? About the gurus.
Yeah, the fake gurus.
Yeah. They got that bodybuilding big time.
Well, you know, Lance, the human body was never made to be like that.
Right.
Like you see these people on the stage and they're passing out and they dehydrated and all this stuff. The human body was never meant to be in that kind of situation, like the fight or flight situation like that.
That's right.
Now, like you said, with the technology, with the information, yeah. I mean, people are doing it because look at them. They're making it happen. But to be like, put your body like that, like, okay, I got to get ready for this contest. I got to get ready for that contest. And then constantly do this over and over and over again. Yep. And especially be on the drugs, that is dangerous to your overall health. It's not healthy.
Big time.
It's not healthy. No, because your body was never really meant to be in that kind of starvation, depleted situation. Right. It was never meant to be like that. Even though we look at it and say, "Wow, man, damn, this man, he got some nice arms on him, man. Damn, look at his delts look like cannonballs," you know. Right. But the truth is, the human body was never meant to be in that kind of situation, and that kind of fight or flight situation like that. It's and then, like you said, then the drugs are involved, and then over time, these guys have these health issues. And you said, how many contests, man? I've been in 30, 40 contests in my lifetime. That's a lot to put yourself through that kind of stress like that, right. You know? So now, you mentioned about the guy and he's training 3 days a week, excuse me, each body part. Aside from the training, it's also a person has to know how much time should I take between sets, how much rest time should I take, and then how many sets are you going to do? Ideally, I do like 4 to 5 sets per body part, and that's it. I'll do a warm up set. First set will be like 15 reps, like a warm up set, real light, a weight that I could do maybe 30 reps, but I'll do like 15. Right. I just want to get the muscle kind of lubricated and kind of get a little blood inside the muscle. And then I'll wait about 2 minutes because I time all my sets. I wait about 2 minutes and then I'll go up and wait. And then I'll do, depending on the body part, I might do like 8, maybe 10 reps with that weight for the second set. So really the first 4 sets are progressive warm up sets. And then I'm getting ready for my working set, which is really 1 set, and I go all out positive failure until I just can't move the weight anymore for a certain amount of reps. Now, I'm not one of these crazy guys say I'm gonna do 20 reps with this weight or 30. No, that's not necessary. I'll do whatever weight I'm gonna do. I might do rest pause. I might throw in if it's a heavy weight, a very heavy weight for about maybe 10 or 12 reps, then I'll just stop the set. I'll count maybe to 10 and I'll just crank out maybe 2, maybe 3 more reps, like on leg extensions or something like that, especially on those kind of isolation exercises. And that's really it. And then I go on to my next exercise. So I don't do like these. Okay, I did my four warm-up sets. Now I'm going to do 3 sets of a particular weight. I don't train that way. I'll be in the gym all day. Now, if I'm training for strength, that's different. I do my 3 sets of 5, but that's a whole different training system. That's more for strength, right. You see. But all these multiple sets, like 20 sets, and no, I don't know. I can't do it. I'll be too burnt out.
That used to be me before I got smart. I was foolish that way. I mean, I used to think the guys were crazy for telling me, you know, like, okay, you do your chest, you do your shoulders, your triceps are warmed up. I would say, well, I'm still doing 15 sets for my triceps. You know what I mean? That was stupid. You know, and as small as those muscles are in comparison to the rest of the body. So youth took me out of a whole lot of stuff where it saved me. But I was one of those guys who would just beat it down. But to me, more is better. The more I beat it down, the better. And I could have been a better bodybuilder if I didn't do that. If I listened, you know. Because those
a little information.
Right, I was severely overtrained.
Say, Lance, if you took the drugs, say, look, man, wait, hey, that's Lance. Sure is, man. Look at him, cannonball deltoids.
Yeah, but
Kevin Larone used to have, man. I used to love the way he used to do that when he used to flex, and his delts, man, just like pop out of his shoulders. Like I was like, man, damn, that dude got some awesome looking deltoids, man.
But see, man, the thing with him, which was a testimony, and I'm not saying in a good way, which was sheer proof of his drug use, which we know that he used drugs. But you know, half the time he would, when he wasn't training for a show or after competition, he'd stop training for a few months. He stopped training for a few months. He wasn't a year-round trainer. And that last time he made that comeback a couple years ago.
I saw that.
And yeah. And of course, you know, he didn't look the way he used to, but he looked pretty good. But if you see how he looked when he wasn't training, here's a guy who, when he wasn't on the Olympia stage, and he stopped, and he was regularly doing this. It wasn't like, oh, he just did this for 1 year. You see him 3 months later, and you say, okay, he's got a nice physique for a normal guy, not realizing that this is an Olympia competitor, because his condition would go just like you said with Arnold. Arnold was never on this stuff all year. And lots of times he almost looks skinny most of the time. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Tall and skinny.
Yeah. Exactly. You go back to what you were when you're off that stuff. The people don't realize it. You go back to what you're supposed to be. I know some guys who are taking drugs like crazy and never admitted it. And I knew it. I knew their training partners, like they told me what they took. And well, if you want to lie, no problem. When they got off of the stuff and stopped training, they went right back to what they were supposed to look like. You can see that they were doing something anyway, but it wasn't like they kept all of their muscle when they stopped steroids. It would have been worse these days if you could take, I'm gonna do this a little bit and get away with it and keep the rest of the muscle. No, it doesn't work that way. Your body fights back to maintain the balance, and the balance is going back to what you're supposed to be.
Right. That's true. Because your body really doesn't want to put on muscle anyway.
It doesn't. No, it doesn't.
If your body could really talk to you, say, man, I don't want to be walking around. I mean, it's like going into the like a butcher shop, and you see 10 pounds of ground beef, and look at it, and that would be like putting on 10 pounds of muscle on your body.
Yep. And
your body, like, man, I don't want to carry that around. You forcing it to, but if it had a choice, it's like, man, it would reject that. It's like, man, I don't want to do all that. It's too much work. Because muscle, you know, muscle has its advantages, because believe it or not, if you had 2 people, and let's say one worked out and one didn't, one was a couch potato, one worked out. And let's say the one who worked out only worked out 3 days a week. The person who working out, even when they're sitting there on the couch with the couch potato, their body is still burning more calories in the rest mode than the person who's just sitting there eating Diet Coke or Pepsi and potato chips. Because muscle is at working. Muscle is always working. That's the beauty about muscle.
Yeah,
is that it's always working even when you're at rest. But the problem is when you put on so much muscle, it takes work to maintain it. And like you said, the body is really just looking for a balance. It would rather have muscle than fat, but it don't want more muscle than it has to maintain. Because the muscle still has to be maintained.
High maintenance.
Yeah, high
it takes
maintenance.
A lot. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Takes a lot.
Yeah. And you know, Lance, back in the day, we didn't have no gurus. We didn't have no coach for this and a coach for that and a coach for this and the coach. The only coach was on the football team. That was your on the baseball team. That was your coach. Back in the day, you would talk to your friend, like guys, we read the magazines and guys would talk, man, and say, hey man, you see somebody got nice arms, say, hey man, what do you do, man? How do you get your arms like that? Oh man, and hopefully he'll tell you the truth and he won't be lying to you. You say, oh well, I do this and yeah, I do this and do that, because you always had one guy that had a real good looking body part on his body.
Mm-hmm.
Could have been shoulders, could have been his chest, could have been his arms, could have been back guy, got a nice tapered V-taper back. So, and you just ask people, we just ask them. And back in the day, we would just eat. We ate a lot of food. We may take some vitamins, or we take some supplements like the Joe Weider stuff at that time because we couldn't afford. Remember, what's the company that made the? I see the label right now, but it's the name of the company escapes me. But I didn't have the money to afford that. It'll come to me. So I just had to buy the Weider stuff. No, not Hoffman. It was what is that company? Fuel. They made that fuel.
Metrex.
Not Metrex. This was a little bit before Metrex. They made that amino fuel.
I see the label in my head too. Yeah.
Yeah. The amino fuel. That company. I couldn't afford that. So I had to buy they were expensive. So I just had to buy the Weider stuff. We're talking about guys, teenagers, the guys in high school. So I just bought the Weider stuff and you just used it, and you had the we didn't know about nutrition now like we knew then. So we used to use the dynamic muscle builder and the crash weight gainer. You have all that gas and protein farts and all this other stuff.
and don't ever buy the soy protein based protein powder. Talk about farts. Oh man.
I got a story about that. I think I told you a few years ago, like I think it was 2010, I had high cholesterol. So I went to my doctor, and she was gonna put me on some medication, but she said, we got to get your cholesterol down. So I basically took out all animal protein out of my diet, and I was taking that soy protein. I was taking it like 3 times a day, right? And I'm gonna tell you, brother Lance, I look like Bruce Lee from Enter the Dragon. I was cut. A friend of mine looked at me in the gym. He said, man, what you been doing, man? You cut like Bruce Lee. But the problem was I had no energy. I couldn't lift. I couldn't even lift a 35-pound dumbbell. I couldn't do it. You couldn't pay me to do it.
Well,
a 35-pound. And I noticed something a month later. Watch this. I noticed a month later, I was looking in the mirror and I said, why am I getting this fat on my pecs, on my lower pecs? I'm getting all this fat, like this fat. Where's this fat coming from?
Hormones,
gynecomastia. Yeah. I'm like, why am I getting fat like this? This little fat at my lower pecs. I said, I never had this. I said, I didn't have this a month ago. And that's when they all came together. It's the soy protein. So I just got off that stuff. I started going back to eating animal protein, and I just had to kind of control it just a little bit. And I haven't had the problem since. Gynecomastia.
Yep.
The testosterone was converting over into estrogen.
Yeah. Mm. That's real.
Yeah. Especially
And
when you over 40.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. I haven't seen 40 in 21 years, so I used to think 40 was old. I'm like, boy, I'd love to be 40 again. I have no problem with the complaints now. I'm just saying. You know what I mean? It's weird when you see the numbers going up like that. And I know I'm older. I know I don't have the same amount of muscle. I know it's been a long time since I've been in the gym, but this house is done. There's gonna be a little room in here for that. And it's just weird because I still feel good. I mean, I still feel, I don't feel the rush of testosterone that I had when I was 20, but I still feel good. And it's weird. It's not weird. I mean, I don't want it to be weird. It feels good. I want it to be this way, but I'm still living life. I still have enthusiasm. I still have aggression, but I'm not overly aggressive. I never was overly aggressive, but I still, I feel blessed to say that I want to start training again real soon. And again, when I do it, I have to treat myself like I don't know myself that way anymore. I can't go into this thing going off the blueprint of when I was 18 and 19 years old. There'll be no more Lancescurv show.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So I got to relearn. It's like learning how to walk again. I got to relearn everything, start off real low, take my time, listen to the feedback. I think after about 2 or 3 months, I could know where I am right now, at that point. So that'll work.
Brother Lance, with your permission, we're talking about bodybuilding, nutrition. With your permission, brother, I want to switch the conversation to sexual health as it relates to diet and supplementation.
Sure.
Now, I think we can both agree from a macronutrient standpoint that the diet is very important.
Yeah.
The diet is critical. Okay. And preferably we should eat food that we cook and we make in our own homes, that we're looking at what we're eating and we know, we know unless you got a garden and you got your farm, we know we got to go to the grocery store. So we're at the mercy of somebody else who's producing the food, our food supply. Okay, fine. But even in that, as long as you're still cooking your own food, you are still more healthier than somebody else who's going out to restaurants and buying food that somebody else is making. So cooking your own food still does have its advantages. So for example, I got to go grocery shopping. Like normally for breakfast, I'll have maybe 2 burger patties, 85% lean ground beef, 85% lean plus. I'll have 2 large eggs, and I'll have some cottage cheese. Some cottage cheese, some small bowl of cottage cheese. I might throw in a couple of some toasted bread. Okay. That's what I usually eat when I'm not training the day I'm going to the gym. That's like a basic breakfast.
Right.
On the days that I train, I'll have a bowl of oatmeal. I'll throw in a scoop of peanut butter, maybe some dates, maybe some raisins, 1 scoop of whey protein, and I put a little milk in it, and I mix it to get the right consistency. Okay. The right consistency. And then I'll have a glass of milk. I may have a glass of orange juice, or I might have a glass of pineapple juice, depending on what I have. And I'll have a glass of water for my cup vitamins. That's for when I take my vitamins. That's just a basic breakfast. Okay. Right. As it relates to sex health, and I'm talking, this is mostly to men, guys, you're going to enjoy this. One of the precursors to nitric oxide production in the human body, which leads to the human growth hormone, is arginine, the amino acid arginine. Right. Now, amino acids are very interesting. Amino acids are very acidic. That's what amino acids. And the end product of protein digestion is nitrogen. Okay. Now that's part of the muscle recovery and muscle rebuild. You don't get that with carbohydrates. Carbohydrates, whether they're simple or complex carbs, they work to mostly fuel the muscle. And in other words, when we're in the gym working out, whether we're using free weights or machines, the lactic acid buildup is the carbohydrate that converted into glucose and stored in the muscle as glycogen. So when you're working out and you feel that burn, that lactic acid burn is the carbohydrate, for a better choice of words, being used up in the muscle. And once you put that weight down and you let the lactic acid flush out, the glucose, the glycogen has to replenish itself.
Right.
Okay. This is very important to understand, because you can't, when you're working out in the gym, either you're going to be doing two things. Either you're going to be training aerobically or you're going to be training anaerobically. There's no in between. It's just the two. Just like if somebody's a distance runner trains aerobically, like you have aerobics, you can do that all day. But if you look at a track star, sprinters, they train anaerobically, meaning they're doing short bursts, quick bursts for a short amount of time. That's why the track star's body is more developed compared to the distance runner.
That's right.
Two different types of activities. Okay. In order to improve your sexual health, you have to train the body anaerobically. Going back to what we talked about, like the track star. So for men, this is for men, the precursor, again, to nitric oxide production is arginine. So whenever you take these amino acids, when you take them individually, they work therapeutically. But when you take them all together, amino acids combined can create protein. So I'm saying that to say this: one of the things for sexual health for men is to take arginine, like you take it on an empty stomach, whether it be 5 grams or 10 grams, because it helps produce the nitric oxide effect and also produce more seminal fluid.
Wow.
But on the labels, going back to the gurus, on the label, you buy arginine in the store, it says take 2 tablets. It could be 500 milligrams. It said take 2, but that's not going to do you any good. If you're going to be with the wife, like a few hours before you had a workout, you would take like 5 to 10 grams.
Right. Wow.
But between meals, not during. Because if you take it with the meal, the arginine and, let's say, the chicken or the beef that you're eating, it will mix with the arginine tablet, and the medicinal effect will be minimized.
Wow.
So gentlemen, if you want to have stronger seminal fluid release, get you some arginine. Get you some arginine. I'm telling you. Because it also helps the circulation. Because what's one of the products that they had in the, you mentioned it a few minutes ago, Viagra, is arginine.
Wow. Look at that. And they're not going to tell you that.
No, they ain't going to tell you. Go get you some arginine. And it's cheap. You go to the health food store and get you some. But when you take it, you can't be stingy with it. Like you said, you got it like 5 to 10 grams. It ain't going to hurt you. I take 5 grams before I work out with my pre-workout for the circulation, because in the pre-workout I use, because it gets the blood flowing, it helps the blood flow. And the pre-workout I use, it's got arginine in it. It's like about 1 gram. So it's only adding to what I'm already taking. So I take about 5 grams. I might go up in the doses. I might start going up to 10 grams. But
on an empty stomach,
the powder base. On an empty stomach, yeah, because you don't want to take it. You can take it with carbs, but don't take it with protein. You can take it with carbohydrates. Like you can have like a cup of rice and some arginine. It's not gonna do. It's not gonna affect. But if you take it with other amino acids, your body it doesn't know whether it's from a steak or whether it's from a tablet. It's gonna do what it's gonna do. When they mix, because they're going to mix together, they'll mix together, and the medicinal effect will be minimized.
That's right.
So that's kind of like a cherry on the top, guys. When that arginine, just you do your research. That arginine, I'm telling you, man, that stuff, man, you might flutter. She'll be like, what? I've never seen you like this before.
And you be like, it ain't no blue pill.
No, it's not. and definitely in a red pill. She's like, oh, what? It's a lot. Yeah, it's because it's arginine is the precursor to nitric oxide, which is it helps produce more seminal fluid. Everything, all of it is, when men, we have ejaculation. It's not just blood, it's also nutrients. Your nutrients travel through your bloodstream. So that's why some men, when we knock one off and we're like, man, I got to lay down a little bit. The woman, she'll jump out the bed, go downstairs, start cooking, making breakfast and everything. And she'll be singing in the kitchen. Man, we still trying to recover.
Exactly. Tremendous loss.
Yeah. Tremendous. That's a good way to put it, Lance. Tremendous loss. Yeah, because it's nutrients. I mean, think about this. Look at it from a human standpoint. We men make babies, but women have babies. So we're giving our partner, our female, this woman, we're giving her something. And if you think about it, all these sperm cells, only one is going to make its way to fertilize the egg out of thousands. Think about that. Only one. Only one is going to make its way to that egg to fertilize it, to start that whole process. So that we like you said, and then you have stuff like ginseng, things. So really, where I'm going to say is this, and I'd like the young guys to listen. You really don't. I mean, if you have some challenges, I failed to mention this too. Hormonally, if you have some challenges, one of the things I take also is DHEA, and DHEA is a hormone regulator. Now I'm past middle age, and maybe a younger guy, he doesn't need that, because DHEA is one of those kind of things that as we get older, after we hit about 35, the DHEA levels they start to decline. So DHEA is basically a pro-hormone, and it's a hormone regulator. Some people think it produces more testosterone naturally, but I look at it more as like you can buy it in the health food store. It helps the hormones work more efficiently, because my wife was going through some pre-menopause stuff. Right. And I put her on a little DHEA, just a little bit. And she says she can handle it a little bit more better. She doesn't have like the hot flashes. She has an appetite, but she doesn't have really the hot flashes like that. Right. And I always tell her, a little knowledge goes a long way. And you got to know yourself, knowledge of self, know yourself, not just your skin color, black. Right. Know yourself, your health. You got to know your body. Right. And like you said, you got to make those adjustments as you age. So I take the DHEA and I can tell the difference. I can tell the difference when I take it than when I don't take it. Like you said, Lance, we're not 20 and 30 no more.
That's right. That's right.
But those supplements, I'm telling you, supplements only, you have macronutrients, micro. Your macros are your protein, your carbs, your fats. Those are your macro. Your micro are your body's, your vitamins. Your body doesn't produce them. That's why you have to incorporate them in your diet. And once you start incorporating these things and you know how much to do, you'll feel better. You'll feel a lot better. If you don't like taking tablet vitamins, take the liquid vitamins. Take the little liquid. Every little thing helps.
It does.
Yeah. And try to stay away from the cigarettes and the alcohol and the drugs and all that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Of course. And you have some people who are ignorant to that they do the cigarettes, alcohol, and the drugs, and they take the vitamins, not realizing it's like trying to fill up a bucket that has holes in it with water, and you wonder why the bucket never fills up. They contradict themselves. I just want to say, wise man, just click the link, the StreamYard link above, or that's in the chat room, and you can come on in because he said he has a question.
Please, we'd love to hear, love to listen. We all are learning, bro. This is a classroom. I think Lance will agree. We all students in the classroom.
Yeah, we teach each other.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to hear from him.
Yeah. So click that link, wise man, and I'll let you on in. Maybe you walked away or something. When he comes in, I'm here. I see everything. So yeah, that's the arginine and what you're saying is something that I didn't know, but I admit when I don't know things. You know, what I'm gonna buy up all the arginine in Ghana.
Well, you know, like I said, do your research. You know, do the research. But I'm telling you, brother, the basic building blocks for the body, the human body, the basic building blocks, for the human body. You see,
that's right. And I think it would be wise to say that if a person is heavy into the alcohol or heavy into drugs or everything, I just want to say thank you, wise man, for that donation. Much appreciated. And it all goes back to the platform to keep things going. But yeah, that if you're doing destructive things to your body, anything that's a plus is going to be compromised. Yeah, because you have guys that I knew straight up alcoholics and druggies that when they would get to an all-time low and how they felt like burned out, they start taking vitamins. Man, you don't even eat food or good food. You don't even get a good night's sleep, and you just want to take some pills and think that that's going to do it. You still have to take care of yourself on that basic level, and you got to try in the other ways. This is provided that you're doing things across the board correctly. You know, so people tend to always want to think that good health and good functionability, like you don't have to earn it. You have to earn it. And then when you have these things that you know how to do to righteously manipulate the body in ways that are there in nature, it's going to really give you a good plus. But you can't be somebody out there doped out, drugged out, alcohol, wino in the street, pissing your pants, allowing to take a arginine. Man, you can't even hardly stand up. You can't even hardly stand up. So what you think you're going to take something to stand up?
Now, I forgot. I'm gonna add something too, because we're talking about bedroom activities, sleep.
Right.
People ask, what do I need? What should I take to get a better sleep, especially as you get older, as you age? Right. One of the things that I do, I take calcium with D3.
Yeah.
The calcium with D3 and magnesium. Because calcium helps the body relax, and then I'll take with that melatonin. I take some melatonin with that. And one of the things I've been doing some research, I came across. I take also vitamin A, because vitamin A also helps the body absorb calcium. So before I go to and sometimes I'll take a fish oil. I'll take a fish oil also to give me for the heart and brain health before I go to bed. So basically it's calcium with D3 and magnesium for absorption with some vitamin A, melatonin, and the fish oils. You see, the fish oils. Because as we age, again, our melatonin levels start to decrease with age. I'm convinced. I come to the conclusion. I've noticed something. Once we hit a certain age as human beings, When we can
Mhm.
no longer produce children, like we can no longer make babies as men, and women can no longer
Right.
have babies, the aging process starts to accelerate.
I can accept that. That makes a lot of sense because, see, really and truly, we're here to procreate. If we can't
Hmm.
procreate and go through those, you see, most people look at sex as just pleasure, 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 but it's about the procreation. Nature doesn't care about that. We're
Hmm.
useless to them. I'm not saying nature's cruel, but we're useless to nature then if we cannot function in that way to make more because we're supposed to populate. So it's like, okay, we're no good now. So
Hmm.
let the aging things start up even faster. I'm letting in
Hmm.
Wise Man right now into the room.
Hmm.
We're gonna continue, Wise Man. Brother, you have a question? Thank you for the donation. You have a question for Brother Bowes.
Brother Bowles, how you doing? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I can hear you. How you doing, wise man?
And while
I'm
you're
doing
both
very well.
talking, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Continue on.
Yes, sir.
All right. I like this podcast. It's very intriguing. A lot of good information. Hey, that's the question, Brother Bowles. I'm doing very well.
Can you speak up? Speak up just a little bit, my brother. It's hard for me to
Yeah,
hear you.
yeah. I was just thinking. Hold on. Let me take my Bluetooth off. Hold on.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the Bluetooth usually compromises the sound. I'll be back.
Okay, can you hear
Uh-huh.
me now?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can
Okay,
hear
yeah.
you. I can hear you.
So
I can hear you.
yeah, this is a really nice podcast you have. It's very intriguing. You can be better now. Okay, good. I
Hmm.
think there's a delay. Okay, so anyways, I have a question, man. Hey, I used to lift a lot of weights. I used to play football, but I really bulked a lot, especially when I was like 19. Okay, so that's what happened. Okay, out of high school, I was lean. I was like down to like I was like 210, but I wasn't shredded about this lean, but I felt better in my body. But then I started working out with
Hmm.
these guys at the gym, and they say you got to bulk up, man. You got to put some muscle mass on. So man, I put way too much muscle on, man. So what's your opinion on how to get lean? How to draw down from like
Well,
you know
okay. Well, how
h-
tall are you?
yeah what's your opinion on that? I'm 6 foot.
How tall? Hmm? You're 6 foot.
6 foot.
So you're 6 feet. 6 foot. 6 foot.
Yeah,
And how much
yeah.
you weigh?
Right now I'm weighing like 318.
Oh wow, brother. Yeah, you got
Yeah,
to.
man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Um.
do.
Have you did like a skin fold? You did a skin fold test, the test for your body fat.
Yeah, I did. Well, not but I still don't like a big scale.
Well, see, here's the thing: weight gain and weight loss is based on your calorie or caloric intake. So, in other words,
Hmm.
what you eat will allow you to put on weight, and what you take out of your diet will allow you to lose weight. Now, let me ask you a question: what do you have for breakfast in the morning when you first get out of bed?
I mean, it depends. Usually I fast. Usually I just get up in the morning and just drink water. I don't eat anything, but sometimes I make a smoothie. I'll eat some fruit, banana, maybe an apple every blue moon. But usually I just fast.
Okay, what do you usually have for lunch?
Right now I'm caterpillar berries. I'm usually eating like salmon and broccoli, or I'll eat like various foods. I eat sometimes potatoes, chicken, with, like trying to have some hamburgers, like a hamburger. I'll eat like some Asian style food, like some chow mein, and chicken, or sometimes every now and then I'll eat some pork. That's what I'm having right now.
Okay, and what do you usually have for dinner?
That varies too. So when I go home, I'll usually sometimes make like I have ground beef. I make ground beef and brown rice. Uh, Sometimes I make some tacos with the ground beef, and I'll eat it with some chips. So I'm
Okay.
not really eating consistently. It's not really consistent. But I buy steaks. I eat steak and I eat that with some squash or some sweet potatoes.
Hmm. Are you taking any
Hmm.
supplements?
No, I'm not. Actually, I didn't take any supplements because I'm worried about taking supplements. you know. So I haven't been taking any supplements. I know I'm not touching that because I don't know what's in them. I don't know what my body really needs, so I haven't really been taking any supplements.
Okay. Well, based on the information that you have given me, it seems like you need to eat a little more in some areas and eat a little bit less in other areas. What I mean by that is the most important meal you can have of the day is breakfast, because
Okay.
breakfast is what the starter meal. Your breakfast is setting the tone for everything. And if you
Hmm.
can create a habit of having a healthy breakfast, the first meal of the day, that will dictate everything else that you do throughout the day. I would say if you can help it, try to eat food that you make,
Yeah.
and try to stay out of these restaurants. I mean, like if you know, like you with family and friends, and you all go out to Olive Garden or something like that as a family, that's different. You know, that's
Hmm.
like a different situation altogether. But ideally, like I said, I usually have a bowl of oatmeal. When on the days that I train, I have a bowl of oatmeal. And like I said, I have some whey protein, a little scoop of whey. I put the peanut
Hmm.
butter in it. I put like some dates, because dates are very healthy, or I'll use raisins. And then I'll pour a little milk in it to get the right consistency.
Hmm.
And the reason why supplements like vitamins, particularly multivitamins, multiminerals, are so important because they help you lose weight.
Hmm.
Because your B vitamins, which are water soluble vitamins, they help your body to metabolize your food.
Hmm.
That's why vitamins are so important. That's why I mentioned earlier, you have your macronutrients, which are fats, your protein, your carbohydrates, and you have your
Hmm.
micronutrients, which are multivitamins, because the body does not produce vitamins. You have to get them.
Okay.
Now, you would drive yourself crazy looking at your food saying, okay, how much vitamin K is in this? How much vitamin D is in this? How much vitamin E? How much B complex, whatever. You would drive yourself crazy. So instead of doing that, understand what you're eating as it relates to your fats, proteins, and carbohydrates, and then you want to incorporate the vitamins into your diet, because vitamins will actually help you lose weight. Believe it or not,
Okay.
a good multivitamin, multimineral, that's going to take a little bit more research, because in vitamins, like you see some companies say you can just take one a day. But then you'll see another company like Twin Lab that makes their animal pack, and there's like 10 different vitamin tablets in that, but that's for people who are bodybuilding, strength training people. So the vitamins are still going to be based on your level of activity. But I would say for your question, it sounds like you have to add some things into your diet and you need to take some things out. Like the tacos, I would just take those out completely. I mean, unless you're going to have a cheat meal, like on a days, like on a Saturday or Sunday when you're not training, then maybe. But generally, take that out, and try to eat, like you said, ground beef, without a lot of grease. If you're going to make burger, I'll go to Walmart and I'll buy those burger patties, the 85% lean, and I'll put them in a tray, and I'll just put them in the oven, and I'll just cook them like that. So I prep all my food up basically. So then what I'll do is, once it's finished, I'll just take it out and I'll just put that in the refrigerator. So whenever I want to eat my, like, some eggs with, I'll just take the burger patties, just put them in the skillet, warm them up with the eggs, and I'll just eat them like that. So I don't have to cook them. I don't have to just be continuous, like, oh, I got to take this out the freezer, I got to let it thaw out, I got to cook it. I just cook it all at once and just get it over with. Just like the baked potatoes. When I'm cooking the burger patties in the oven on the top tier, I'll just wrap up the potatoes in the foil, or rinse them off and everything, and just put them in the oven and just cook them like that. And then I put them in the fridge. And then whenever I want to have a baked potato with some chicken breast or something, I just take it all out and just warm it up all together. So, because and your weight loss is going to be based on what you take out of your diet, because the more calories you eat, the more weight you're going to put on. And fat has more calories than protein and carbs. So the more fat you have, the more weight you're going to gain in your diet. So you have to be careful about that. So Did that help? So did we lose my brother? Can anybody hear me? Okay. I wonder why I can't hear anybody else. Brother Lance, if you can hear me.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. I went over downstairs and did some little things.
Yes,
let me see. Let me see. Wise Man is still on, correct?
Yeah, I saw him. Yeah, I just saw him. Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. Wise Man, if you let me hear your voice. I don't know if he's back on and fell off, because I don't want to hit this button. And okay, yeah, he fell off. He fell off. I just added him back in. That happens sometime, and I was away, so I wasn't able to. Yeah, he's here. Let me just add something in. Yeah, we can hear you. I can hear. Yeah, well, I can hear you both.
Yeah, sir. The connection's really bad. That's right.
No, it's okay. We can hear you. Yeah, I just want to add something in what Brother Bowles was saying about the breakfast being the most important meal, or one of the most, that and lunch, but breakfast dictates the whole day, because you're coming off of a fast. I mean, if you sleep 8 hours, it's an 8-hour fast, 6 hours. That's the longest gap in a day usually when a person doesn't eat food, usually, unless they have something going on, emergency or something where they just don't want to eat. But this is something that I've always felt. When you're coming off of a fast, when you're coming up to that first meal and you don't want to eat much, I'm not going to say there's something wrong. It's just that possibly you got into eating heavier at night and didn't want to really eat anything in the morning, because now your stomach is still full of food that you've been digesting. The trick is that you're probably slowing down your metabolism by doing this. Because now if you don't want to eat in the morning time, and then as the day goes on and you get active and you start to eat more and heavier at night, it's better to have, and you got to force yourself with this now to change it over. Force yourself not to eat so much at night. But in the morning time, you should have a healthy appetite, especially if you're training, that you want to tear into some food. And now your body can really get into digesting the food. And they also say 12 noon, when the sun is up at the highest, that's when your digestive system is the strongest. So eat in the morning, eat in the afternoon, and then maintain your energy levels by, I'm not going to say by nibbling. You can still have your dinner, you can still have your meals, but you should be so fully saturated with nutrition, you just want to top it off. If you have a little something, a little nibble here, a little apple, a little banana, a little small sandwich. And by the time the evening comes, you really don't want to have as much before you go to bed. You know what I mean? And that to me would help to jumpstart your metabolism naturally, that you begin to lose weight just from the shift and the placement of your meals that way. Because when you eat something for breakfast, that's not going to last too long, because you're moving around, you're starting your day. Lunchtime, you still have enough time to move around the day. Just don't let yourself, the trick is, don't let yourself get too hungry, and don't let yourself get too full.
Right.
You see?
That's a good point. That's a good point, Lance. That's a good point, because you're right about that. Because if you're not eating breakfast, your body don't know what's going on.
Right.
So it'll say, oh, maybe it's just a starvation going on, and it'll try to hold on. Yeah, slow down your metabolism. Yeah, that's true. That's very true. That's an excellent point. That's right.
My question is, are it Brother Bowles, when my height and my weight is like, that's too much? What can I do to lean out? What can I do to get down to like 210, 215, just so I can get lean? I'm not trying to get shredded or anything. What can I do? What workout? I'm on a carb already. I run, but should I slow down on the heavy weights? What should I do?
Well, with weight training is it serves one purpose, to build muscle.
Mm-hmm.
You might, if you want to, I would probably say incorporate high intensity interval training. Maybe kind of push back from the weights a little bit and do that maybe 3 days a week, and do that for about a month, maybe 2, and try that. Because if you, just like Lance mentioned, the importance of diet, but at the same time, if you're going to be, I mean, the diet, if you can get the diet straight, you get your metabolism straight, that'll be a big plus. But as long as you're lifting weights, you're going to put on muscle. As long as you're consistent with it. But it could be also, just like Lance just said, it could be a situation where once you get your diet straight, everything else will start just taking care of itself.
Okay.
Because it's still your metabolism is still involved. I mean, you have things that you're doing outside of your body, but once you put food inside your body will determine what's the priority. And like Lance was saying, you get the breakfast in as the starting point, a healthy breakfast, and then you put nutrition in your body periodically through the day. That in itself will be enough to get you to lose weight.
And the thing is also that if you are saturated with nutrition from early all through the day, and you begin to back off as the evening comes, right? You don't have the urge to eat so much at night, because it's the eating so much at night that leaves you not hungry in the morning. In the morning time, ultimately, and everybody's different, but you should be hungry. Like, oh, I want to get up and get something to eat.
Right.
If you don't have that feeling, usually it's because we ate so much. I'm not saying you ate a lot, but you ate maybe a little more and a little heavier than you should have, because throughout the day, because I heard you when you said, well, you kind of fast and then you have a little vegetable or something, whatever. You're eating the light stuff that you should be focusing on in the evening.
Protein.
Yeah.
Especially at that time of day, you should be focusing on protein.
Right, because the carbohydrates, like when Brother Bowles was saying, like how he'll get up and have oatmeal on his training days, a little peanut butter in there, a little this, a little that. So it's geared toward the energy that you're going to need. Like, okay, the analogy would be like, okay, if you're going to drive from New York City to California, you don't put in a quarter tank of gas. You have a long run, you fill the tank up. And as it goes down, you stop and top it off again. Nobody goes from New York to California to drive and drives it out until it's empty and gets stuck on the road and has to fill it up again. As you top it up, you keep it topped up, right? Because if you're full with good food early in the day, you're not getting hungry too quick. But as soon as you start to get hungry, I'm not saying shove down food, but be aware that I need to put something down. As opposed to when you start getting hungry and you say, let me eat 2 apples or whatever it may be. Now you're good again. And it's not that many calories. But if you wait 4 or 5 hours till you're real hungry again, you're going to eat a whole lot. And remember, we can only digest food, so much food per session. So a lot of it's going to sit on you. You go to bed at night, it's sitting on you. The body dictates what's priority. You're laying there with the food in your stomach, and you get up in the morning time, you're not hungry because you got all this stuff inside of you. So yeah, it's the night eating that that really, or whatever your schedule is to say night. If you wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning, night feels different than the person who wakes up at 10 o'clock in the morning. But it's all determined on your schedule, your metabolism. But I didn't hear the part. Did you say you were like a little over 300 pounds?
Man, right. I'm between like 315 and 318. It's crazy, man. I think I got there. I used to lift a lot of weights not so long ago. Like, earlier this year, I was lifting a lot of heavy weights, low. So I was doing like low volume training. I was lifting heavy, but like, so heavy weights, low, low reps. And that that could put mass on. Someone say you want to get lean, you should focus more on just doing, body weight training, calisthenics, and high reps. But then again, I don't want to get weak. I want a little. So what I do, I cut back on the heavy weight training. I just do I do 3 sets of 1 to 3 reps on the heavy weights.
Right. Right.
Because I think lifting on heavy, doing shoulder presses, doing the bend over rows, even hitting the legs, it just put the mass on me. So when I eat is refilling the muscles. So it's like, it's like, and I'm not really fat. If I took a picture, if you looked at me, you'd be like, oh, you don't look fat. But it might just
Right.
be because of genetics and because of where my muscle bellies are, my muscle insertions are, it creates a heavier mass. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Right. Understood. You have a higher propensity to put on the mass naturally, and then now you're doing it to do so. But see, this is the thing: as we age, it's not really an age issue, but as we get older, what you are now is not what you were 10 years ago. And it doesn't mean that's a bad thing, because see, if you're 25, you're glad that you're not 15 anymore, right? So,
Yeah, that's
so
true.
the main
I'm
thing is
33.
that oh, you're 33?
I'm 33.
Oh, wow. That's a long time ago for me. I remember when I was 33.
Yeah.
I didn't need the arginine. Anyway,
Yeah, I still don't need it. I don't need that either, man. I'm good. I'm still good. I thought I'd be going
right,
down.
good.
Yo, no, I'm still standing strong, man.
That's a good thing. We got to make a campaign. Brothers, stand strong. That's right. But
Literally.
the thing is that it's relative. Because, okay, when I was competing, I was like in the 170s. When I sucked down in that picture to look like that, in that picture, I was 169 pounds. People say, man, you look like you were so huge. No, I wasn't, man. I was skinny. For me, I look good, but it's the illusion. People were thinking I was 250 pounds or something. I'm like, nah, I wasn't. So what I'm saying is that now, when I had malaria, well, I just had it. I'm getting over it now. And as we speak, I feel a lot stronger than when we first started the show 2 hours ago. My strength is coming back right away, quick. 5 years ago in 2019, after I came back from Ghana the first time, I had malaria. I was 240 pounds. Within a week, I was 214 pounds. 26 pounds in a week, right? Well, what does it have to do with what we're talking about? Well, when I lost that weight, and it wasn't a good way to lose weight, but one of the byproducts is what I saw, how my body looked. I was very muscular and low body fat at 214 pounds without training for years. Remember, the last time I was in the gym was 1985. That's a long time ago. But you never forget. So I'm like, wait a second. This is more grown man muscle, and this is what I'm supposed to be. I was a kid when I was training before. I lost all that weight just from a sickness, and at 214 pounds, I can see the striations in my legs. The intercostals are not the same way when I was training. And my muscles were flat, but I saw that I had more muscle. So I don't want you to focus on the number anymore, because your bottom line weight might be 235, 240. I mean, 235 or 220, whatever. But maintain your muscle. But you might not want to do the strength training like that with the low reps and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I would say get into a normal. See, because like we said, muscle in its resting state burns more calories in a person who's training as that couch potato that Brother Bowles was speaking about. So it's not all bad. So I would say maintain doing a bodybuilding routine, because the muscle is not going to hurt you naturally if you're not on any drugs or anything like that. But get into the other training also, like Brother Bowles said, and keep your water intake up. To lose weight, water makes a big difference. Try not to drink your calories as much. You can have something in the daytime, but if you have 3-4 meals where you're drinking something with calories in it, have one meal where you're drinking your calories. Eat your calories. That'll help you. That little shift right there helps you a whole lot. The sleep, if you're not getting as much sleep as you should, that can hinder you in losing weight also. So don't think of it as a one road thing. look at it as a multifaceted thing where you're attacking the issue in several different ways. When I was training, for me to get a certain look, it wasn't just that, well, I did bodybuilding and that's it. I cut out certain calories and that's it. I was bike riding, I was running, I was doing sparring in the gym, boxing and stuff like that. Use my body in different ways. So then I had a different look. I had a more athletic look. I had a different look than the blocky bodybuilder, which I could never be anyway because I'm the way I'm built. But a multifaceted approach. Get your sleep. You don't need arginine, but enjoy the festivities and drink a lot of water. Drink a lot of water and make sure that, like Brother Bowles was saying again, through the example of how he said he eats, fuel yourself up early in the day. Whatever type of good, wholesome, I won't say just strictly carbohydrates because you still have to have protein in that early meal, but not as much. So you're not going to get up in the morning time, I'm going to have steak for breakfast. That's almost like not eating anything at all.
Yeah, that's true.
So,
that's true.
You want to fuel up. You know, I don't care how much you armor all your tires. If there's no gas in the tank, you ain't going nowhere. So if you focus, and I wouldn't say a proportion, but if it's 80% complex carbohydrates, essential fats in there, wherever it comes from, a little butter or whatever, and 20%, 15-20%, because you're going to have the rest of the day to consume protein at regular intervals. And let that protein build up as the day goes by so that by the time the evening comes, when you don't need carbohydrates as much, and it's not a crime to have some little carbohydrates at night, let the focus go from in the morning time, the majority carbohydrates, a little bit of protein, increase the protein throughout the day, but then as afternoon, after your lunch, focus more on the protein. You can still have carbohydrate, but back away 4 or 5 hours before you go to bed, you know, where you're not going to have the majority. You're not going to have some pasta dinner, you know what I mean? With the sauce and all the stuff, and then go to bed. Yeah, you know?
Like, so you could just add to the last saying, like, again, you could still have a steak, like after 6 o'clock, you can have a steak and a salad.
Oh yeah.
And in the salad, you can put hard-boiled eggs, maybe some salmon or maybe some sardines and water, not so much from oil, but from water. And you can put that in your salad, and you might even want to have maybe a yogurt for dessert.
Yeah.
But no starchy carbs. No rice, no potatoes, no yams, no starchy carbs. You see?
Right.
Because that starchy carbs have you looking, you'll be laying in the bed thinking about your workout with your eyes open. Man, I got to do this. I got to. You want your brain to be moving where you should be resting. Because he's writing those carbs. Right. Because you need carbs. Whenever you lift weights, the main energy for weightlifting is carbohydrates. If you were out there doing a marathon, your main energy source is fat.
Right.
So after 6 o'clock, just say no starchy carbs. If you go to bed around 9, just say 10. No starchy carbs after 6 o'clock. Right. But like Lance said, you got to get the protein. Protein should hit your plate first. What is my protein source in my meals? Is it going to be beef, chicken, fish? What's going to be my main? That should be on your plate first. The first thing that hit that plate should be protein.
That's right. And to get even more into it, this is something, and I used to read so much, those Iron Man magazines, different things, and stuff that had nothing to do with bodybuilding, but just on the body. And even in the morning time, when you have those carbohydrates, the oatmeal, you know, so on and so on, and you have a little bit of protein in there, maybe like an egg or whatever. Eat first what travels faster. Eat first what digests easier. Think of your digestive tract as a single lane road where you can't go around and overtake and come back in. Do you want to put the slow pickup truck in front of you that's hardly going anywhere, but it's a whole beat up pickup truck, and you want to put the Lamborghini behind it? No. Let's slow the Lamborghini now. Let the Lamborghini go first so it can go where it's going. Let the pickup truck come behind you, meaning that eat them carbohydrates. It may not make that much of a big difference. So if you eat your proteins first and you have carbohydrates coming after, it doesn't digest as fast. And it's weird because naturally we mix around and eat across the board. You know, we take a bite of this, take a bite of that. I'm weird. I'll eat the carbohydrates first, get them out the way. And people look at me and say, you're a strange eater. You only ate one part of the plate. I'm like, yeah, well, I'm going to get to look this next part either. Now, that may be a bit of extreme, being an extremist, but that's what I do. And things digest a lot easier for me that way. And I'm guilty of not always doing that because I've been out of training in that mindset for a long time, but still, I'm still in that mindset to a point because when I get out of hand, I'll put on too much weight or when I start going back to my old practices. And people are like, are you still in, you work out? I'm like, no, I haven't done it in a while. But yeah, just attention to detail with these different things, just in how you do things, the sequence, and being aware, like Brother Bowles was saying, you know, no starchy proteins after a certain time, you know. Those little practices make a big difference. And just also think about the waste. Always think about, am I eliminating enough? That's another big thing. People don't pay that no mind because to most people that's a disgusting topic. But that's why I say keep the water going because a lot of times we don't have enough. Look, if you are dehydrated, and I'm not saying you are, but let's just take it to the extreme to prove a point. If you're dehydrated, you're not going to go to the bathroom as fast. Have you ever had a situation? I mean, we all have, so I don't even have to ask. Where you're out in the sun, you might have been playing ball or something, and you know you're thirsty, but you keep going, and you get dehydrated, and you feel like you have nothing in you. You feel like your stomach is empty, and as soon as you get home or wherever you're going to eat, you eat something. It may not even be much. You drink some liquid, some water, whatever, or some juice, or whatever, any liquid, right? And then when you go to the bathroom, in the next 15 minutes after you finish eating, it's not the food you just ate, but all of this food is coming. I was like, where did all this come from? I felt empty. That's because this was already in you, but it took that liquid, not even so much the food, but you're rehydrated. And it's like, okay, you freed up what was there. How much of us are walking around with fecal matter, with waste in us that we don't even realize? So to make room to keep things moving, just try to figure out your transit time and try to always figure, keep monitor on that. I mean, because some people, my transit time is 2 days. Well, brother, you messed up. You know what I mean?
3 days. That food,
exactly.
Lance, correct me if I'm wrong. When you eat a meal, that food should be out of your body within 24 hours.
Of course, exactly.
Transit time.
Yeah, and to decrease it, is the goal. And it's not going to be, well, I decreased my transit time is 10 minutes, and you're not digesting any food. You got diarrhea. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I have another question for y'all.
Yeah, sure.
Sorry, so both Brother Lance and Brother Bose. So what's your opinion on fasting? Is it healthy? Are there benefits to fasting? How long should you fast? Do you agree with fasting? What's your opinion on that?
You want me to go first? I think fasting is a good thing. Fasting is necessary. Actually, fasting helps increase the human growth hormones levels. You need fast because you need to remove those toxins from your body. Because remember, when we talk about food, consuming the chemicals on the food, and sometimes it's good to fast so you can detoxify your body, because all fasting is a detoxification. And if you notice, when you start fasting and you fast, I guess I don't want to say organized, but a proper way, not only will your body feel better, your mind becomes more clear. Your mind becomes sharper. So it's not just when fasting improves the mind, the body, and the spirit. If done
Yes,
properly,
indeed.
is what I'm saying.
Yes, indeed.
Don't be like these people, man. I haven't eaten in 40 days. No, that's not what we're talking about.
No, we don't want. Yeah,
No,
right,
that's
right,
crazy.
right,
No.
right. Yeah, you see, it's just like I have water tanks outside the home. Right, I catch rainwater, and sometimes we have water delivered because my borehole is not installed yet. We get the well water from under the ground, and that fits perfect. The visual way to think of it is that with the tanks, when the water goes down low, real low, there's all type of residue inside of it because the tanks are not sealed. You just buy them, you open it up at the top, and you run little things from the gutter because we don't use it to drink. It's just basic needs and stuff like that. So watering the plants and everything. And at the bottom there's this sludge. Not sludge per se, but it's like little things that fall in there when it's open, the insects, bugs, little lizards or whatever. And in the opening where you can let the water out is maybe like about 4 inches above the bottom. So that bottom stuff never comes out. So you're going to have to empty it all out, wash it out, and put it back again. That's the same thing with the human body. As we accumulate and we're eating food and we're gaining muscle and we're doing stuff, you got to let it all out. You got to have that time where you clean your whole system out. And like Brother Bowles was saying, it's a mental benefit also because if you notice, normally, like say you're not fasting, you're just eating, and a week goes by, you're eating, not stuff in your face, but just eating normal. The time you miss a meal or get to a meal late or find yourself hungry, notice how your thinking gets sharper. And it's not even a fast as far as like, I'm going to fast for the day or whatever. Your mental capabilities seem to get sharper, right? Because you don't have all that food inside of you. I'm not saying food is bad, but it's a draining of the system and your head gets stronger. Your mind gets sharper. And I can understand even out in nature, you need that to be sharper, to get more food, to hunt more, to be able to say, hey, there's a tree up there, and climb and get those fruits off of that day. So it's very important to do that because you can tell people who don't practice fasting. But as you get older, you accumulate whatever you do, whatever you are, shows up when you get older. You see what I mean? I mean,
Right.
that goes to everything across the board, right? If you see an old lesbian, 75 years old, walking down the street by herself, you don't see that little old lady. It's like that lady, she got a mark on her. Whatever you do, mentally, physically, or spiritually, there's a mark on you from your practices, good and bad. If you a druggie all your life and you get invited to a college reunion and everybody else is clean and living good, and you try to throw yourself up there like, oh, she don't look the same. Something wrong with her. It's like she's a druggie. So the same thing with the fasting. It not only that, but it keeps you sharp mentally. Your skin, is kept right because you got whatever little things in your system out of you. Because you need to have that out of you so you can do your maintenance. It's just like with the brain. I was reading the National Geographic magazine, and they were saying how the brain is, right? How you have to get, and this is kind of unrelated, but it kind of helps also, that if you don't get enough sleep, your brain doesn't get a chance to cleanse itself all the way, right? Okay, let me see. Did somebody fall off here? No. Brother Bowles, you still there?
I'm right here.
Okay, cool. Wise man, you still there?
Yes, here.
Good. There's a little sound that I hear that when somebody pops in, like they fell off and popped back in, but nobody did. So that's funny. Just hearing noises. That imagine your brain being like one big Walmart, one big Target, and aisles that you walk down to buy the products. They're there, right? In the daytime, this doesn't make sense, but it makes sense. Push all those aisles together. Well, you can't go shopping, right? But this is to prove a point. That's your brain in the daytime. Everything's connected. Everything has to, work and shoot information here and there. But at nighttime, those aisles that are touching, those shells that are touching, open up. And there are certain fluids that shoot down in the aisles to clean it out, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's how your brain gets cleansed out and clean every day or every time you get to REM sleep. But you have to get to rapid eye movement sleep.
Mm-hmm.
So now, for those people who don't get to rapid eye movement sleep, they don't have the opportunity for their brain to clean itself out.
Mm-hmm.
You have to have that. So you can't get to rapid eye movement sleep in 2 hours or 3 hours. Usually what they say, like 4 or 5 hours.
Mm-hmm.
So those of us who live in urban environments where there's noise and fire trucks going by, people playing music, police sirens, ambulance, gunshots, you might never get there. Even if you sleep for 8 hours, it may not be deep enough to get to REM sleep. So your brain doesn't get cleansed. So all these basic things that we do or have forgotten to do, the good sleep, right? That's normalized now. Oh, I haven't slept in good in weeks or months. The eating, not knowing how to eat properly, all these things are catching up to us and giving us ailments that shouldn't be. And now many are taking pills and taking medications. If we only get back to the basic things we need, the sleep, the proper nutrition, just having a full life so that mentally you're not off, So all these things are very, very important. But yeah, the sleep will help you lose weight. The water, try to get in maybe a gallon a day. I can't say, well, you're a big guy, so that could be easy for you, but it may not be easy at first. Get a gallon container, keep it with you. Sip, 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 sip. Of course, you're going to be running to the bathroom a lot. So whatever job you do, wherever you are, you got to take that into consideration. I mean, if you're working somewhere and you're way up in a tower in a prison overlooking the perimeter, you better have a big cup up there or something. You know what I mean? You can't leave that position too fast, So work on that. Work on those things. And it'll help out a whole lot.
And I just wanted to add, Lance, also because Lance and I, we've never seen you before. And like, if we saw you in the gym,
right,
and you may have the idea that, hey man, I'm too this or too that, but we'll see you and say, no, brother, you perfectly fine.
Right.
Okay, maybe you got to kind of take care of this and take care of that. But ultimately, I say, brother, you got a good looking physique.
Right.
Like Lance talked about, instead of doing all the heavy, one set, heavy, maybe focus on 8 to 12 reps per exercise. And if you can do more than 12 reps, the weight is too light. And if you can do less than 8, the weight is too heavy. So if you keep like a rep range like that and train like that and say, okay, next week I'll go up in weight. I can do more than 12 reps. The same exercise, I'll just go up in weight and just do it like that. So you're getting the reps in, but at the same time, you're training the muscle. It's not a powerlifting workout. It's more of a you're trying to build a size and some degree of strength, but it's not powerlifting. You see,
right? In that type of workout, you don't have to worry if it's to blame for the weight you are. And it's just what Brother Bose said was correct. If we saw you, what you may see in yourself, we may see something different. You might have low body fat, you have muscle, and it may not be for you to be under 240 or 230 at this point in your life. It may not be. Like I always wanted to be over 200 pounds when I was younger and competing. Now I don't even think I'll ever see under 200 pounds again. You know what I mean?
It happens. It happens.
Exactly. I had malaria, man, and lost all that weight, and I was sliced. And I'm like, man, that told me something. If I start training, I'm never going to be under this body weight. Like right now, I might be like 225 or 220, 225, maybe 220. And I feel good. I'm gonna come down more, but don't focus on the number. Because if you have muscle, see, he's not on drugs. I'm assuming you're not on drugs or any kind of steroids or anything like that. And don't worry about the muscle. You're not going to put on more than what naturally you can handle. See, the drug guys can go up, up, up. When you're training naturally, once you hit kind of a limit,
Mm-hmm.
your muscle after that becomes more dense, more dense, more dense, more powerful,
Mm-hmm.
more mature, muscle maturity. See, so understand that when you're training naturally. See, some people used to say back in the day, well, if I add a pound on to every lift that I do every week, you know, or decrease the rest between each set, or, you know, increase the ways, different ways of increasing intensity. You look, if you can put on 10 pounds of muscle, that's what they say, the limit. But if you can put on 5 pounds of muscle, right? And you've been training for 25 years. So that means you put on 125 pounds of muscle. Impossible as a natural bodybuilder.
Right.
You know what I mean? So don't worry about that being the culprit and being heavy. I think it's more dietary in the fact that, yeah, do the bodybuilding workouts. I don't think that's going to be a crime for you, like to do with the 8 to 12 rep range and stuff like that. But it's the other things physically that you do and adjusting how you eat and the placement of your meals, what it consists of. That's what I really think. And then you got to look at your bloodline. Look at your family members, brother. See how they're built, especially if they're not training. You know, elders in your family, brothers, sisters, whatever it may be, that, you know, say, for example, you have brothers or sisters from the same parents, or even if they're not from the same parents, but just look and see. They're untrained, but look at it, because I forgot what bodybuilder it was, but they were saying how that particular, this was back in the 80s, that particular bodybuilder's mother was like a bodybuilder herself. You know what I mean? So he had it in his genetics to be a certain way. And so I look at my own parents to see the similarities in their physique and what I got from each one. And then that might not tell you everything, because the genetic thing could jump generations. You could be dealing with great-grandparents and grandparents, maybe that didn't live long enough for you to know them, but you could tell. You know, so this thing, it's a lot of variables. But I don't think bodybuilding workouts are going to hurt you. I would say maintain the muscle, because in a resting state, that's going to help you. But the eating, man, just the placement of your meals and what it consists of is going to make a big change for you.
Yeah, true. Very true.
Okay. I think Wise Man fell off. Okay, yeah, he fell off. Yeah, he's back on again. Yeah, I'm sorry, brother. I don't know. The line keeps cutting, and that's why I got to keep checking. Yeah, we can hear you now. Talk to us, brother. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Wait, I had a question, man. That's interesting. They said the max naturally you could put on muscle is 10 pounds. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Off. Shit. Yeah, I'm back. I see them knock my own self off.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Did you hear what I said?
About the 10 pounds of muscle?
Yeah, well, yeah. So they said that's the limit. That's the max. That's the limit. Naturally, it's 10 pounds of muscle.
Well, see, in the days of steroids, that may be a thing of the past. But I know what they meant when they said that naturally. But everybody's different. It might be 3 or 4 for one person and 10, 15 for another person. There are other variables with that. I think it would be easy to put on 10 pounds of muscle a year if you're not worried about restricting calories, or, you know, because you're going into a competition. If you're just a guy, like you got guys that go to the gym and train, and they train, they're never competing. They were never ripped up. Well, let me see here. I think Brother Bowles fell off.
Yeah, I think he.
Yeah. Wow. He did too. Brother Wise fell off too. I'm here. Okay, here he is. This Brother Bowles, let me add him in. Yeah. Brother Bowles, you fell off. Now, Brother Wise fell off. Wise man fell off too. I gotta wait for him to come back. But I'm gonna answer the question. Let me know if you can hear me, brother.
Yeah, I got you, brother.
Okay. I don't know what's going on, man. This thing is knocking everybody off.
It's the smoke and mirrors crowd. They say you're giving them you're giving them too much information. Like you said, like brother, because sometimes, you know, I was talking to my son one day and I was asking him about, when we talking about training, you know, because I used to take him to the gym with me, but he never liked to go.
Right.
So, you know, one day he said, "Dad, I want to go to the gym with you." And I'm saying maybe he just put me on. You know, he's about maybe like 16 or something like that. I'm like, "No," I said, "He put me on. He don't want to train." And he's like, I was like, "You sure?" He said, "Yeah, I want to go." I said, "Yeah, all right, whatever, you know." So we working out. I'm showing him how to do a bench press and all this. And I'm noticing like he makes, you know, he's doing the pressing, and then I say something, and then he corrects it. You know, he correcting his movement. So after a couple of exercises, I'm like, man, this kid, like, he's serious. Now, man, he's addicted. That was like, man, 4 or 5 years ago. Now he's addicted, man.
Wow.
He's like the kid. He's 6 feet. He's 6 feet, you know, and he's addicted to it, man. He's like, man, it's addiction. And he walks around with his chest all up and all this stuff. And just like the young brother, the brother may say, we'll see him at the gym. He may have this idea of him still being a skinny kid. But we'll see him say, "No, brother, man." I said, "Man, how old are you?" 33 with a build like that.
Right.
Say, "Man, whatever you're doing, keep doing it, man. Whatever's working for you, do it." But sometimes, you know, it's like the self-perception that people have of themselves.
And that's most people, whatever they are, whatever they've become, they still see that I mean, maybe not as extreme. Some will see how far they came, but there's some who don't see it at all. I've known guys who are drugged up and everything and maxed out and everything, and they don't say, "Well, you know, I see myself as being skinny," but you can tell. Because those are the most insecure guys that are very impressionable to a negative comment, you know. And they'll come back to another person, "Hey, man, what do you, they said my arms are getting smaller. You think my arms are getting smaller?" They got 20-inch arms. Like, wait a second. I can take a tape measure. It didn't change, you know.
Right.
Brother Wise, man, you're back in. You fell off, brother.
Yeah, I'm back. You hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, something's really bad with someone's going on with the StreamYard. Anyway, thank you for answering my question. I'm gonna try to apply what you told me.
The eating, the carbohydrates. We're not talking about a piece of cake in the morning time. We're talking about something wholesome, complex. You know, because we know fruit is good for you, and it's good to eat in the morning time. But you want to have something that will sustain and maintain your blood sugar level throughout that time to the next meal, your lunchtime or whatever. And there's no crime between. There's no crime eating what you want, as far as like, it doesn't have to be, I have to wait until lunchtime. Because like I said, we got to treat ourselves like we're diabetic. To not be a diabetic, you got to treat yourself like a diabetic, even before you're diabetic. Don't let yourself get too hungry, and don't let yourself get too full. See? And then your body will start to talk to you and let you know what the right amounts are, and then you'll be able to go by feeling and gauge it. When you're eating the carbohydrates and the heavier things at night, your body has no choice but to deal with, you know, digesting this food all night long while you sleep. And when you get up in the morning time, it's basically say, "Hey, you worked me all night. I'm not gonna let you get hungry." You know what I mean? So you really got to wake up with some hunger in the morning time when you wake up. You know, and by dealing with that night meal, that'll make the change. And it probably won't change overnight. Don't expect it where I cut back and I did what they said, but I'm still not really hungry in the morning time, because our system is saturated a certain way. So give it a couple days, you know. Give it a couple days.
And also, I was just going to add 2 things. don't be afraid to take vitamins with your
Yes.
food. Don't be afraid to do that. If you may not be sure about what vitamin to take, I would say go to somewhere like Vitamin Shop or something like that, where you deal with people who produce vitamins, like versus maybe going to Walmart. Like Walmart, you got to really sift through some of the products that they have on the shelf to know like the brand names. But if you're not sure, go to somewhere like Vitamin Shop and talk with people, like a company that produces vitamins, not like Walgreens or like CVS or these Costco and these places. Stay out of them places. You know, stay out of them, but for sure, like, because they're not specializing in vitamins. I mean, you walk in the other aisle over there and they got a WD-40.
You're right.
You're right. You walk.
Here
got WD-40 over there.
Here's my question on that. Here's my question on that, Brother Bose. I was taking vitamins, right? I stopped taking them because when I was taking, what was I taking? One man daily pill, the 1 man daily pill. I was taking that, right, the sports version, where it was like for the, like, energy. I started getting kind of like woozy. I started getting kind of like that sickness in my stomach.
Okay, what were you eating with it though? You can be honest with us.
I wasn't eating. You know what, man? I was taking vitamins. I was taking it on an empty stomach, man.
You can tell us. We know, brother. Believe me. If you put Lance and our age together, it's over 100. I'm gonna tell you already. If you put our ages together, it's over 100 years old. So you can tell us, brother. Don't, if you said, man, hey, brother, I was having an apple or I was eating a piece of fruit or something, because you already told us what you were eating and what you weren't eating.
I wasn't okay when I was like eating vitamins. It was like, okay, I know on the back it says, instructions. We recommend you eat this with a meal. A lot of times I was eating with a meal. I was just eating it by itself. Because I asked the doctor before. I said, "Can I just take the pills kind of like on an empty stomach?" And said, "Yeah, you can do that." And I was like, oh, "Okay," because at one point in time I didn't like eating breakfast. I didn't like eating breakfast.
What kind of doctor was that?
No, don't ever listen to no doctor, a medical doctor, about nutrition. That's the last person. You get more information from the mailman. A doctor would be the last person I would get some information on nutrition. Doctors know, most doctors, the little that they get in nutrition in medical school is small compared to medicine. Doctors know medicine. If you were working on top of a building, a 3-story building, and you fell off the building and you had to be rushed to emergency room, that doctor is your best friend when it comes to emergency medicine. But when it comes to nutrition, brother, I wouldn't take their word for. You couldn't pay me to take their word, because remember. We just said earlier, you got macro and micronutrients. That's why when you have fats, proteins, and carbohydrates, you have to take them with your micronutrients, which is vitamins, because they work synergistically. They work together. If you take a vitamin, the first thing when them B vitamins hit in your stomach is looking for something to metabolize. That's why you're feeling woozy. Because when they hit, because water, those B vitamins, they're looking to metabolize. They help you metabolize your food. So they get down there and then your blood sugar levels are all over the place. So I'm no disrespect to MDs, but I would, they'd be the last people I take their word for some supplements.
So you recommend I eat it? So you recommend I eat like some oatmeal with some bananas, and then I need a protein as well. So you suggest to put like some whey protein, some peanut butter in my oatmeal. I do like oatmeal, but I haven't ate oatmeal in years for some reason. But you recommend I eat like an oatmeal in the morning with some peanut butter, or like some protein with a banana?
I mean, you can. I mean, stay away from those sugary packs like the maple syrup oatmeal or the blueberry apple cinnamon. Stay away from that stuff. Yeah. See, like Lance said, he talked about that aisle and he put it together. He said it so beautifully. You want something that you can eat that's easy to go into your body. And the thing about the oats, you got to remember there's water present in that with the oats. When you have the oatmeal, there's water that's present. So that makes it easy to be digested. You don't want to have a steak and potatoes with breakfast. That's too much for your stomach to digest. That's something you would have after training. But the oatmeal, I think, is one of the best foods to eat, breakfast foods, because it's a complex carbohydrate, but yet it's not very starchy. It's not a very starchy carb, you see. And then, like you said, the peanut butter has a little fat. There's a little fat there. Some people may say about the hydrogenated oils, which is that's in and of itself debatable. You can have almond butter if you don't like to have the regular peanut butter. The dates or raisins, that's a good natural, not a high glycemic carbohydrate. See, everything here is not high glycemic carbs. Even the banana, if you want to throw a banana in there. The whey protein, it's a little bit of protein in there, but it's also there, you got some fat in the protein too, maybe a little carbohydrates in there, some carbs, but you're not eating, and you got the juice like milk or pineapple juice or orange juice. This is not a high glycemic carbohydrate meal. It's something
for the sake of those
slow
who don't
in digesting carbs.
Brother Bowles, explain to the listeners what high glycemic, low glycemic is. Man, I know what it is, but maybe other people don't know.
A high glycemic, well, you have something, carbohydrates, you have what's called simple and complex sugars. In other words, this is a chemistry aspect with the structure molecule of carbohydrates. In other words, it's a type of carbohydrate. The faster you consume it, the faster it converts over to glucose. That's the only thing that carbs do. Whether they're simple, whether they're table sugar, which is a high glycemic carbohydrate, or whether it's a banana, which is more moderate, low glycemic, it's the rate in which the body converts it over to glucose. Because that's all you're doing. You're consuming a carbohydrate and your body is converted into glucose and stores it inside the cell. So it's the rapid fire rate in which that it becomes glucose. And some, you'll have it and you get a spike, like what's called insulin. You get a spike of insulin because you need insulin to help the glucose get into the cell. That's why you see people with diabetics. They have to take insulin shot because they need the insulin to absorb the glucose into the cell. So you don't want the dangers of having insulin spikes when you have these high glycemic carbohydrates. So you have because when you take carbohydrates, and this goes back to something Lance was saying a few minutes ago. I don't know if he caught this. Whenever you take carbohydrates, when you take something with fat or protein with it, you slow it down as a carbohydrate. It don't mean it's not going to still get into the glucose, not going to get into the muscle, but you slow it down a little bit. So you slowed it down. Even though we didn't discuss high glycemic carbs in the breakfast, but that fat and the protein will at least slow it down a little bit as a carbohydrate going into the blood so that you can maintain proper energy levels. You see, you don't want that insulin spike. You don't want that shoot up and then shoot down. And then you're like, man, I feel like I'm zapped. My energy has been zapped, because you don't want those insulin spikes like that. So the carbohydrate, again, I think one of the best breakfast foods to eat before you train is oatmeal. It's one of the best foods because it's not really a high glycemic carbohydrate.
That's right.
It's not a high, and it's not a starchy carb like potatoes or nothing like that.
What oats do you recommend? I know you say, zero sugar. Do you recommend the steel oats? Because you don't want
I just say regular oats. Right? I just say regular oats. The truth is, brother, oats is oats. Here come the gurus. The oats is oats, but I usually buy the oats that are already I don't buy the steel cut, but just the regular oats that's already been broken down a little bit.
Right.
The ones that are kind of like more like because they're easy to cook. They're much easier to cook. But oats
I don't like the steel cut.
Rolled oats is rolled oats. Yeah.
Yeah, just like creatine is creatine.
Yeah, just so like the ones that stuff in the package too, right? Not the one in the container. I'm talking about the package. Those are okay as well, right? Because oats are oats, right?
No, stay away from them. Leave them alone. Stay away from them. Those are that's where you're gonna have your insulin spikes at, because it's got table sugar in it.
Flavors in there and everything. Yeah.
I know what you're talking about. Quaker oats, the one in little, like in the bottle. I know what you're talking about. Not I know you're talking about. I know you're talking about.
And what you could do too to kind of like control your portions, I use like sometimes a 1/3 or a 1/2 cup scoop, and I'll just scoop it out like that, and just by like that, a scoop, so you can portion control. So you don't want to be like, okay, you know, if you don't want to use a tablespoon, just use one of those scoops, like those measuring scoops, like maybe 1/2 cup, 1/3 cup, like that, and just go off the label. If it says okay, this 1/2 cup serving, then just get the 1/2 cup serving. Whatever it says on the label, just go out. You found in Walmart these little 1/2 cup. You see chefs using them to weigh out food and stuff like that, and just use that as a scoop and just scoop it out, and then you just cook it however you feel best. You can cook it in a stove. Some people use microwave. It depends on you. Some people just pour hot water and put it in a bowl, pour hot water, set a top on it, and just let it sit for maybe like 3 minutes or 5 minutes, whatever. You just need the water is what you need. It just depends on the individual. But no, the packs, stay away from that stuff. Stay away from that.
Anything processed away from its original natural form. I mean, yeah, like the original Quaker oats in the big tube, the tubular tube, you know, the cardboard package, the original ones. Okay, that's cool. But these little small packets and made to be fancy and blueberry and strawberry and all this extra sugar in it. Now they're prostituting a natural product and getting you hooked on something with all these extra ingredients in it, defeating the purpose, you know. And then people will hear, oh, oatmeal and oats are a great thing. And they say, well, yeah, obviously the kind of strawberry flavor. You just added a little bit of the flavor. It's no good. It's no good. I mean, you do your own natural thing. You can throw your own blueberries in there, your own raspberries and the strawberries in there. If you want to put a little honey in there, which is still good for you, but it's high glycemic. But if you have it mixed in or whatever, just a little bit of something like that, then you're good. But letting them do it for you, they'll kill you for a profit. You get diabetic, you'll be the one paying for the medication, and they ain't gonna help you then. Yeah, you'll be walking out of there. They be looking like, I came in here, I was okay. And you walking out, and you're in a wheelchair. Right.
It's like going into a restaurant. You went in walking, then you come out in a wheelchair. Come out on crutches because of what they feed you.
Wise man fell off. Wise man, come on in. I'm looking for you. He fell off again. I'm looking for you, wise man.
You know, I would be remorse, Lance, if we didn't do something to help women. Most women think if they train, the misconception is I'll have a body like a man, and that's not true.
Right. No,
that's not true.
It's not. See, they don't understand that they see these women that are on drugs, right? And then when you see put it this way, the most muscular they'll look if they train naturally, it at the extreme will be like these female track stars. And maybe some of them might be a little something too, and you won't even look like that. What you got to understand is that muscle is what gives you the shape.
That's true.
But see, many don't think that because they have a natural level of body fat, but it's the muscle under it that lets the body fat stay formed a certain way. You say, wow, you know, women ain't all fat. They got the muscle. Now, the older you get, it's more important to maintain that muscle, because if you're training from young, you'll maintain your shape longer as you go into older age, right?
That's true.
But if you don't have that muscle, your body's going to look all kind of ways. So you don't have to be afraid of getting older. So I would say for the women, I'm not saying advocating going into powerlifting. I mean, that's just a personal thing, whatever. But you do bodybuilding, that's one of the best things you can do. And especially if you're not into competing. All that stuff for women, I can't tell you what not to do, what to do. But that's taking it to another level. You can get caught up into other things also. Train, eat good, healthy food, bodybuilding food and everything like that. Live a normal life after that. Train and eat your good food, live your life, work, do whatever it is that you do. You'll be glad that you did. But that's the biggest fallacy. Oh, I don't want to look like, I see these women look like men. They look like men in their faces because they're on drugs.
That's right.
And the thing is with the drugs, which is no good for either sex, but you really get punished as a woman when you do drugs, is because there are things that you can't get rid of after that. When your voice gets deep, you can't make your voice like go back to the feminine way it sounded. Your clitoris gets enlarged and longer. And it stays that way. Stays that way. Like a daggone finger hanging. Right? And then you mess up your cycle. Sometimes you have periods, sometimes you won't when you're on these drugs. And all the extra testosterone. So it's a lot of things that go on with that. But as a natural training woman, I would suggest go all out. I'm not saying go in there and train all these hours a day, but a good bodybuilding workout, focus on all the body parts, not just. And another thing, this goes with anybody, but most men don't do this. A lot of women do this. Well, I'm coming to the gym because my hips are too big and I want to get my hips down. You got to train your whole body. Yeah, you can affect certain body parts a certain way. When you train your whole body, the overall effect on your overall body is so much better. Like they said years ago, and I heard this, I can't remember, I think Bill Pearl said this, but a guy walked into the gym and said, hey man, I want to get nice arms like you. And Bill Pearl said, well, listen, you know, you will improve everything. I'm not interested in doing everything. I just want to get nice arms like you. And so Bill Pearl told him, if you want to get really muscular arms and they grow, train your legs as hard as you can. The guy didn't know what he was saying.
Yeah, the after effect.
When you train your legs, that affects the whole metabolism, the whole body more than you training any other body part because it's the biggest, strongest muscles in the body. Now, yeah, you got to train your arms, but he's basically saying you just can't isolate the body. That the body works together. All the systems. See, people think, oh, just muscle. Take this powder and this is gonna make my muscles big and lift weights and that's it. You gotta learn how to keep your nervous system proper. You gotta get the rest. You gotta think good thoughts. You gotta be in a good mood. Yeah, we gotta train and eat good and all that stuff, but it's all the other things involved because it's all the systems of the body that are helping you to build that muscle and only in excess after everything is taken care of. When you eat food and your brain needs more energy, it's going to that brain. It's going to your heart, your lungs, all the other things. It's got to take care of that first. See, you putting stuff down thinking muscle, muscle, muscle. Well, most of the stuff that you're putting down in the bodybuilding sense is going to the rest of your body first. And then, so that's why you got to keep yourself saturated. But for women, eat good. Just the same way we're talking here, you can eat a good bodybuilding diet. If you have someone on the weekend that's not so good, it's fine. Don't worry about your body fat will basically take care of itself when you have a good, lean bodybuilding diet and you train. That's true. Right? Yeah, yeah. Your body fat from where go ahead.
No, you just hit on a point that I underestimated, and that with women, like this, to clear up this misconception, a woman training on weights, again, is not going to look like a man. She's going to become more shapely. The strength training, because I got in a lot of trouble with this with women in the past when I was training females. I would say we're gonna build up that muscle, and she said, "I'm not here to build up. I'm here to tone." But when she thinks about the word "build up," I'm not saying build up. Her understanding of building the body up means looking like a man. But when I'm saying build up, I had to kind of explain this to them. You're not going to look like a man. I don't care how hard you come in here and train. You're going to become more. When I say build, I'm saying shapely. We're going to put more shape. But to go back to what you just said, because of the fat of women storing more fat, particularly in their lower bodies than men, they are still going to have that nice looking thighs, hamstrings, calves that a lady had because the fat presence is there.
Yeah.
Compared to being like a man, where a man has muscle. He has muscle, you know, like he's working his lower body, like Tom Platz. Platz had great looking lower body for his legs, but he'll never have, he can train his lower body so hard, it'll never look like a woman because the fat to muscle ratio is not there.
Right.
So women are going to always have nice little plump backsides, bubble butts and all that, even though they're training, because the fat is present. That's right. You know, Arnold said if it jiggles, it's fat. So, you know, the women don't have nothing to worry about. They have nothing to worry about. They're going to be more toned. I guess that's what I'm saying, because the muscle to fat ratio is there in the lower body compared to a man.
Exactly. Wise man, you back in.
Yeah, I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm back in.
One more thing, Lance. Women have often asked me, can they get rid of cellulite? Because this is something that comes up with the ladies, the whole issue of cellulite. From my research, you can minimize it, but you can never fully get rid of it, because women tend to carry more lower body fat than men do. So cellular, you can minimize it, but you can never fully get rid of it, because the fat sits between the muscle and the skin.
Right.
And women, we tend to carry more fat in our upper bodies, and women carry more fat in their lower body. That's why men, every time like we get over 40, 50, everything we eat goes straight to our stomach.
That's true.
It's like, man,
the
first place you get it is the last place you lose it.
Exactly. And the sad part about it is I see dudes now in their early 20s walking around like that. With gyno, and you know, it's like, wait a second, this is the wrong food. Processed stuff with hormones in it and everything.
And yes, ladies, you all can take supplements too. You can take supplements. You can take pre-workout. You can take whey protein. I would even suggest women, if they take a protein supplement, add some collagen in it.
Yeah.
Men can take it too, but it's easier. It's just that I take a nice whey protein supplement after working. It's just an easier way to put a little extra with powder milk, to put a little bit of extra carbs and proteins for protein muscle synthesis to start the rebuilding process, the recovery process. Women can do the same thing. It's not going to hurt them. So ladies, don't be afraid. And another thing, Lance, you ever seen these women that come in the gym and they get on the stepper? They get on the stepper and they do that, and then they go maybe get on a couple of machines and do something, and they get back on the stepper again. I say, ladies, when you do it once, you don't have to do it again.
Right. That's right.
Yeah. So
plus, I mean, the stepper is okay, but controlling how you eat is better, because a lot of the novice female trainers feel that, well, I'll do the stepper. Of course, it's challenging if it has different settings on it. But because it's a leg, a thigh, and butt thing, they gravitate toward that. They feel the tension from,
of course,
you know, and they think that, okay, but that might be just a temporary pump. It's not just the same as doing squats or whatever. The muscle, you got to get the muscle, and the step is not a muscle building thing. Although you're working yourself and you might feel sore, but the permanent effect is not going to be there.
No, there's no resistance. Even if you jog, even if you sped up the stairs, and actually that could be dangerous because you could fall off the machine. You know, it's there's no. I mean, it looks cute. You know, like you in the gym and you going, you know, you walking around. You see this young lady on this, and she got nice apple bottom shape. I mean, for her, it's an attention getter for the females. It's definitely, and the women, they get up there, they can scope out who's in the gym, who's here today. You know, they at the highest point in the gym. They can see everything practically. But in terms of training, it's not. It's good to break a sweat. It's cardio, but that's about all it is. You know,
That's right.
It's not something you would get a female training in the gym. She would get more out of it. You seen like they got these, Lance, you seen it's like the elliptical, but it's like the what do you call it? It's like a you don't use your legs, you don't use your hands, so you can increase your stride going up and down. What do you call those machines? You see, it's really big with the ladies. You hold the handles. What do you call that machine? No, you stand up. You stand up, but you stand up, but you going. Your legs are going up and down like your stepper. You could call it a stepper. I guess they call them steppers. And you can increase your stride, or you can shorten your stride. It's real popular with the ladies. The ladies love that machine. You're going up and down with your legs. You would get more out of that because you can adjust the resistance and you can also adjust the stride than doing the stairs climber thing.
True.
Because at least with that stepper, you can adjust the resistance.
And again, with the women, muscle is where it's at. Muscle. Yeah. You know, if you're going to come to the gym and just do a step or just those things, it's better than nothing. But I'm not saying you can't use it, but get in the gym warm and get your muscle building exercises done first. Because, you know, you're going to burn the glycogen in your muscles doing everything else. By the time it's time to really work out, you're weakened, a little more depleted. You see what I mean? Yeah. 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 But they're so turned up to it, you know? Yeah. Well, you know, you got these gurus and they tell women, they get on Instagram and these social media and they do these exercises and the women think, oh, that's the secret. You remember you see these women used to do these squat exercise with the bands and they go from left to right, side to side. Yeah. Now look at this. Always a secret. Yeah, and they think, and people say, and the girl might already have a nice size, you know, glutimus maximus to begin with, and some women will see that and they think, oh, that's the secret to getting a butt like that, and in reality, no, that's just an exercise she's doing. You would if you want to increase your ladies, your glutimus maximus, you would be better doing maybe some kind of glute kickback and the you know the machine where you sit and you spread your legs out. You got the pads on the outer part of your legs. The glute when you work your glutimus minimus and glutimus medimus. Yeah, the abductors. Yeah. You would get more out of that. Ladies, you will get more out of that using that machine and doing the glute kickback. That's pretty much all you need. Those two exercises. Wow. Those basic two exercises. That's all you need. You know, all this other, the Brazilian, remember that guy that came out with the Brazilian dance, the butt, the Brazilian guy, he was doing all that when PX90 and all that stuff around that time when that was just popping up. And I'm looking at this, I said, dude, this is nothing but dancing. You can't build your butt up by dancing. But you got to come with a gimmick. I wouldn't be surprised if that dude was a millionaire, man. The Brazilian butt workout, the Brazilian butt lift, and all this stuff. And I'm like, you can't build your butt dancing. If that was the case, everybody would have a big butt. Doing these salsa, merengue type dances, the muscle has to resist something. If you want the muscle to become more shapely, ladies, the muscle has to resist something. There has to be resistance. And as we get older, we need to build our strength up. Yes, true. Very true. Very true. That's true. That's true. Very true. And it's got to be a holistic. Not like this guy who say, I just want to build my arms. You got to train everything. Right. Hamstrings, quadriceps, calves, your hips, your lower back. You got to balance everything out. Absolutely. When you're trying to build a high class physique, whether you compete or not, you want to develop your body in a way where people see it and like, wow, but they can't figure out like what body part is. But you shouldn't be able to spot any body part sticking out more what it
Right.
should
Right.
be. Meaning that when you see a
Right.
person who is perfectly balanced and symmetrical, you
Hmm.
can't tell what is the first and foremost thing on their body that you notice. I mean, you may
Hmm.
notice something first, but I'm just saying
Hmm.
overall, you know,
Hmm.
a person can't figure it out. What's the
Hmm.
best on you? What then you want?
Hmm.
It pushes up a bit.
Hmm. You know, Lance, I saw this YouTuber, this female.
Mhm.
She had on some jeans, and she had nice looking tight jeans. She had nice quads, nice calves. But when she turned
Mhm.
around, she had no butt. Her butt was like disappeared. And
Trying
I
to get
don't know if
away.
she worked out, but she would be the kind of person I would say, okay, squats and leg press are good, but they're primarily
Right.
quadricep exercises.
Yes.
You want, if you want to have a bigger butt, ladies, you have to train the butt in isolation, and
Yeah.
also you have to train it minus the lower back and minus the hamstrings.
Be
Meaning,
involved.
you the less muscles involved with that glute exercise, the more you're going to develop the glute. Because sometimes, I know I mentioned the kickbacks, because sometimes you got to use what you have, but the kickback machine, the one that you stand up and you put your leg back and you kick back, you hold that,
Yeah.
you lean against it forward and you hold the two handles, and then that's a good movement. But the only downside to it is it brings in the quadricep. You want to have an exercise, yeah, where you work each leg individually, but you work the glute separately without lower back. And that young lady, if I was to train her, I would I would probably give her 2 days a week lower body. The first part of the week will be quads, hamstrings, and calves, and then we'll throw in maybe a upper body day where she does some basic upper body work like pull downs, chest presses, a biceps, triceps, just basic. And then at the end of the week, I would have her work more like the inner thigh, her outer hips, and her glutes. I would do it like that because women, again, you're only going to get so much out of them with upper body exercises.
Right.
They're not going to go in there and bench press 225 and all that. But you can still, like you said, like Bill Pearl said, if you train the lower body tough enough, it will, the after effect will have some effect on the upper body.
Right. And everything affects everything to a
Right.
smaller degree or to a larger degree. I just want to say, Giant Game, your line is open and you're in if you want to come and say something or join in. Everybody's line is open.
Please.
Yes. How's everyone?
Oh, everybody's
Fine.
good.
How are you?
Good to hear you.
Good, good. So I have a question, and I'm glad you hit on women. I have been all my adult life. I'm over 50 years old. All my adult life, I've been over 200 pounds. I've been an obese person all my adult life. I was born a fat baby. And so I have started working out on a regular basis, and I have lost 78 pounds.
Oh,
This
outstanding.
is the first time in my
Congratulations.
adult life
Mm-hmm.
that I've ever been under 200 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
That's a win-win for me. But because I took sick before I started working out, I took sick as a diabetic and almost went into a diabetic coma. I lost so much weight even then, and I was still over 200 pounds. But it has caused me to have no muscle definition. Like it's just to climb up my stairs that I have been climbing up for over 10 years became exhausting, extremely exhausting. And so now I'm just trying to figure out because my doctors are not working with me, and like you said, I wouldn't trust them for any of this type of information because they have led me down a wrong path, caused me to get sicker, And because I've always been big, I've always been solid. Like I had muscle, I worked out, I played sports, I did those things, but I was still considered overweight and obese. But now all of that has gone away. And it's this flab that I can't deal with because I'm used to being solid. And so now I have flab in areas that I didn't, like in my arms and on my back, that I didn't have before because I was heavy, top and bottom proportionate. And it's discouraging to me because I have put in the work and I am putting in the work. The type of workout I do includes infrared. Um, but even with the milestones, it's still discouraging because it doesn't seem like that's going away. It seems like it's getting worse. It's getting looser. And I'm at a loss as to what to add at this point to help with that.
Well, let me just say, sister, congratulations on losing the 70 pounds. And you sound good for your age.
Yes.
Let me
Thank
say
you.
that also. You're welcome, Doc. Brother Lance, you want to take that? And I'll just follow up behind you.
I've, I got another phone call, another phone here. Do it, and I'll be
Okay.
back in 2 minutes. Yeah.
Okay, I'll try. My dear sister, are you still working out now?
Yes, I'm currently working out 6 days a week.
Okay, 6 days a week. Um, are you on any like pre-menopause medication, anything like that?
No, no medication. I
No.
even stopped my uh, T2D medication.
And that was for the diabetes, right?
Hmm.
Okay. Um, ideally, what do you eat for breakfast? Well, let me say this. Let me backtrack. How tall are you?
5'5".
5'5". Okay. Okay. Now, ideally, what do you have for breakfast?
Um, I don't eat breakfast in the
Mm-hmm.
sense of starting it at like 9 o'clock in the morning or whatever. I usually eat when I get hungry. When I get hungry, um, it it, it kind of depends on what's in front of me. Sometimes I may just have um, tea.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I may do like maybe rice and toast.
Okay.
Um, it just kind of depends on what's in front of me. I'm not a big eater, and I never have been a big eater. I've been
Mm-hmm.
more of a junk eater. Food wise,
Mm.
no. Like so, I don't eat anything but chicken, and I'm starting not to eat that because of the things that I found out about it. But before that, I was getting sick, like regurgitating, and I couldn't figure out why my food was not staying down.
Mm.
And the only thing I was eating as far as meat wise was chicken. I've cut out everything else. So
Do you have any
I
food? Do
know
you have
with
any food allergies?
I do. I'm allergic to shellfish. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and the two times that I did have mushrooms, I regurgitated those. So I don't know if
Mm.
it's an allergy or maybe it was just what I was eating. I don't know. I just know those two specific times it was mushrooms in the food.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
But I don't have a large appetite. I don't. I'm at a point in my life that food is a turn off to me. Um, because I've seen just things done in it, working in the food industry, and
Mm-hmm.
it it's a turn off to me. So I'm trying to learn to build a new way of eating. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I'm very picky. I don't like a lot of things. That's why it's been hard to even say, okay, I'm gonna try vegan because every meal damn near ends with mushrooms, and I don't like the taste of it. I like you was
Mm-hmm.
mentioning about oatmeal. I don't like oatmeal. I hate oatmeal. It's I can't get
Well,
with
you
it. It's too slimy
believe me,
for
you're
my.
not alone. you,
I,
the people I've met along the way, you're not by yourself.
it is a oral fixation. Like I don't like anything slimy or mushy or
Mm-hmm.
like creamy. Like I spread my toothpaste. That's
Right.
how that affects me. So But I eat when I feel like I'm hungry. Sometimes that could be at 10, sometimes it's at 12, sometimes it's at 2. And I don't eat after 8 p.m.
Okay.
So I don't have the best, you know, food. I hate the word diet, but I don't have that habit. I don't have the best food habit. I'll go all day and just eat, like, I'll have 2 apples, 2 oranges, some grapes, some cherries, and I'm good for the day, and won't have a stitch of, you know, food per se, but I'll eat fruit all day, you know.
Well, based on the information you given me, and like Brother Lance, he can chime in. It seems like because of your diet I mean, you know what you like and you know what you want to eat, but it seems like it's the diet that's really it's affecting your metabolism. Because just like Brother Lance and I was saying a few minutes ago, your body, whenever you don't consume food, your body doesn't know what's externally going on. It just knows what it feels. And it could feel that there's a famine going on. So naturally it does what it does in that case. It will slow down the metabolism. Yeah, to store what little you have there, to store it for survival mode. And just like we were saying to brother, you have to incorporate food, balanced food into your diet. And I understand what you mean when you talk about our food industry. As long as we are buying food, we're at the mercy of somebody else who manufactures. So I understand that. And I agree with that. I had a brother explain to me, a naturopath doctor, brother told me, he said, it's a case of you have to eat the best of the worst. And that's what I do. Because I don't have a farm. I mean, I don't grow my own food. Maybe I should, but I don't.
I've even tried that, and I'm in a condo. So as much as people talk about, doing it on the porch or in your house, that shit ain't as easy as it seems. It is not.
No, it's not.
A lot of work. And everything I planted died. And so I left that alone. So I'm back at the mercy of, I got to go to the store to get my vegetables and things like that.
Right. And that's all of us, but in truth, I would rather see you do that. Go through the grocery store and maybe go to a quality store that has quality produce. I would rather you do that and use a discriminating eye to get what you need versus you hurt yourself and gain all this weight from malnutrition, so to speak. Because it's like I said, we're in a situation where we got to eat the best of the worst. So, are you taking any supplements like vitamins and minerals, anything like that? Multivitamin, multi-minerals?
I was, and I stopped. The multivitamin that I was taking, it was actually a pack that was for diabetics. So it had a lot of things in there that helped with controlling the blood sugar. The problem was, because I had doctors that wasn't listening, and I was explaining to them what I'm going through, which is this neuropathy. They kept feeding me other things to take, so I stopped everything altogether. And now I'm in a search for certain things that I can take. So I have, right now, the only thing that I'm taking is burdock and a bladderwrack pill. It's a combination together. That's the only thing that I'm taking right now.
Are you taking any digestive enzymes or multi-enzymes?
No.
Okay. Because I have a book. It was produced by a couple. The husband is an MD. The wife is a nutritionist. And one of the things it talks about in this book, the diet for people who are diabetic, who are diagnosed with being a diabetic, is the importance of digestive enzymes, and also the importance of B complex. What I would recommend in terms of the supplementation, I would go talk to somebody who's a reputable, like a vitamin shop, a company that manufactures their own vitamins. And I would just sit down and just maybe talk to some of the people there and just explain to them your situation. And because I'm sure that these places have people that come in here all the time that have health challenges. And I would just talk to them and I would explain to them my situation. I say, and what do you all recommend the best thing that I should do for this? And also, I'm sure you've done this before. You do your own independent research on the same situation. So when you go,
that's why I stopped, because the research became so, oh my gosh, I wouldn't even sleep at night because I'm searching this and searching that and going back to search this. And it has become crazy. And so I'm just looking for a starting point, because it's going to be a lot of work. It is a lot of damage that has taken place because I did listen to the doctors. And, you know, even the medication that they wanted to put me on now has a lawsuit. It's crazy. I had to stop taking things because it's one thing about me. I know my body. I can tell you when I'm getting ready to get a pimple because I can feel it and I can trace it. And so when you say something like that to the doctor, they want to label you as a hypochondriac.
I heard that.
When they gave me the insulin, I told them that the insulin is causing is causing numbness. It's causing me to have what they call Charlie horses. And the doctor is like, well, that shouldn't do that. Same thing. So I asked the pharmacist, well, that shouldn't cause you to have this. Okay, you're telling me that, but I'm telling you what's happening. So you can say it shouldn't cause, but there's also that opposite chance that it can.
Yeah, it's called side effects.
Maybe I'm that one individual that this happens to. I don't know, you know, but somebody needs to tell me something. And then it's referred right back to okay, well, we're going to put you on this. That's going to help with that. And no, don't put me on another medication to help me with another medication when it's all affecting me in a negative way. And I know this because I dealt with this with my father. My father, before he passed, I was his caregiver. And he started having stomach issues, which we did 99 tests to figure out what it was. And no one could tell me what was going on. But my dad got to the point where he didn't want to eat because he felt like he was going to get sick. And that was painful. So my dad went from being over 350 pounds. He was 6'3", 350 pounds, mostly muscle. He was a construction worker. When he got sick, he dropped down to 190 pounds when he got sick. He passed away from an aneurysm that was below his heart.
Oh, wow.
Which no one found until it was in bursting range. And then at that point, it was nothing that could be done.
Wow.
But in his process of going through this, he developed dementia, early onset dementia. And so the medications that they gave him, because prior to, maybe 5 years prior to, he had an open heart surgery. He had blocked arteries. So he had a double bypass. When he had that bypass, he healed so quickly. They was like, oh my God, how did he heal so fast? But he did. It was, you know, I don't know. He healed very fast. But in the process, when he lost all that weight and then he started to develop this you know, stomach issue, they put him on a blood thinner, Coumadin. Well, that kept him cold all the time. He started to lose weight even more. And so it made him just, you know, I don't want to eat. I don't want to eat. I don't want to do this. He didn't want to go anywhere. Well, now he started to develop tremors. Took him to the doctor. Doctor said, oh, he's developing, what is it that gives you that? what's the disease that gives you that? I can't. Michael J. Fox has
Like,
it.
okay, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
Yeah, but
Mhm.
and so I'm like, how? That's not something that just develop overnight. You know what I mean? That's not something that
Mhm.
that you just all of a sudden you got it. So I
Mhm.
took him off of all his medication except for his blood thinner because he needed that with the artificial valve.
Right.
Instantly, his tremors stopped.
Mm.
Instantly, his appetite picked up. And I learned from that I can't trust what you're telling me always, especially when I got something going on. I can't trust that. And so I
Mhm.
did it for myself. And again, so many things have started to reverse for me after, taking myself off this medication. But even more so than that, just the disbelief that the doctors are steady pushing this when there's so many things out there that's saying that this is not right. Type 2
Mhm.
diabetes is, it's an eating habit. Uh it's not something that you're born with, or it's not. Now they're saying that type 2 diabetes now can turn into type 1 diabetes.
Mhm.
And
So now
from what
they're all over the place. They're all over the place now. Something that would normally affect a younger person, now they're saying an older person can get the same thing.
and it's commercials out that is promoting this very thing, and now they want you to go get tested. If you was ever diagnosed as having type 2, you should go get tested because type 1 could be the next thing for you, especially if
Mhm.
you're over the age of 40. And it's
Well,
Wow.
they're
like,
saying now the doctors are saying if you're over the age of 40, you should be on statins.
yes, yep.
You know.
They also want you to take medications for uh what is it? The disease that it's a breakout. It's a amped up chicken pox.
Mhm.
Hurt-
You know, Lance. I'm glad, sister, you mentioned it. Lance, did you hear something about the gay men was coming down with that? Some kind of like a skin disease or something? Like they were breaking
Yeah,
out or something? It was like a.
yeah,
I remember
yeah.
they were
I
saying
heard.
something about that.
Well, see, this is the thing. When these things come out in certain groupings, you got to wonder, like, how did it happen? So more than likely, this thing is caused with sexual contact. But then when it starts spreading around, it's like everybody gets it. I'm not saying everybody
Mhm.
has,
Mhm.
but why is it? Why is it that it's gay men that always seems to get these things first? You know what I mean? And I know a
Mhm.
lot of folks not gonna like it, but I just believe that with gay men, they look with a man and a woman, it's proper. And this is not to bash anybody. You do what you want to do, right? I'm not
Mhm.
wasting no arginine on no man because I don't go that way.
You shouldn't be traveling up feces chute.
Yeah.
Period. It's
Yeah.
meant to be excreted, not to go
Right.
into.
Absolutely.
Exactly. So,
That within itself, and that's just nature.
right, let's tell
Mhm.
you right
That's
there.
just nature. Like, why is that even? I mean, like you said, Lance, if that's what you do, that's what you do. But at all costs, if that's what you're doing, you need to know what you're doing. You need to know what you're getting yourself into. How about educating yourself on what it is you're doing, and maybe have a class in feces and understand how that push back into your body, what it can do.
Mhm.
Right.
Like, educate yourself on the fun you're trying to have, so that you're not catching something and that you're not spreading something else.
Not
That's so
knowledge
true.
yourself.
But
Lance,
see,
did you hear the sister? Did you hear
mhm,
what she said, Lance, about her diet? I said,
yeah,
well, we don't like to use that word, but I was going to ask you to chime in on that because Lance, he really can go into that diet. He,
I missed part of
um,
it. Actually, I missed part of it because I had the phone on. I had a phone call. I was listening. Just give me the bulk
Brother
of that
Lance,
one part again.
Did he fall off?
No, I'm here. Just give me the bulk of that one part again with the
I
diet.
know he be doing 101 things at one time. So
No, I'm here. You can hear me, right?
I hear
You
you.
can hear me? Okay. Giant Game, give me the part with the diet again. Not the whole thing, but just the part. And I give you the answer.
Brother Boz was asking me like, what did I eat, and I was saying that I really don't have like a strict diet as to how I eat, or you know what I eat. Only thing I eat as far as meat is chicken, and that's very far and few in between because when I do ingest it, I regurgitate it, and I don't know why. Well, I'm sure it's probably because of how it's, you know, cultivated. But
Right.
I don't really have a particular anything that I do or eat. Like if I eat something, I eat when I feel like I'm hungry. I don't get up and say, okay, at 9 o'clock or at 10 o'clock, I'm going to eat. Sometimes I don't get hungry until 1 o'clock. I don't eat anything after 8 o'clock.
Right.
So it's not something like I'm not fueling myself. And like Brother Bob said, that's an effect on my metabolism, and I agree 100% because
Yes.
fatigue, me being fatigued, it's like it's a medical situation. Like I can sit down for 2 seconds and sleep will come over me like somebody drugged me. I've been going up and down these stairs for 10 years, and it is a challenge. And it's like my muscle definition, I have none. It's like I don't have it. And I know a part of it being that I lost it was because I lost weight so rapidly.
Right.
When I got sick, but it's also like it's hard to rebuild, and I'm just looking for a start or a place where I can rebuild. Just a start. I know it's going to be a lot of work because a lot of damage has been done,
Right.
due to a lot of factors. But what I thought I was doing that was healthy wasn't healthy. Like I stopped drinking sodas long ago, probably back 2010. I stopped drinking sodas. But what I was doing in that process was drinking like juices that I thought was healthy, vegetable juices and things like that, not understanding the amount and the concentration of the sugar and even the sodium that was in those drinks.
Right.
That became a problem, being that now I'm a diabetic, and it's like, okay, I cut out fried foods and all those things. So I was making healthier choices at the time before I actually was diagnosed as a diabetic. I was making those healthier choices. So how did I get to that point when I was already doing the healthy stages? And so, yeah. It's
And
a
she
lot
don't
that I
like
learned in
oatmeal.
that
She can't
process.
stand slimy oatmeal. She said,
No, absolutely. Oatmeal
no
and
porridge.
okra. No porridge.
Not even
No
fried. You don't even like
okra.
fried okra?
No.
Oh wow.
Okay. You
Okay.
know what? It's not even the taste. It's the texture. I can't do it.
The
I can't.
the sliminess
My
of it.
dad, yes, my daddy loved okra. Ooh wee. He'll sit down all day.
Mm-hmm.
He had the nicest skin ever.
Wow.
Well,
So it's something in okra that helps with the skin for real.
to kind of give you feedback. I mean, I'm not really a doctor or anything, but when you said that you didn't really have a way of eating, we don't really want to say diet, right? But the way you eat, and it was not where you have any regularity, but it's kind of you eat and eat whatever you eat, and we know that the body works off of regularity and almost being predictable. When you eat that way, your body doesn't know what's coming next. And just like we said with Brother Wiseman, who's in the your line is open also, brother. But just like we said with him, you know, you have to regulate your body. And your body works best when you train it. You would eat whatever you eat as it comes along, but your body's being trained this way. And when you eat like that, it doesn't know when it's going to get what it needs. So it's gonna, you're throwing it off in actuality. Your body doesn't care if you ate the same variety of things every day, as long as it's getting what it wants. See, if you eat a piece of chicken, your body doesn't care if you put seasoning on it or whatever. There's so many different ways to eat chicken, right? You can put a lot of spices on it the way Mexicans do it. You can have jerk chicken. You can have chicken cacciatore like with the Italians. You can have a regular chicken burger. But at the end of the day...
Chicken curry?
Yeah, right, curry chicken. Yeah, but at the end of the day,
chicken, boiled chicken.
when you... Exactly, fried chicken. At the end of the day, when you absorb that chicken, all those different people from different countries, it's chicken. We're the ones who want to put seasonings on it so we can make it more palatable. But the thing is, you got to train your body. You got to start thinking. I still think this way, even though I have been in the gym for decades. When I eat, okay, or toward the end of the day, I get enough protein. I feel good, so I guess I got enough carbohydrate, water. You take your supplements, whatever, because you can't look at a piece of food and say, oh, it has so much vitamin C and vitamin E in there. So you want to supplement to make sure in case there's any gaps. But you got to train your body. You got to train your body. And this is one thing that I heard, because for a while in my life, the doctors were trying to push me as, oh, you might be diabetic soon if you keep doing. I'm like, this has got to be a bunch of crockery. And when I heard...
And see, even if they had told me that I was pre-diabetic or something like that, that probably could have changed a lot for me quicker. But I never ever had they said anything to me. Oh, your levels of this, or your because I'm have always been overweight. Anytime I went to the doctor, it was always, oh, let's check your thyroid, let's check it, because the perception is she's overweight, she's unhealthy. But I was very athletic, being as big as I was. I was still athletic and pretty healthy.
Right. See, but that's from I'll see an ignorant medical perspective, because just like Brother Bowles was saying, these medical guys, these doctors, they get little classes in on nutrition, brief little things they have to sign off on, but they don't know it the way that guys who are hands-on, doing it, dependent on it, having to know how the body reacts with food. They don't know that. I went to a doctor one day. It was a regular doctor I had, and I had to explain to him about protein. I couldn't believe it. I said, look, you know what? I never went back. And I was going to him for 3 or 4 years. Yeah.
I can believe it, because when they diagnosed me, I had to see a diabetic educator and I had to see a diabetic nutritionist. Now, they are different. I had one to tell me that, because my question was, can this be reversed? I had one to tell me, no, it can't be reversed. I had another one in the same building, in the same office, just in a different room, tell me, yes, it can. It can be reversed. Wait a minute.
Who's the doctor and who's the patient?
When I left out of there more confused than ever in my life, coming from a doctor, because I couldn't grasp. How can you say one thing but your partner in the next room is saying something different? Are y'all on the same team?
Yeah.
Well, here, to go further with that doctor, well, I did go back because when he was saying that, oh, okay, you could be, one time then was like, you definitely are. We're going to give you some medications that you take, and when you come back, we'll come back real soon. So they gave me this big bag of medication. In my mind, I'm like, I'm not taking this stuff. So it wasn't until like maybe another month or so, and they did blood work and checked everything. The doctor forgot what he said. I don't know whether he didn't put it on the daggone computer under my file or whatever. But when he was telling me, he came back in the room. Oh, Lance, we're going to say he told everything was okay, and your blood sugar levels are just excellent, man. They're excellent. You know, I said, wait a second. You don't remember you telling me I'm diabetic? And all the medication that
And
you
you
gave me?
gave me all this crap to take.
Maybe he was intoxicated. You know, I've been in hospitals where the doctor was standing over me. I was talking to him, and I could smell alcohol on his breath.
Yeah. A medicated doctor.
Yeah, he hit a few lines before he came in the room.
I have a question.
Like, wait, let's see. Which one is this one? Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
because they all look alike to us.
Right.
Okay, can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I'm not trying to cut the young lady off. I'm not trying to interrupt, but you know, y'all talking about misdiagnosis and
it's very sad.
They don't know how to really subscribe nutrition.
What we are taught to.
Do you feel that
to believe in and listen to,
that they are pushing pharmaceuticals on people?
For me personally, I know
has profit
more detriment.
Say it again, wise man.
Can
you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but I don't think Giant can hear you. Yeah, go ahead, wise man.
I can't hear him.
Okay, hold on. Let me see this. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't mean to interrupt the lady. But I also have a question. You're talking about doctors really not knowing what you're talking about, misdiagnosing. Do you think that they will also purposely diagnose people just to put them on medication? Because I hear about a conspiracy relating to like the pharmaceutical companies and the doctors, that they do that on purpose because they're like, hey, you're newly diagnosed diabetic. We're gonna put you on metformin and everything. Now you're getting side effects from the metformin, all this other stuff. So what's your opinion on that? Is there a real conspiracy of linking the pharmaceutical companies to make profit off of people?
Of course. And maybe somebody will say I'm wrong for that, but they railroad you. And this may not be in every single case, but there's so many ways of being preventative. Why don't they push that more instead of running at you with bags of medication? Mm-hmm. You walk in there for a regular checkup and you walking out with these bags of medication. Like, what the hell happened here? You know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, you're back, Giant Gain. But yeah, wise man, it doesn't make any sense. So what they tried to do with me, and one thing I want to say about this whole diabetic thing, there was this Asian guy. I gotta find his page again. It made a lot of sense. It said lots of times when people become diabetic or they have the symptoms or the blood sugar's off, whatever, and it's read as being diabetic, he said all you do is don't eat anything a few hours before you go to bed. It almost goes along with what we were saying earlier on by keeping the carbs low. So all this food in your stomach, it just does something to your body where it throws things off. And it's true. What they said, just if you have an apple or have a little salad or something like that, but don't go to bed full, because that's the time when your body cleans itself out. That's the time when it deals with other things, with the internal organs, the body. To go further, what I found out is that to even go further, we have to work along with the sun, because you find people who are healthy that work night jobs, but then you find a lot more proportionately who are unhealthy that work night jobs because they're going against the natural biorhythms and how we're connected to this earth, because we are connected to the earth. Just like I said, the digestive system is strongest at noon, at 12 noon, when the sun is right over your head. We gotta think of our connectedness to this earth and this system. We're not separate entities away from this place. You see what I mean? And so if we understand that and work along with it, we'll be a lot better off. But you never really wake up right when you wake up with a stomach that's full of food that your body can't really focus on. because you got to worry about it has to worry about the other things because there's a cleansing time, from what I hear, for each of the organs. I can't remember exactly which organ, which time. It's not like, 9 o'clock, then 10 o'clock. Who knows what it will be according to each individual. But let's just make this up to make a point. 9 o'clock, it could be the kidneys. 10 o'clock, it could be the liver. 11 o'clock, it could be the lungs. 12 o'clock, it could be the brain. So, I mean, in the perfect world, with no electricity, we're not going to be up watching a show or listening to music 1 o'clock in the morning. Naturally, we would wake up when the sun comes up a little bit before. And we would usually wrap things down. We see that sun in the sky going way off over to the other side. It's going down. It's going down. Let's get prepared to get some rest. But with electricity and lights and modern society, the 24-hour society, we're completely away from that way of living. And not for nothing, for me, I have never slept as good as I'm sleeping better than I ever had my whole life, like a little baby, like a newborn baby, because I have electricity, but overall, there's no stimulation. A couple of animals out there making noise. I can see on the other side of the mountains, the lights and everything. But there's no cars. There's a road close by, but not many cars go down there.
Breathing in that good ass air.
Oh, that's right. All right. So right? Because I showed you. Yeah. So that has regulated me in many ways more than I even realized because I can feel it. I feel so centered. And for a time, like if I go to bed early, whatever, I would get up at 4 o'clock in the morning with no problem. Get up 4 o'clock in the morning, I'm wide awake. Go through the whole day and fall asleep earlier. Well, it's only because I have these guys here working that I'm up a little later and stuff like that because they're here and I got to be up. But if we get ourselves connected back to the rhythms and this and consider the earth. Just because we're out of our mother's wombs and walking on 2 feet and in modern society, if we can live in a way, the old way, the best way, while being in this society where it's 24 hours, it would benefit us greatly. And all these things they try to push on us, there's a natural way to deal with it ahead of time. And one thing we have to keep in mind, also never forget, they may not, the medical industry, the pharmaceutical industry is not going to tell you anything to prevent stuff because they want to keep you sick to make money, right? They have to. But the thing you never want to forget is that the body is self-healing. You have to make sure the conditions are right for it to be able to self-heal. If I have a plumber come over to fix the plumbing, right, and he doesn't bring the pipes and materials to fix it, can't do it. We got to make sure we have the good nutrition, the good rest, the good state of mind, and the time to heal ourselves. We just have to know how to do it. And that's something that's never taught in school because they want us to get older and depend on these artificial ways. Now, if something happens right now, you go to a hospital and they got to do what they have to do. You can't say, well, let's hold up and let me do the natural way. Yeah, you got to do what you got to do. Right. Something runs over your foot and rips it off and then you're bleeding out. You have to take whatever they give you to stop the bleeding out and whatever. But the body is self-healing, is self-correcting. Even after abuse for a long time, it can still self-heal. What are the conditions that we have to keep the body in to keep it doing this thing? Because when you think about it, we're not really in control of a lot, and we are in control of a lot. We are in control of it healing itself. We just have to have the knowledge. But you didn't make sure when you were sleeping that. Yeah, you didn't make sure that when you're sleeping to say, don't know if I got cut off, but I'm still here. If you can hear me.
I'm here.
Yeah,
I'm here.
my phone rang and cut it off. It cut me off and went to that screen, so I think I blanked out for a second. But I'm pretty much done for now.
I just wanted to say something. Just going back to the brother's question, you have to remember when you're dealing with medical doctors, you're dealing with people whose mindsets tend to be obedience to authority. In other words, once these people got their medical education, they had to get licensed through the state. So somebody had to come in and say, okay, based on what you've been able to accomplish, what you've done, I have put my stamp of approval. Licensing means that I have given you permission to do what you do. You see?
Right.
So when you're dealing with people like that, and psychologically, you go into a person's office and the person coming there with a white coat and a stethoscope, and with the doctor in front of the name and MD and the end of the name, and they're discussing about your health, and you say, well, sir, I was reading a book by so and so that deals with nutrition and diet, and they'll look at you like you crazy. Because he's supposed see in her mind, they believe that they are the authority when it comes to health, because because their education, two, they've been stamp approval, they're licensed from the state. So you're dealing almost with a person I don't want to say all, but you're dealing with somebody almost who has a God complex.
I was so you're right. Oh my God.
You see?
You're right. I was just thinking that too.
That's true.
So
I've experienced it. I've experienced it firsthand. The doctor basically told me if I didn't take the medication that I would surely die, and that it is in my best interest. And when I told her that I'd rather do it holistically, she goes, well, you won't achieve what you need. We can work together, but you need to be on this medication. I'm like, I don't think you heard me. And she basically told me, when I told her, I said, so, and because the insulin medication was so expensive, I explained to her, this is not something I'm going to do for the rest of my life. This is too expensive. She goes, well, diabetes is a progressive disease. Oh, it is. Okay. Because I did just that, told her the knowledge that I found out, where I found it out, and how she can look it up. Well, information changes. Oh, okay. So anything I say, you're going to suit it for your benefit, because this is not a benefit to me. If I don't take the medication, you're telling me I'm going to die. But if I take the medication and I can't afford it, I'm going to die anyway. But now I'm going to die and be broke. Okay, I got you.
See, she couldn't tell you, well, you need to do this or else. She knows she can't do that. So she has to push so hard to say, wait a minute, who's the medical authority in this room?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're not going to really, well, they say,
oh,
what?
They can't.
I went to UCA medical school. I went to the top medical school in the country, and I've been practicing for 25 years. And, well, you've been practicing, but I don't know how much experience you got.
Exactly.
You've definitely been practicing.
Right?
You just playing on me.
But the truth is, you don't know everything about everything. And if the creator decided to take your life tonight, you couldn't give yourself 1 minute to live.
Right. And like you said, it's not all doctors. I've had a doctor for my oldest child when she was just, a toddler. As she started to get older, she would scream out in bloody murder that she was in pain, and it was in her belly area.
Mm-hmm.
And she, I didn't know what to do. I'm trying to figure out. I took her to her pediatrician. They sent me here. That person sent me there. And so I get to this one doctor who says, oh, she has a hernia. Really? And I'm taking their word for it, because she when she was born, she had an Audi, and they consider that a possible hernia. So we get to this doctor, that's this specialist that specializes in a hernia surgery. And she looked at me, and as she poked around in my child, she says, "I'm sorry, but I don't feel comfortable doing surgery on this child because she's so little, and the part that holds your organs in is like a mesh." And she said, "And it's very thin, and because she's still growing, it could still be developing. And I just don't feel comfortable and right doing surgery on her." And I thanked that woman because I didn't feel comfortable. I just wanted my baby to stop screaming out in pain and somebody tell me what's wrong. And when she said that, I thanked her beyond measure because no, I don't want you to do surgery on my child. And I started doing more and more research. And when I figured out that she possibly could be developing, I didn't know that growing pains was a real thing, but that's what she was experiencing. Her body was growing faster than she was. And so when I went back to the doctors because we had to follow up, and I sat down and I explained to him, I asked him, I said, "Can you tell me what could be a different scenario?" I said, "Because I've done some research and this is what I found out." He looked at me, he said, "You are a very smart mother." He said, "Because what she's experiencing is growing pains, and her body is making room fast enough than she can handle." And he told me some things that would happen, which did happen, and after effects, which also happened.
Did they put on puberty blockers or anything like that?
They didn't put my baby on nothing. I wasn't accepting anything. I said, "Okay, she's just gonna have to grow.
Right.
She's gonna have to grow." And that heifer did. She went through two shoe sizes in one school year. I told her if she keep growing like this, she was gonna be in a bed sheet and flip flops because that's what I could afford. Because she was growing out of everything so fast. But I didn't know that was a real thing. But she would wake up in the middle of the night, pains in her legs, and it was her body developing, and she didn't know how to explain what she was feeling. She was 5, So yeah, I didn't let them put her on anything, and she, she grew out of it. She was fine. She's a little crazy right now, but no, she's a grown woman right now, and she's fine.
Right. That's good.
Wow.
But they would do.
The flip flops.
I understand that, man. I couldn't take it. I'm like, "What you mean?" I'm that type of mother. Like, "These shoes not too little. I just bought these shoes." I go to fill them, and her toes is crammed in the front. I was like, "Oh my baby."
You need to take them shoes off her feet. That's what she. What you probably say about? You say you want to get a brother, you arrest a brother. You ain't got to beat him up. Just put a size too small on his feet. He'll tell everything.
Scream like a pig, squealing pig, for real. High shoes ain't no joke. That's murder.
They not. So Brother Lance, can we honestly say, based on the information you gave the sister, that diet is one of the first things that she has to address?
First and foremost. And just to understand how foods make you feel and affect you. You're intelligent. You already know about food. But, the combinations, just like Brother Bowles was saying, how when you take a carbohydrate, if you have some fat or some protein with it, it slows it down from rushing your system, especially with the high glycemic type carbohydrates, which you probably want to stay away from for now. And if you do have it, there are times when you can have it, right? And one of the times when you can have it, when you feel your blood sugar level is going low, you feel dizzy and weak, and there's no food in sight. Then you can take a little tip on your tongue of honey, and that's going to rush you, but it's such a little bit, it's not going to rush you that much. It'll keep your blood sugar level high or keep it up until you can get to the carbohydrates that can sustain itself. You see what I mean? Doesn't mean you have to drink down a whole jar of honey. If it's bad, you got to go dip your fingers in some white sugar. You wouldn't normally do that, but you don't want to get your body, the blood sugar level down so low you're dizzy, and now you get into that hunger thing going on. That's only an emergency. You know what I mean? but
Yeah,
just to
and
learn food
it
and
don't dip. It definitely what Brother Bo said about the enzyme. That's something I'm gonna have
Mhm.
to look into because, like I said, I when I eat certain things, it makes me regurgitate. So I know I'm not getting it into my system because it won't stay in my system. And so I know
right,
because of what has happened, something else has is now a problem. The circulation and
right,
things like that is now a problem. And so I'm trying to figure out ways to combat that. Just because I know that it's affecting me, it's a problem, and I don't want to eat. When you feel like this is like an animal. When the animal don't want to eat, you know internally something's wrong.
yeah, exactly. It's like me with this malaria these last couple of days, which I'm still weak from it. My body is gotten stronger, but even this morning I was weak. Last night I was out of it. And for about 2 days, 2.5 days, I hardly ate anything, nothing at
So
all.
is it
And
something that will continue to reoccur, or is it certain things that will cause it to happen with the malaria?
mosquito bites from female mosquitoes of a certain species of mosquito. And of those certain species of female mosquitoes, they all don't carry malaria. You see what I mean? So
Mhm.
it's more common over here because you have so many mosquitoes. It's warm year round, as opposed to the United States, up in New York City, up in Chicago, where it's cold. You know what I mean? So it can happen again and again and again, but you just have to be careful. And like again, I feel it's because these guys that are here working. I'm upstairs. I go downstairs and everything, but it's an open home. So when they're
Mhm.
doing stuff like you see how they're fixing the ceiling and doing everything nice and fancy. They leave the doors open. These jokers will go downstairs and go to sleep because they sleep in the bottom floor. And I'm going down there to check on things, middle of the night, get up to go pee, and somebody go check the door swinging wide open. The screens are pulled back. I mean, the screens will get dusty, because a lot of dust flying around. I can say, hey, man, you can't do this. Mosquitoes are flying all the way around. Mosquito tap me in the shoulder and say, hey, man, don't you got to get up and go to pee? I'm like, wait, no, but so many of them here, and it's like, and they say, yeah, and they do the same thing every day. They don't
You know
speak
what?
English as well. It pissed me off.
That's
And I
that's
noticed that I got bit.
that's a luxury of not living in a world of gun violence.
Right?
Like to be able to just fall asleep and you done left the door open because you ain't worried about that. That man,
Look,
that's 10 years on your heart right there.
I know. Yeah, exactly. That's added years of my life. I mean, if we left it open, like I have a huge wall around the whole property, right? I think I showed it to you. You saw part of it, right?
Yeah, I already know. More than the mosquitoes, the damn bat. That
Right? But yeah, even if that wall wasn't there, that's nothing that's really going to happen. So I just walk up in your house like that. Because up here, it would be major. Because there's a 2-lane road, 2-lane country road that's paved. That's maybe about, I'd say, how many feet? Well, the width of my property, just say 4 property widths the same way. Because there's a house next door next to me, and the other areas are just open, like they're just growing corn there. Then there's a road. So it's not far off that road, but nobody really walks down that road. It's mainly cars. So to
mhm.
turn down this particular street, which is a dirt road, and I kind of like it would be big news if all day 6 people walk down because their house is going deeper, but most people drive. But walking, so who's going to walk in and see the house and walk up in there? That's just not
Mm,
the way things are done. So with the
yeah.
wall and the gate and the door and everything, heavy duty, nobody's coming in here unless they hop the thing, and they better do it before I put the electrical why and everything around, you know? So
Talking about fried chicken.
yeah, I'm telling you, right? Animals really have something to eat then. But yeah, so mentally, like you hear a bump in the night, a bird land on the roof, doesn't bother you. Well, what's that? What's that? No, it doesn't bother you because like your mind is free, and you look outside and it's real cloudy, which people will say is foggy, but it's the clouds. We're up in the clouds, and it's just like you feel so righteously, happily isolated. You feel protected. You feel that way, and because it's not all of this background noise, and you get used to it. See, when I first came up here in the mountain, not down in the city. The city's a city, and there's much less noise in the major cities in New York or in America, but it still kept me up. The movement of the people. That was an apartment. There were three other units. The people, those shops downstairs, noise. So I was still in that mode. When I came up here first, I couldn't sleep. I was waiting for
Yeah,
something to happen. I
I
said,
can
"It's too
believe that.
quiet. What's going on here? This is a trick. You're trying to make me sleep so something can happen." So I got used to it, and I just relaxed more. I relaxed so much. I couldn't relax in the States like this, but I didn't know it because in the States that was normal for me.
Hmm.
And when I had that first night that I just let go, I was dreaming all clear, remembered the dreams. The dreams felt real. I was so deep in the sleep, I got up to go pee and came back to bed and continued the same dream, like they were waiting on me. I mean, it was so deep, it was so blissful, so relaxing. Then I wake up and I look out the window and see on the other side of the mountain the lights and planes flying over here. Nothing. You wake up, you lay in the bed for 31 minutes, it's just relaxing. And you remain in that, even though you're rested. This for me, I'm not saying everybody. I was remaining in that between waking up mode, but I'm still a little bit in the sleep mode where I'm in a dreamy mode. And you walk downstairs and or go to one of the balconies and look over, and you're still in the dreamy mode, even though you're waking up slowly. Man, and the sun hits you in the breeze, and you're just sitting there, still cool and relaxed. All those stages we miss, where we wake up to noise, we wake up to the alarm clock, we wake up to all these things, and we're pushed out of that really quick, and we miss all of this. The way to wind down and sleep so gently that you don't even realize when you slept. And then you wake up, and it's weird now too. Here's another talent that I'm getting: the angle of the sun. When I wake up sometime, if I don't wake up like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning before the sun comes, if I wake up and the sun is already out early, I can look at one of the posts on the balcony next to the bedroom and tell by the angle and shadow cast by the sun what time it is. And
What
I'm
time
never
it is?
off more. Yeah, I'm never off more than 5 minutes. And usually I'm off by a minute most of the time. That is
I used,
crazy. I'll be like, oh, it's 6:45. It might be 6:46. I'm like,
uh-huh.
whoa.
I have done that with the moon, and I'm because you don't see it all the time, and
Right.
when I do see it and I'm looking at it, because I was doing it so often, I can tell like around about the time just by where it was at in my window.
Well, that's even deeper. See, that's the secondary reflection. See, I'm getting it from the sun, but for you to get it secondary and get it right, that's even more awesome.
It was when they had this the last eclipse that they had,
Yeah.
and I was looking up, like exactly what was happening and what was going on, and I seen
Mhm.
this couple that was saying that in their culture they don't go out to look at that. They don't go out to look at the eclipse. They stay in the house and they do like affirmations and things like that because that's
Right.
something that is happening in the cosmos and that needs to happen undisturbed. And I started going into the different types of moons that there was, and it brought me back to the fact that I used to sit and watch, and I used to tell my daughter, she the one that came in and told me what type of moon this was, and I was like, oh yeah, I know what that is. Like, yeah, yeah. Because I done did a little studying, but I actually used to sit and watch it in rotation, and yeah, that it was a feeling I would get, but I didn't understand it at the time when I was doing it. When I got older and I started researching it, I'm like, oh, that's what I was feeling. It's a feeling. It's a connection. You do, like you said, we are connected. And
Right.
I wish I knew back then what I knew now, because I would have been absorbing all kind of stuff.
Right. That's a beautiful thing. Just want to give a big shout out to Willie Rivers in the chat room. Big shout out to Willie Rivers and family. Long time listener, part of the family. And I don't know if you had anything more to say, Brother Bowles, about the fake gurus out here. I'm able to touch on that.
Well, I would just really say to people, don't believe everything you see, and don't believe everything you hear. You know, knowledge is power, and when it's acted upon, it leads to freedom. So you have to do your research, but there has to be but in order to have research, there got to be some level of doubt that's there. Because if the doubt is not there, the research won't be done. You know, if the doc say, okay, do this, do that, do this, do that. You know, oh, all right, doc. Yeah, thank you, doc. All right, doc. I'll see you in 2 weeks, doc. You know, so that there has to be. I mean, you don't want to doubt. Excuse me, you don't want to doubt everything, but there has to be. When I say doubt, they're concern, and you learn from your mistakes, and you learn from other people's mistakes. And that's what happened with me, you know, as it related to bodybuilding and strength training. I saw something and I had little knowledge of what I was looking at. And I thought that if I, you know, jumped on this product, I would have a body looking like this guy that's on the back cover of this comic book.
Right.
And that's all it is. It's a comic book. The whole thing is a comic book.
That shows you what audience they were after. That's
there
right.
You go. That's important. That's very important. Because you're not going to put that in the Wall Street Journal. So they knew exactly. They knew exactly. You know, they wouldn't even put that in Sports Illustrated at the time. They knew exactly the audience that they were trying to approach with this ad. And I mean, I was hook, line, and sink, man. I was like, man, I just get these resistance bands, and I'm gonna have a body like this guy on the back of this comic book, which is a comic. Now, when I think about it, it's comical because when I got it and I used it, my brother, we wore the bands out and we still didn't even come close, not even 1% to have a body like this dude. And I'm looking like, man, I felt cheated. And that's when it hit me at a young age. It said, everything you see, don't believe everything you see, everything that's advertised. Don't believe it. Even today, you got these women and sister, you see this. These women be on Instagram and they got these resistance bands. You know, you buy them, you go on Amazon, and you buy the bands. Same thing. This is the 21st century hustle. That hustle was back in 1981.
What's bad about it now is because back then for us to see that, we had to be in front of a TV to see a commercial.
Right.
And then it became, okay, you could see it if you had a computer because something flashed. But now with the internet, you see it rapid fire. You see it, and one person is saying something that another person is going to copy, and they both wrong. And now you got a whole line of people that's telling you wrong because it's so easy now to create content and just put BS out there.
Yes.
And no one even takes the accountability that it is and I don't say gullible, because if you're searching for information and you don't know what you don't know. So
Right.
now you got an impressionable mind that you're feeding so much bull to that can hurt themselves. It happened back then. Billy Blanks. I was one of those people. I injured myself fucking around with Billy Blank's ass. I injured
Yeah.
myself.
Doing all that
And
jumping
it's
around
like,
all day.
man, look, when I tell you, I was like, I can't even bend down now. What the? Yeah, no.
Yeah.
But now you got it so out there and so rapidly, it's so easy to get lost and so easy to get injured, and misinformation is scary. It is scary. That's why I'm like, I'm in for this one, because I know Lance has done it, and I know that he's going to speak from experience, not from, what the text said or what somebody else said, but from experience. And although I'm a female, I can still, like, the stuff that y'all was talking, it went over my head, but let me tell you, I jotted some things down, because I'm like, I got to look into this. I got to understand this deeply, because I know it's going to be a time in my life where I'm going to have to deal with that. I'm going to have to, and I now have knowledge that I can start a basis and figure out. That's why I'm like, I'm in for this, because I don't want to be a bodybuilder. I just
Right.
want to build muscle. But
There you go.
if you in the mindset of a bodybuilder, you're gonna get the result of muscles. You can stop at that point, when you've reached where you want to reach. But you're in the mindset of somebody who did this for a living, and there's no better information. Everybody else want to charge you for this and charge you for that, and say, oh, take my class, and it's still the wrong thing to do.
Yes.
But you done got my money, and I'm injured and I'm hurt, and I still don't have the results that I need. Let me find out
And
from
they're gone.
somebody who actually did it.
I have a
You know.
question. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, she was talking. I'm so sorry. No.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
You said watch out what you believe and what you see on TV. Now, I have a question for a brother. I forgot your name, brother. What's your name again?
Boz.
Bye.
Just call me Brother Boz.
Brother Boss.
BOZ.
Okay.
Boz.
I have a question talking about, just don't believe everything you see on TV or I lost this much weight. So a while ago, 'cause, I'm pretty big guy. I'm like 300 pounds, but I want to drop 100 pounds. But what's this whole thing with the whole jump rope? Now, I was online watching these guys. First time I saw was these guys named the Twin Muscle. They're called a Hodge twins. They said you want to lose body
Yeah, I
fat,
know
be
that.
really lean. And
The two clowns. Yeah.
Yeah.
The
yeah,
clowns.
so they are clowns. So you wouldn't take their bodybuilding and nutrition advice serious, right?
No, I never have.
Okay,
I look at them. We got to remember, YouTube is primarily an entertainment platform.
right.
So we have to keep that in mind. So they're entertainers. I don't like to say clowns. I'll be more respectful. They're entertainers in their genre of that group that they're appealing to. I'll put
Right.
it that way.
So I'm gonna get to my point with them. So years ago, I was like 250, and I was trying to lose, body fat. I was trying to lose, get down to like 210. But they say you want to lose weight. You don't need to really run. You can do some high intensity cardio. Just jump rope, and that'll have you like burning a bunch of body fat. And then years later, some guys came out saying, "Oh yeah, we lost a bunch of body fat just jumping rope." I tried that, and I didn't really get the results. That's why I went back to running, walking, and hitting elliptical. But what's your opinion on that? Can you really lose a lot of body fat and weight just jumping rope? What's your opinion on that?
It depends on the intensity of effort. That's good if you're boxing. If you're going to be a boxer, and you got to do something where feet work is important. But again, weight gain and weight loss is based on caloric intake. They say you want to get a smaller stomach, push away from the table. But just like Lance has said earlier, you want to make sure that your meals are planned out right, so you're not damaging your metabolism to the point where you're gaining weight, because you're in this kind of a starvation mode from the lack of nutrition. So the diet aspect is very important. But if I was somebody who was trying to lose weight, I mean, okay, you could jog, or you could train high intensity style. I would say high intensity style, maybe on the elliptical, where you're standing up, Your lower body is engaged, your upper body is engaged, and there's resistance. There's because you burn more calories standing than sitting. Some people do the recumbent cycle, and that's good. But the only problem is your legs are the only thing that's doing the work, and your upper body is still. So your heart rate, you would get a more elevated heart rate to work your 3 different muscle fibers types, which is slow twitch, fast twitch, and super fast. That's something that's another conversation. But the point is, when you're standing up and you do an exercise, like cardio, and your lower legs are facing experiencing resistance, your upper body is experiencing resistance, your heart rate is going to be much more elevated, which means that you're going to be burning more calories within an activity like that, especially if you're going 30-second bursts, like 8 intervals for 30-second bursts where you can't hardly even go for 30 seconds. It's almost like lifting a weight doing a set. You're going to get more out of that because it takes more effort to do that on the life of fitness cycle on level 25 for 30 seconds, all out. That takes more effort than just standing up in one place jumping rope with no resistance. You see? So I'm saying, in understanding weight gain and weight loss, you have to understand the anatomy and physiology of the human body. It helps to have a knowledge and understanding the difference between aerobic training and anaerobic, because like Billy Banks, I knew that stuff was never going to last. I remember we'd be driving down the street and they had lines going around the corner, people trying to get in these studios to do what he had. And I said, you can't keep up that level of intensity. It's too intense. It would be something you would do for a month. You could probably do it for a month and say, okay, now I'm gonna go back to the gym and I'm gonna start lifting weights. I lost about 5 or 6 pounds. I slimmed down a little bit. Now I'm going back to lifting weights. You could do it like that, but you can't do that all year round. It's impossible. 3 days a week, that intense? And most of those people weren't even supplementing. If you were supplementing like with creatine and whey protein and maybe some vitamins, animal pack, you might be able to get away with it longer than the average person. But that was just too intense. It was just too intense. And all that jumping around. All right, we're going to do this. All right, now 1 and 2 and 1. You might as well go back and do what Richard Simmons was doing. He just passed away too.
He just died. Yeah,
he just passed away.
Rest in peace. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that was like that was the beginning of all that jumping up and down stuff on TV. Everybody watching. All right, everybody. Yeah, and we knew, Lance, we knew back then that was some stuff, some mess.
Of course.
We knew that. We didn't do those crazy stuff like that.
No.
What you guys do for cardio? What you guys do for cardio?
Bro, I'm glad you mentioned that, because that's what I was about to go into. All this functional training, man. Brother, I'm telling you, it's fake. Talk about fake gurus. We would either jog or we get on a piece of a cardio equipment, and that's all we did.
Got it.
We didn't do all this jumping up and down. No, Lance will tell you, man, we didn't do all that stuff. Hell no. This jumping up and box jumps, this stuff, bows and balls, and we ain't do no crazy stuff like people get hurt. I saw a girl, a sister, she had the bar on her back and she jumping up on top of the bench with a bar on her back. And the girl slipped and fell. She had maybe like 95 pounds on the bar, so you know the Olympic bar, and she jumping on top of the they talk about gym fails. You see these videos like gym fails. Yeah. And I say, sister, don't ever do an exercise like that. That wasn't you jumping. She jumping on the bench with a bar on her back. She jumps off, going to a squat, and jump on until finally her foot slipped and she fell down. The bar fell on her.
Hey, brother Boss. You got these people imitating stuff off of Instagram, man. You ever be on Instagram and see these extreme gym workouts? They be on the treadmill running with weights and balls and all kind of crazy stuff, man.
Bro, this is all entertainment. Again, Lance will tell you, man, we never did no mess like that. Man, if you came back in the back in the 80s, I started in the 80s. Lance, you started in the 70s. Man, if you would have walked into the gym and saw somebody doing that, you would have put them out. You would have called the paddy wagon.
Yeah.
They said this.
Yep.
They on that stuff.
Yeah.
You didn't trust
They
that.
on
They didn't hit
they
a
on
few
that stuff.
lines. Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is before the crack era. They would have been like, man, get them out of here. Go call the police. They would have dragged them out the gym, said, no, man, you don't do that up in here. People never did that. We ain't do this kind of crazy
But
stuff.
with all them muscles on you, why? I mean, that would have to be hard because muscle is weight within itself.
It's like, sister, like you said, the internet, because of the internet. And when people, when it really got worse, it got worse when people could monetize content.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's when it started getting worse. I remember I saw these guys. Remember the swimmer, the Olympic swimmer, Mike Phelps is his name.
Mm-hmm.
This guy did a video. He said, I think Mike ate like 8,000 calories a day, but he's an Olympic swimmer. So his body is constantly moving. So he can eat that much and still be slim. This guy sat down and ate supposedly as much food as 8,000 calories. The average person might eat 15, maybe 2,000 calories a day. This guy, man, I said, this man is going to kill himself. He eat one more pizza, that's going to be his last. I'm like, these people are crazy. I'm like, man, we would have never did this crazy stuff to these people not for no clicks and no likes.
Wow.
We would at least bench press 300, 400 pounds, squatted 500. I mean, like something reasonable.
Hey,
we would have. Yes, sir.
Man, you're really onto something. We mentioned our food eating 8,000 calories. Hey, man, what is your opinion on these YouTube and Instagram cheat meal days? They eating like 10 and 28,000 calories, and people are imitating this stuff. What's your opinion on that?
They're clowns. That's a clown. That's a circus. Ringling Brothers, Barnum and Bailey. These clowns. These are clowns.
Jeez.
They're clowns, brother. I'm telling you, we used to have cheat days, but we have a cheat meal. We might go out like with, the family, have a pizza on Saturday, some chicken barbecue pizza, maybe some tea, iced tea or something, a raspberry tea or something like that. Maybe some nuggets, chicken nuggets or something, some mess. But not this stuff, man. We never did no stuff like this, man. Lance will tell you. I could just shut up and Lance will tell you, man, we never did no stupid stuff that they're doing. A cheat day all day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, cheat. No, man, we never did no stuff like that. We go out on the weekends, like you said, you go out, we might go out to the buffet. We used to do, we used to go to the Sunday, we used to go to the buffets. Like back to Ponderosa. Lance, you remember Ponderosa? We used to go to a place called the Ponderosa, where they used to have like $10. Sister, you remember Ponderosa?
I sure do.
All you can eat for like $10.
Yep.
And we would go in there and we would just eat food. We'll have a big salad, and then we'll have chicken, beef, whatever. We'll go back for 3 or 4 like dinners, and then we'll have maybe some ice cream or something like that, or some I like cheesecake. Maybe have a little cheesecake with some ice cream or something like that. And that's all we used to do. On the weekends, we'll go to Ponderosa and just they see us coming. They're like, oh, here they come.
But just as both you and Lance had mentioned, like in not eating and what the body goes through, overeating and feeding your body that way when it's not used to being fed that way causes problems. Also, as the body tries to figure out all this that's being stuffed into me, now I got to shut things down because I can't take anymore.
Right.
That's an effect that's not good.
That's true, because you're overtaxing your digestive system.
Yeah.
Your body is like, this is a lot of work. Food, it takes energy to digest food. Yes, that's true. Very true. But most of this stuff going like you see on Instagram, it's gotten so out of hand. I don't know how young people, like people in their 20s, their 30s, I don't know how they deal with it, because I was in the gym the other day and there were some young guys, these high school guys. They look like they could have been maybe 16, 17, and they talking about anabolic steroids, and they don't weigh a buck over 150 pounds. And they're talking, they're discussing, yeah, man, when I get the, yeah, man, I'm thinking about getting on the juice. I'm like, dude, you don't need that. Go build go put on 20 more pounds, just working out and just eating, working out, and then maybe consider it. I mean, consider it. Don't do it. I say consider it unless you're competing. But if you're not competing, there's no, like, if you're not going on the level these guys here on a Lance channel, there's no reason to do it. All them dudes on juice. Every last one of them dudes are on the juice. You couldn't make it to that level without it. So I would tell any guy, because of supplement, the technology, and what we know about diet today, anything you need, you can go into a health food store and just buy it, whatever you need. You don't need drugs to build. And also, here's the thing: if you do it naturally, you even if you stop training, you still keep the gains. It'll start to, your body will start to atrophy the muscle, but you'll hold it longer compared to a guy that get on steroids and he stops. He's gonna lose his gains quicker because it's artificial. His gains are artificial. The drugs is what's pushing the gains. So it's rough out. I could imagine. You go on IG and all these social media platforms, and everybody's telling you to do something. And the guys who doing the most outrageous stuff are the ones who getting all the clicks and likes. Remember Rich Piana? Yeah, remember Rich Piana?
He's dead. Yeah.
Yeah, he was another one. I mean, he doing all this, and I remember when synthol was the big thing, pumping up your arms with this that synthol. I said, man, we never would do anything like that. Because we understood the value of going in the gym, training, being consistent, consistency, dedication, and sacrifice.
Yeah, and that guy, Rich Piana, he was on a crazy steroid cycle.
Oh my God! They said when they did his autopsy, man, they said they had that man's this toxicology report. Man, that man had all kind of stuff. He had cocaine in his system, reportedly.
Jeez. Man.
And here's one more thing. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna shut up. When we were coming up, I wasn't really into it. Like like now you see like the bodybuilders, like you go to Las Vegas and they had the big conventions. Wasn't nobody fighting inside no convention. Fights breaking out and all this. It's like all these dudes that was on the streets, they made their way into the whole bodybuilding fitness scene. You might have had a guy who been in jail and he got out, he was lifting weights in the joint. And then he got out, he kept on lifting weight. I knew a couple of guys like that, been in the penitentiary, and they became, some of the best strength coaches, training clients and everything. But a felon can be on YouTube. My recommendation, this is just me. These YouTube personalities, I recommend even people in the conscious community, because it's really bad there. I recommend people do background checks on these guys. Do background checks on them. Dr. Umar Johnson, a man that was supposed to open up a school in 2011.
Yeah. I donate to the school too, man. I'm like, I donate a good amount, but I'm like, it is what it is. But he's a scammer.
Hey. You didn't have to hear it from me.
His behavior too. Well, I was already kind of, peeping him because, everything he was saying wasn't realistic. It was like over exaggerated. He kept, sending that days back, but also he's messy, man. I heard the stuff he did with women, people he dropped out of certain projects and deals and then get people. Everything from me, even the tradesman on the school, but also I noticed his personality. He has a psychosis. There's something not mentally right with him.
I'm Marcus Garvey, Frederick Douglass, Ida B. Wells, Richard Wright, Malcolm Farrakhan, X, Lewis, Gates, the third cousins.
Don't forget the sniffing. Don't forget the sniffing, man. Like he's on coke.
Yeah,
man.
Receipts. Receipts. Gifts. And I'm looking at this dude, man. I'm saying, man, anybody spend time in the street, man, game recognizes game.
Yeah.
And most of these guys, if you really want to know what's inside of them, you want to see the niggerish come out of them. ask them a question that makes them feel uncomfortable. And when you get them upset, you can really see the type of personalities they are. Well, at first it'd be, brother, we want to open up the school because our young black men are getting shot down, and all this stuff is true. But then you say, well, brother, when do you plan to open up the school? Well, you don't ask the white man that.
Well, his school is open.
It's not open. No, it's not. No, it's not.
No, I'm talking about the white man. The white man.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I can walk up in there and get indoctrinated. Like, are you serious?
Yeah, and plus the white man, at least if I do business with him, he gives me a receipt.
There you go.
Yeah.
He gives me a receipt. I can't claim my donation on my taxes because you haven't done what you needed to do with that donation. So I can't even claim it as a write-off on my taxes. Let's talk.
Yeah.
You want to talk about helping the children in the street? You right in Philadelphia. Go out there on the street corner and talk to them brothers.
Yeah.
You do that? No.
Yeah. Well, you didn't ask the white man, does he have a tax ID number?
Yeah, crazy stuff, man. Yeah,
I'm telling
crazy,
you, man, these dudes, I'm telling you, man, you sit back and you look and you say the hustle. You say it's the hustle. Now, maybe Jim Jones had good intentions in the beginning before he took those people down to Guyana. Yeah, in the beginning, he may have had good intentions in the beginning. I knew people who knew him was in his church that ended up leaving. But like Umar Johnson, I'm not comparing him to a killer, but I'm saying Umar Johnson might have had been sincere at one time to say, hey, I really want to help our young men, to give him the benefit of the doubt. But somewhere along the way, when money started coming in, and then you could start getting all these women flocking to your meetings, sometimes money and women can change a man. Mm-hmm. Sometimes human beings have tendencies that suppress because they don't have the means to really bring it to the surface. But once you start maybe getting some money and women start coming into your sphere of influence, that can affect somebody. That can affect you. I'm not going to mention. I'm going to say something real quick. I'm not going to mention the person. He's deceased. He was a black in the black conscious community. He wrote multiple books. I even have a couple of his books. He told a friend of mine's, and I'm only saying this because she told me this. You know how these black personalities, they go to different cities and they do lectures. They say, okay, we're going to do a lecture in Philadelphia, then we're going to do one in the Bronx. We got to go out and do one in Denver, then we got to do one in Miami, then we got to do one in LA, then we're going to swing over to Sacramento. We're going to do it. He told her he wanted her to be his lady when he came to the city. His side chick. In other words,
he didn't ask for a snow bunny?
No. He was talking to the brothers and the sisters. He was out there talking to the brothers and sisters, and really a decent lecture
about the snow bunnies.
Well, yeah, you talking about Dr. Umar Johnson?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it might be a suppressed. He's projecting, maybe, This particular brother. I mean, this brother knew Umar Johnson. Some of these guys got women in different cities. Okay, when I get to Philly, I'm gonna talk to Carla, and then when I get to New York, I'm gonna talk to Kim, and then when I get to Minneapolis, I'm gonna talk to whoever. I don't know, Vanity Six or whoever. The man got women everywhere. Every city he got a woman. It's a hustle. These dudes be hustling, man. And you just I'm saying game recognizes game. That's why having some street knowledge, being in the street, you see these things. And most of the best ones are the ones who could talk. They got that mouthpiece. They know how to finesse the game.
My daddy used to tell me a person can make anything come out their mouth.
And he's right. And you know what, sister? I'm glad you mentioned that. I know we talked about bodybuilding fake gurus. Most men, because I even heard a guy who was a pimp, he was a retired pimp, say this. He said most of the women that he would recruit would be women that didn't have a strong relationship with their fathers. He said the ones that had the daddy issues, he said they were the easier ones to get to. He said
And
those were
that
the
is
easy
very
ones.
factual.
Mm-hmm.
That is very factual.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're trying to connect with that something that they missed growing up.
There
They
you go.
not always realize it, but that is a very factual, interpersonal thing that women who didn't have their fathers in their lives or had daddy issues tend to do.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, been fed all my life. I was the kid that people would want to pick on
Mm-hmm.
because she the fat kid, you know. But because of my personality, they had to figure out a way to pick a fight with me because I wasn't easy. I wasn't,
Mm-hmm.
you know, you couldn't just pick on me and it was gonna be me crying or whatever. I'm finna gladiate with you. My daddy taught
Mm-hmm.
me you don't ever and be I've always been big chested. I had
Mm-hmm.
boys that would come up and want to try to grab my chest. That's a fight. I'm punching you down. Because my daddy
Mm-hmm.
told me, don't nobody get the opportunity to do this to you.
Mm-hmm.
I can imagine if I didn't have that, how that would change. Because also, what I've seen on the flip side of that is big women who sexual activity was up there because this was how they got attention because they didn't have their daddies telling them, you don't allow that.
Mm-hmm.
It is very important for men to be in their sons and daughters, but in their
Yes,
daughters' lives because her perception of a man is going to start with you.
that's right.
So he had
That's
an
right.
easy pickings when he figured out, oh, she got daddy issues. Come here, sweetie. Let me talk to you. I
Mm-hmm.
understand. Yeah, yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, it's,
That's true. That's so very true. Did you have any brothers?
I had one brother, but he was from my mom's first marriage, and he lived in
Mm-hmm.
a different state than we did. But I
Mm-hmm.
grew up with my two sisters, so it was
Mm-hmm.
nothing but females in the house. And my dad,
Okay.
and in our neighborhood, he was one of two fathers on the block.
Wow.
I had so many people that called my dad dad. I
Mm.
remember working at a laundromat, and my dad, because at this point he's retired, so he's driving me everywhere, drove me into work. And as I'm going into the building, I hear this guy go, "Hey, Dad!" I almost broke my neck because I know my dad ain't got no sons. Like, who is this calling my daddy dad? You know?
Uh-huh.
I get in because I got to clock in and everything, but my neck was like a goose. I'm looking, I'm reaching, I'm trying to see who this is. He brings the
Right.
young man in and he introduced him to me. And he said to me, he said, I don't know if anybody has ever told you, you got one of the best fathers in the world. And he told
Wow.
me he was like he was a doorman at one of the construction sites. He said,
Mm-hmm.
no matter what, every morning your daddy spoke to me, how you doing, young man? How's it going? You know, little
Mm-hmm.
conversation going about his business. He said he
Mm-hmm.
had lost his father and my dad can tell something was wrong with him. So he was
Mm-hmm.
like, what's going on? He let him know his father passed. He said, your daddy sat down with me, bought me a cup of coffee, let me know everything was going to be all right. He was praying for me. And my dad wasn't even a praying man, but
Mm-hmm.
he just interacted with this young man. He said, and it wasn't just the white people that would walk through the door that would snub him and not say anything. He's like, it would be the black people too, coming in there, boule, whatever. He said, but
Mm-hmm.
your dad always took the time. And he has no idea how much that helped me through the loss of my father.
Mm-hmm.
When my dad passed, I had his union members come up to me because I was the baby girl. So me and dad was sick as thieves. When my sisters got older, they went on about their business. They had their friends. I was stuck with dad. If dad was up
Mm-hmm.
under the car, I was up under the car. If he was
Mm.
eating sardines, I was trying to eat them. You know, but
Yeah,
that's
but not
that's
the
how
oatmeal.
close we were. Right? No, no, not the oatmeal. And he loved oatmeal too. No, I couldn't do that one.
Right.
I
Right.
couldn't.
Right.
I love you, daddy,
Right.
but we gotta do something
Right.
different. But
Right.
he his union brothers came up to me and they was like, are you, I said, yeah. They was like, oh my gosh, it's so nice to put a face to your name because we hear so much about you. He was retired, and because they wanted him to stay, they put him in charge of a tool room. Now, you know, on a construction site, they got companies that take care of the tools, but
Mm-hmm.
he wasn't ready to retire. They wasn't ready for him to retire, so they put him in charge of a tool room, doing basically nothing.
Mm-hmm.
But that was the type of energy and the personality that he had. But oh my gosh, don't ever flip that switch. My dad was mild. He was meek. He didn't start nothing. He didn't, confrontation was not his thing. But if you cross that line, my mama said she
Mm-hmm.
remembered him picking this dude up by his collar because he opened up my dad's car door, like, I guess trying to steal it. He went out there, picked that dude up, one hand in midair by his collar.
Mm.
Like, don't you ever. I'm going to let you go, but don't you ever. I was like, wow. But he was, because he was so big, my friends was afraid of him. They thought he was just big and mean, but he was a gentle giant bear. Wouldn't hurt a fly.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But his stature, his size, you just didn't mess with him. But all the little kids, because of his energy. Hi, Pop. Hi, Pop. Like,
Mm.
man, don't call my daddy your Pops. That's my daddy. You know? But that was the type of person that he was. And I'm so thankful that I had a father like that, because it became different for my children who didn't have a father like that. But it's because
Mm-hmm.
of him I was able to redirect and help them through what they didn't have that I had.
Mm-hmm.
It is so important to be there. It is so important for a young girl to understand a strong man,
Mm.
because in life, when you don't have that and you don't heal from that or get it together, your relationships become argumentative because you're steady trying to fight for balance, not understanding that that's not your balance. You're not supposed to be hanging up there with him. You're not supposed to be that image that you're trying to be, handling it all. That's not your place. You gotta let him take his place. I'm so thankful that I had a father that was like that. I'm so thankful I had a father that was in my life in that way, because I can see it being different from me, being that I grew up in the project. I can see it. I see it in my friends who didn't have it. So I'm thankful for it. It is very important. And I say this, and I uphold all brothers who are advocates in their children's lives, whether it's a boy or a girl, but definitely if you got a girl and you're a girl dad, you're a rock star to me.
Yep.
Yeah. You know, as she was talking, Lance, sister, thank you for sharing that. I was just thinking about my sister. I got a sister about 10 years older than me, from my mother's first marriage. And there was a situation when we were growing up. There was some guys that was raping females in the neighborhood. And what they were doing, they were luring the girls over to like this apartment where these guys stay, and they were just taking advantage of them. And I don't know, you know, my parents were pretty much people, you know, knew them in the neighborhood. You know, they, you know, very, you know, respectable, you know, conservative people.
Right.
And somehow these guys lured my sister over to this apartment.
Oh no.
And she got there. I guess she thinking one of the guys she's gonna kick it with, you know, a possible boyfriend. She get over there and it's like 2 or 3 guys over there with him. And she's looking like, what's going on here? When she get to the apartment, and it's like, you know what time it is. She said, well, I don't know what you all think you're going to do. She said, I got a father at home.
Right.
And he said, if I tell my father, it's all you guys ain't gonna make it. You might as well go into police custody, protective custody, because he coming for every last one of you all.
Bringing and slow singing.
Yeah, and would you believe them dudes opened the door? They because they knew my father too.
Oh wow.
This the guy that lured her over there. You know, trying to Mr. Don Juan. Would you believe those guys opened the door and let her out?
Wow.
One of them was like, hey, man, yeah, man, I know her father, man. No, man, no. We let this. We're gonna have to chop this up to the game. Open up the door and let her out. But another girl that lived a couple of blocks down, they end up getting her.
Oh no!
Because my sister told me. Yeah.
Damn.
And her making that statement alone, she stood on what she knew. I'm loved by my father. You don't get the right. You don't get the right to disrespect me like this. Absolutely not.
Yeah. Them dudes opened up that door and said, okay, well, bye.
Yeah.
We'll see you. Maybe.
But you don't have to kick rocks because I'm not losing my life for this.
Yeah,
right, but not only that, but the way your sister spoke with strength, because she knows what she had at home. You understand? In her life. Like, I don't know what you think is that it empowered her.
It's something to grow up not having your father in that capacity. And I had to, be a victim of that with my own children. So it's like I can't not see that a father not taking care of their child because my dad was there. But when I do see it, I understand that child more so. I had to bring myself into my inner child for me to be able to relate, because again, we get pushed in a situation when that father is not there. We got to do what we got to do as mothers.
Right.
Stop all this crying. But I had to pull myself back from that, and that's something as women we need to also learn when we are in that situation, whether we came from that situation or not. Understand what that child is going through, because they're missing something that is supposed to be so relevant in their life, and they don't understand why. But we have to let them know. I did anyway. I had to let my children know, and this is what fathers are supposed to do. And so you don't have one, so this is what mommy is going to do to help with that situation. And it was the way that I built a relationship with them without me getting frustrated because they want to cry because daddy didn't show up or whatever the case may be. It is so important. It is so important. I couldn't stress it enough. Like I said, girl dads they rock stars in my eyes, because whether they know it or not, it is a big deal. It's a big deal to be in that girl's life. It really is. I don't care how much flack she's giving you. It's a big deal.
Powerful. Give me a moment. I'm gonna check on these workers downstairs. I'll be right back.
World, I wouldn't trade it. And my mom was the disciplinary. My mom was the disciplinary. She was a no nonsense, pistol toting, 5 foot. Folks didn't mess with her. They did not mess with her. Don't run in her yard.
I saw grass. Both of my parents are deceased, but I remember I saw my mother jump on my sister's boyfriend. This another sister. The boyfriend, I was like, I was a teenager back at the time, and he had came over to the house, and he wanted to see my sister, and my mother came to the door, and he was like, yeah, I want to see her. He's like, no, you don't need to see my daughter, because they've been getting into fights and stuff. And my sister was standing behind my mom. And my sister said something to the boyfriend. The boyfriend reached around my mother to grab my sister. And I said to myself, you know how like you could see something happen before it happens? And you're looking at it in slow motion. And I'm looking like, why did he just do that? I never saw my mother hit a man in my life. They were boxing. My mother was throwing haymakers at him like, don't you ever touch my daughter like that. And luckily, my father wasn't home. But
That's how
when
my
the
mom got her nickname, Cassius Clay, from knocking the
yeah,
dude off the bar.
yeah, my mother, she didn't tell my father about this. He found out. He said,
Mm.
she said no. She said don't tell him, because he said if you tell your father, he gonna have him put in the jail for trespassing. He said don't do that. I remember one
Say
time,
life is
just like
done.
yeah, it was like a couple of years later. I was at my sister's apartment, and the boyfriend, he had moved in, so I was just sitting down watching TV, and then they got into an argument, and I'm looking, watching TV, but I'm observing what's going on in the apartment, and this man jumped up like he wanted to beat up my sister. Sister, I jumped off that couch. I must have been about 15 years old, grabbed him around his neck, and he was in his early 20s. And he's like, man, let me go,
Mm-hmm.
man. I said, I'm going to let you go, but you're not going to whip my sister up in here. I'm going to watch.
No,
I said, we ain't
no,
going to have that now. I know she
absolutely.
might be a little bit, she got some challenges, but you ain't going to fight my sister up in here. What do you think? I'm going to stand up here and watch you beat up my sister? Now,
And it's
what
funny.
happens after I leave is that's on you all.
It becomes almost like you don't even think about it. Your body just go into action. And because
Mm-hmm.
it was nothing but females in the house, like I was a protector like that.
Right.
We had some bushes, and this man was walking down the sidewalk. He was drunk as a skunk, but he fell over into our bushes.
Mm-hmm.
And my mom is standing on the porch, and it's me and my boyfriend, and she's actually getting on his case because um, he was he said something. He did no chewing gum, and he was smacking. And my mom was on his case about that. Why are you smacking? Da, 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 da. So when the guy fell, my mom, all of us, we looked, and she was like, "Are you okay, sir?" And he started cursing my mother out. I'm at the top of the porch. I don't even know that I stood up. I think I just levitated, and I jumped down. I ain't never cursed in front of my mom. I'm like, who the
Mm-hmm.
so and so, da 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 da, which made my boyfriend then jump too because he like, wait a minute.
He
But
should have been the first one to jump. He'd
I
be
don't
like,
even
what?
think he realized what was happening because he was getting cursed out by my mom for smacking on the gum.
Right.
So when she said what she said, and he started cursing, I just instantly, and he was right behind me, like he said, you can't do that. He said because if he'd have hit you, I was going to jail because I was gonna kill him. I'm like, okay, I'll learn. I didn't learn my lesson because that was just how I was, and I got that from my mom. As I got older, I learned to live differently. And
Mm-hmm.
like you wasting a whole lot of energy right now. You know what?
Uh-huh.
Just let it be. Learn,
Mm-hmm.
you live and you learn. And like my dad said,
Right.
as long as you live and you gonna learn. So don't stop learning. So but
That's
man,
right.
that becomes
Like,
something natural when you're protecting your
yeah.
mother.
Yeah. Life is a
Or you,
classroom.
it really is. It really is.
Mm-hmm.
Any female that you're protecting, and I hate to see it, and I know that's the era that we're in where everybody
Mm-hmm.
is recording, but I hate to see it when these guys is out here and they watching a dude hit a female. I yes, you got to be careful that you don't jump into everything because you don't want to lose your life.
Mm-hmm.
But man, I can't imagine myself as a male standing by watching another male hit a female. Just I couldn't do it. And when I see these
Yeah.
guys just recording and they talking, no, you need to put your phone down and you need to get in there. You need to get in there.
Well, well,
Help
see,
us.
sister, that's kind of like a mixed kind of bag a little bit, because I understand where you're coming from, but sadly, we live in a time where there are some women who they think if a man is abusing them, they consider that as love. So you're in a
That's sad.
situation, it is, because this goes back to them not having the chance to have a father at home. The father is the first man that the
Or an
daughter
abusive
learns to
father.
love.
Or an
Hmm?
abusive father because it's some women that have had their fathers but was abusive and they think that's it.
Right.
That father being abusive and they don't know that no, that's not how you should do. That's not how. this is not what love looks like.
That's true. Very true. And they have a misconception. So I understand a man may say, "Oh, brother, you ain't got to do that." But then you can only go so far because you don't know what he owns.
Right.
And
That's why I
now,
said you got to be careful in what you jump in. But
right?
I don't get the whole recording and watching him.
Yeah,
No, I don't.
yeah, yeah.
Clicks and views.
Because oh, go ahead, brother.
No, sorry. She said she does understand the recording, and it's clips and views. It's drama. We're living in a very degenerate society.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Because a woman, I've seen a situation where this guy was this girl and this guy was having an argument or something, like they're about to fight, and the brother told the guy, "Say, hey, brother, man, you ain't got to do all that." She told him to stay out of it.
Mm,
She
that's
said,
a
"This
hurt
does not
sister.
concern you." She told him to stay out of it.
That's a very hurt sister.
Yeah, told him to stay out of it. This does not concern you. You stay out of this. So the guy stayed out of it. I
But
guess he was like, "You ain't got to
you
tell me
know,
twice."
yeah. At that point, when you're told to stay out of it, then that's what you do. That's
Yeah.
exactly what you do. You stay out of it. You've been told. You've been warned, and so I'm good. I
Mm-hmm.
understand English very well.
Yeah.
You don't need to
Yeah.
tell me again.
Mm-hmm.
But that becomes such a trauma that it instills. You could tie this into what you eat. You could tie this into the things that you're putting into your body. That because once we grow up and we taught right from wrong, good from bad, the choices that we make, they are strictly our choices. But
Mm-hmm.
what people fail to realize is is your first brain, your gut is all jacked up. Your second brain is not computing
Mm-hmm.
logically, sensibly, the way it should be, clearly. So you can tie even those behaviors back to your food intake, what you eat.
That's true.
Because
Because it's rare,
nobody has
sister.
to tell me if I'm being hit. Nobody have to come and tell me that this ain't right. My body feel that it ain't right. This shit hurt. No, I know it's
Yeah,
not right.
yeah. You know, your feelings is supposed to always lead you to truth. You know, if you it's rare that you will see a person out there who's fasting be out in the street. Well, nigga, I told you, nigga, I bring the money by at 12, but nigga, you showed up. You know, you you, you see somebody out there fasting and trying to be, detoxing and pious. You don't see a person like that acting like that. That's
You
rare.
don't, and I can bear witness to it because I know when I started changing how I ate, the way I thought about things, and the way I
Mm-hmm.
react to things, man, it was totally different. It was totally
Right.
different. I
Mm-hmm.
remember being on my job and somebody came in asking the food, and one of my coworkers was like, "You handled that so calm." And it's so funny because I actually see myself engaging with this person, and I'm like, I can even. Had I not been making those transformations in my life, I would have been that person, and we would have been gladiating because that was me. That was how I was. That was. But when I started changing my diet, I noticed.
Mm-hmm.
I noticed my mindset was different. I'm like, there is a direct correlation to what we eat and how we
Mm-hmm.
respond to things.
That's
I
true.
was so thankful that I started, on that journey. And I only started on that journey because I was trying to save money. That's how I got to that journey. I was trying to
Mm-hmm.
save money, but it led me to something else. And just witnessing and dealing with it in my experience alone, I changed my thought process and how I handled conflict. I'm only talking about conflict, but it changed other areas of my life. But me speaking
Mm-hmm.
about conflict, I seen that right away. And I had to question, like, dude, why you ain't snap? Why you ain't? I'm not that clogged up person.
Right.
I didn't snap.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know, sometimes it's best to de-escalate the situation. You see, because
But
you don't
when you're
know,
raised,
like you said, when you can reach a point where that tiger come out of you, you know, and then there's no point of return. But sometimes you
and that
understand, wait a minute, I'm not going to stoop to that level. There's another way of
and
handling this.
that's something that you really have to. It's something you really have to grasp, because again, my mom was a fighter until the day she passed away. Like, she was in
Mm-hmm.
her 60s when we had to tell her, Mom, you need to stop carrying that pistol. But somebody
Mm-hmm.
gonna take it and hit you in the head with it. Like, you older now, and you know, she wasn't a. She was strong, but she wasn't a. She was tiny. She was strong, but she
Mm-hmm.
wasn't like, it wasn't like she worked out or whatever and she had muscles. That was just her naturally.
Right.
But she taught us as girls how to fight, how to defend ourselves. You don't let this
Mm-hmm.
happen, and you pick up something, bust them in the head, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I learned that that's not what I wanted to teach my children, my girls. I
Right.
didn't want to teach my girls that, because if a dude put his hands on you, you run, you get to safety, and you call the police. That was what I taught my children, because I learned in my fight, I'm not a match for a dude.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I've gladiated, and I'm still standing, but hell, a dude's punch, man, that ain't nothing you want to take.
True.
It ain't comfortable. It don't feel
What
good.
did
And
Mike
why am
Tyson
I
say?
standing there taking?
What did Mike Tyson say? Everybody got a plan until they get hit in the face.
Man, let me tell you, it's a different story. It's a
Mm-hmm.
different damn story. You like,
Mm-hmm.
oh, wow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
At that moment, you're in it and you're fighting for your life, but afterwards, you're like, that didn't feel too good. Let me not
Yeah.
provoke this.
Yeah. It's not worth it, you know.
It's not.
So yeah, that diet is I believe that if we could get our diets together, we could solve at least 80% of our problems. Not just
We
internally,
really could.
but
We really could.
externally as a people, you know.
You
So
figure out that you don't have to go hungry, that you are never in lack, because nature is creating what you need, and you learn how to intake that. You can, man, we can build our way away from where we are right now a a nation of people.
mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I said,
Because
man, what you have for breakfast? Mm-hmm.
when you're like-minded and you're thinking on that same high vibrational plane,
Mm-hmm.
you can't be stopped. You can't be stopped. It's impossible.
Mm-hmm.
You got too much connectivity.
Mm-hmm.
You got too much
You
connectivity from the earth.
mm-hmm. Well, it's just like when people talk about reparations. I mean, the root word of reparations is repair. And I said, as black people in America who were here prior to 1865, ancestors, I'm all for reparations. I'm all for repair. But the key thing that has to be repaired is the most important thing that was taken away was the mind. Because you can give people money all day, but if you don't get their mind straight, they still gonna be the same people. They're gonna be broke. Give them about 30 days, and they're gonna be coming back to you again, talking about some reparations, a check, cut a check.
That
So
that wasn't
unless the
enough.
mind is unless the mind is repaired, the mind has to be the most important thing that was taken away was the mind. And if you repair the mind, the mind will repair the pocket in time. The mind will repair the pocket. But first, the mind has to be repaired first. The mind got to be repaired. You repair the mind,
We
you can repair the pocket.
we need to travel. We need to get out of, and I don't mean like, I mean get out of the state,
Right.
because you then tend to learn how other places who say like, you know, have gone through war and how they rebuild from nothing, because it's been done. It's been done so many times. Japan, it's been done. And then you get to see that rebuild, it started with somebody picking up a log, moving it, and say, hey, let's clear this out and rebuild. And because you love yourself, you love your land, you love your people, y'all work together. When you rebuild like that, you protect it even more. It's like when the show Lance had the other day, when the lady was talking about, you know, I guess the guy mentioned something about, you know, places that will help and things like that. It wouldn't matter who the company was or who the person was that was going to lend a hand. If you ain't got a group of people that's thinking the same way on building, it wouldn't matter what they put out there for us to have. It's not going to come together. Not going to come together.
They're destroyed overnight because the mind hasn't been built up to be constructed. The mind is used to being destructive.
It's been colonized.
Correct.
And separation has been the stronghold to keep it that way. They separate it even from slavery, separate the young from the old, separate the knowledge from those that don't know yet. Separate them, because if they get together and they band together, we're done. We have to keep them separated. Have to keep them separated.
That's why they got to come up with new categories to split us up.
Together.
Yeah.
Is us ever coming together? That's their fear.
Yeah.
If we come together, done deal.
Yeah. You know, I was reflecting on that conversation we had the other day, Lance, and you know, when you talk about division among the people, you know, but you all know back in the 70s and the 80s, it wasn't an issue. Gender wasn't even an issue. That didn't even come up. It was a bunch of black men and black women coming together saying, okay, how are we going to fix this situation? Now, we got to go a step beyond. We got to get the gender thing straight before we can start talking about men and women. And what must be done. You see? Because that wasn't an issue in the past. I mean, the brother, he said 33. You know, brother, over 30 years ago, that wasn't even an issue. It wasn't even an issue. During the time of the Million Man March, that wasn't an issue. The gender thing wasn't an issue.
Even when, and we've had that in our community growing up, where you had that brother or cousin or whatever, you knew he was flaming, but even he knew what he was.
Right.
He knew he was a man that liked other men.
Right.
Now you got this whole thing of you can't even be in existence without a gender, without a man and a woman. You couldn't even be here. How is this even? So if you got to figure out what you got between your legs to say you are A or B, I don't even need you in my camp. I mean, be straight, because at that point you ain't straight up with me. You're not telling me, oh, I'm a female and I like other females. Say that if that's what it is you are, because I don't really care. But are you a part of this gender? Are you a part of this unit?
I'm binary. What the hell does that mean?
I know.
What you a mathematical equation? What you an algebraic expression? I'm binary.
Exactly. I know.
I'm like,
I know. Well, you know, the funny thing, Facebook they said a couple of years ago, I found that they officially have 71 or 70 something different official categories for sex. They're male, female, blah, blah, blah. They don't push that as much now. And maybe they took that down or took it away. But my question to them is, how could you have 71 different categories when there's only two sexes? Who's sitting up making all these different things? You see what I mean? And back, like you said, back then we didn't have these issues. That's another speed bump. That's another way of dividing. Because we could be 1 billion people strong, but if you break us up 1 million ways, we can't collectively come with the force we need to make a change. And I was downstairs at the time, but I was listening. Like when you said about reparations, I'm gonna tell you how it's gonna go. One day they will give reparations, and a month later, the dollar's gonna crash. Why? Because they know us as black people. Oh yeah. Everybody else secretly is gonna be happy. The Koreans, the Chinese, the Indians, white folks, everybody is gonna be happy because they know that ignorant Negroes are gonna spend their money up like it's no tomorrow. They'll get rich, and the money's gonna crash. But poor black folks with no idea on how to live, they're gonna be in the hood looking to buy Bentleys and Benzes and Jaguars, all kind of cheap Asian jewelry from the neighborhood ghetto mall, 10 carat. You know what I mean? They're gonna get everything and they're gonna spend it. There's gonna be all kind of weaves, all kind of BBLs, all the useless stuff. And they're gonna crash the dollar. Niggas, your dollar's not worth anything anymore. We got fat off of it. So what? And they're gonna be worse off more than ever before. We broke. Where we gonna get money from? What you mean you spent your reparations money? Exactly. That's what's gonna happen.
I don't need the money. Give me the land. Give me land. And then I could take my damn plants and put them outside and let them grow like they supposed to be. And I can have my own vegetables.
That's right.
So your own gardening. Your own eco farm. Sustainable.
Right.
Now that's sustainable.
Right.
Exactly. Be like the empress of the garden over there. The goddess of the garden over there. We got it. Beautiful garden. Oh my God.
Yeah. You try to get a Million Man March today, a bunch of brothers. Brother, that'd be like pulling some teeth. You might get 1,000 people out there.
And they all ain't gonna claim to be straight either. We're here for the Million Man March because there's going to be so many fine men here that I can talk to.
You'll get 2,000 because 1,000 of them going to be on the DL. So
Yep. And then bathrooms will be constantly full.
You'll be
and ain't
looking
nobody
at
using the bathroom. They're using the stalls though.
You'll be standing out there looking at the speaker, and your butt gets pinched. You looking around like, man, who's doing that?
It'll be a disaster, though. People will start fighting and everything.
If I was a dude, I wouldn't even look around. I'm just gonna stay straight forward because I know damn well that no other man just pinched my butt. No. We're not gonna look around.
You couldn't do it. You couldn't have no Million Man March today. It just, like you said, you go out there and we want to be out there too. I'm a man.
Right. Yeah, all of a sudden they're gonna identify as men.
Yeah.
Or they're gonna have the Million Binary March after that.
Yeah. I'm your brother. I'm your brother too.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't be serious though. It wouldn't be taken serious.
It wouldn't.
That's true.
Yeah,
it would turn to a cookout. People start bringing cards and dominoes. It wouldn't be serious.
Yeah. And they're selling weed.
Smoking weed, drinking malt liquor. It'll be a mess.
When they start cleaning up, you'll see weaves on the ground, like people's like the hair hats left on the ground, like you see in the hood on the sidewalk.
Yeah, man. And then we'll start fighting and stuff. And you stepped on my shit. We'll start fighting. You'll see weaves getting snatched out. All kind of crazy stuff.
You found them.
Now we're gonna hear from Jay-Z.
Oh no!
Jay-Z wants to say something to you all. It's like
no. Saucy Santana.
It then turned into a freak show. We think we're gonna see final calls and news, bow ties and suits. Man, we go out there today, man. It'll be a hot mess. You'd be like,
Oh God.
is this what we deteriorated to?
Exactly.
You'd be like, is this it? Is this? Yeah, the brother's right. They be playing bones out there, saying dominoes, St. Ives bottles everywhere.
Yeah,
Old
man,
English,
malt
old
liquor,
English,
man.
Cokie 900 bottles and shit.
Yeah, man. Yeah, what's that stuff called? Mad Dog 2020. You'll see all kind of stuff out there, man.
They cat lap with the fold down table.
Yeah, and people start fighting.
Lounging chairs.
Yeah, man.
Ain't nobody listening to the minister. They got their own thing going on.
Minister be talking, say, I don't think you all interested.
Right.
You know, the minister.
To hell with you. To hell with all of you. You all are doomed. If Malcolm came back, he tear this place up. This ain't like the Million Man March from decades ago. I'm here to tell you, you are on a trajectory of death.
He'll be singing a black man's heaven is a black man's hell. He had to change the lyrics around. He's like, man, We're messing up for ourselves. Yeah, he had to change the whole lyrics around.
We are really deaf, dumb, and blind.
Robbed of the knowledge of self.
It'll be a mess, man.
Oh man, it'll be a big mess, man. It'll turn into a freaknik. We get out there and be like,
chicks,
yeah, rims spinning. Yeah, rims spinning around.
I know.
I guess my question is, what's it going to take for us to get back to it? What's it going to take? I mean, are we going to have to truly isolate ourselves from ignorant black folks, or what are we going to do?
Yes, can't save them. I'm convinced. I'm not even going to waste the rest of my life and think we're all going to be healed back. Save the ones that are conscious. We're going to have to separate. Let those other ones fall to the wayside because the sickness they have, the things they like to do, it's too sweet to them. They cannot let it go.
Yeah.
They gotta look at it this way. This ain't like 2 years in. This ain't like 10 years in. You had all these things happening. Everything's so obvious. All this knowledge kicked. And whatever major city everybody has lived in, in the black neighborhood where they have shopping stuff going on from back in the 70s and 80s, you had them books lined up, them black books. The titles taught you a whole lot. Not even just reading it.
Yeah.
We got the internet. We got craziness there, but there's always something that hits you that teaches you something. If black folks that are so dumb and so stupid, who love ignorance so much, if they don't get it by now, to hell with them.
Yeah.
To hell with them. That means they want this stuff. They like it. They want to taste it up. They want to keep going with it. I'm not going to waste my time running behind them. Oh, brother, please try to understand. Okay, brother, yeah, you saying a good word there. And they go right on back to do it. Have fun. Prepare yourself. If you don't want to do what you got to do to survive, you on your own. But don't come running to me. Only ones who can come running to me are the ones who I know are about it. That's right.
Just like Lance said, back in the day when you saw the book From the Pyramids to the Projects, that got your attention. When you that stuff got your attention, like, damn, from the pyramids to the projects. You be like, damn, that's a deep title. It's like, damn, man, I gotta check that out, man. So and so, somebody come out with a new book. You'd be like, man, yeah, so and so, man, he just wrote this book, man. Yeah, Shahrazad Ali, Black Man's Guide to Understand the Black Woman. Then somebody else wrote The Black Woman's Guide to Understand the Black Man. It was like a domino effect of information coming. Right.
And that would stoke the fires inside of you. You would see these books, and if you were right, you're like, oh man, you might not have had the money to buy all the books, but you wanted to buy all them books. So every other week, you'd pick up another one or two, read it, and then you have a different outlook. And you put things together. And remember, back in the 70s, things were a little better. You had the McCreary Report, you had Black News, you had Like It Is, you had Tony Brown. You had shows there that and we can call ourselves black, but they don't want that in the media no more. We can call ourselves binary and inter this and trans that and whatever. And they pushing that. They pushing that now in government the way they should have been pushing our rights back then in America after what was so concretely done. So they came up with something else and they focused on that. That's why Barack Obama focused on Latinos and LGBTQ. And from what I'm hearing, he's part of that too. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, it's funny because when my nieces were born, my first three, I bought them because I went into buying toys and things like that. For birthdays and stuff, they either got a book or they got jewelry. And I bought them a set of gold leaf Britannica. Like when I tell them that, then when I tell them now, they like, what? Like my young, what's a Britannica? And it's like, what? How you don't know what an encyclopedia? What?
Yeah.
No, man.
Yeah, the big set.
Yeah.
Remember that big set?
we had I think we had the World Book growing up. Like I always grew up with a set of encyclopedias, so that was the thing for me. I'm gifting this to my nieces. I thought I was doing big time. Yeah, no. No.
The guy come by the house. He said, "Yes, ma'am, sir, ma'am. I'm selling these World Books." And they had the big set, and he said, "Yeah, and you know, if you buy it now, we give you a discount, and you know, whatever you want to look up from A to Z, you go into the books. If you're doing a research paper, like even in elementary school, you're doing a paper, you go get them World Books. You open them up. Okay, it tells you what is the population of Lithuania. What is it? What is it? You know, boom, 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 and you get that information. You kind of reworded it so you wouldn't plagiarize. Yeah, you had your information right there.
Where you can go look it up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Remember back in the day when you went to the library and you had to get the index card?
The Dewey Decimal.
Remember we had to go to the librarian and you said, okay, I'm trying to find this book. And they would give you the card where you had to go find it. You had to go literally go get the book yourself.
Yep. Yeah, read the numbers to find the aisle to find the shelf.
Yep. Sure did. They didn't practically close all the libraries.
They don't even teach cursive writing in school.
No, they don't.
My mother, before she passed, she wrote my youngest a letter. She's like, "Mom, can you help me read this?" Because my mom had, when I say her penmanship was like calligraphy. She had, even as she was ailing, her penmanship was just phenomenal. She's like, "Mommy, can you help me read Granny letter?"
Yeah. Because when we was in school back in the 70s, even the dumbest person in the class knew how to sign their name.
Yep.
The dumbest person, brother, the dumbest person in the class knew how to sign their name. Now, maybe they might have some challenges reading, saying, the ball went up the wall. They might have some reading challenges, maybe a little, autism. But in terms of signing your name, even the dumbest person I'm talking about elementary school, the dumbest person in the class knew how to sign their name.
Knew how to sign their name. It might not be neat looking, but they knew how to write it.
Yep.
You don't get that now. I mean,
no.
Now they can't even. It's everything is an acronym.
Yeah.
We used to be reduced to numbers. Now we just reduced to letters.
Hey, Lance, you remember Bobby Hemmett? Did you from New York?
That's right. I remember him. Yeah,
you know Bobby
Hemmett. He had that funny voice. And he cussed too, you know.
Yeah,
I was understand if you let the cuss get in front of the truth I speak, there's something wrong with your motherfucking ass. I couldn't tell you all that, you know. All y'all goddamn idiots out here. If you look, I drink too, you know. I drink, and I love a woman with a fat ass. But I got some truth for you. And if you let that, because listen, I know all your pastors, and your pastors are worse than me. I'm keeping it real and 100.
Because you got to drink this gin so you can get in contact with your chakras, because the ancestors, they used to pour the libations. So repeat after me. Kunyada, bunyada, dunyada, kunyada.
But I tell you, the motherfucking white man don't want you to know that it's connecting you to the chakras. Because see, in black neighborhood, they call it wine and liquor. In the white neighborhood, they call it wine and spirits. See, it's spirits of that thing. You see what I'm saying? But don't you dumb.
See, no, the reason why I brought him up, because he said something one time, is going back to what the sister said, that was so powerful. He said, when a civilization is in decline, when the knowledge within that society starts to deteriorate. See, we take it for granted. Like we talked about people being able to write and sign their name, right? You get to a time like you fast forward 30, 40 years, almost 50 years later, and you see people graduating from 8th grade who being social promoted who can't even sign their names. And you begin to wonder, they can't read in cursive. And you begin to wonder what is happening with the people in the society. You get less people graduating from high school. Mm-hmm. It's almost like the knowledge within the society is start to implode. Like you see China, they putting all these STEM graduates. But our students, they get out of college, they strapped with college debt. $50,000, $60,000, $100,000 college debt, and they got a bachelor's degree in psychology, sociology.
No job.
I can see if it was engineering, something medically based, but sociology, and you got $10,000, $100,000 college debt over 4 years with interest. No wonder the girl is on OnlyFans. I'm not justifying it. I'm not saying it's justified, but I can understand. You got the knowledge. It's almost like the knowledge is imploding. And when I look at somebody like Biden, when I look at him as a microcosm of American society. He's the microcosm of American society. Is that when him falling down off the steps and turning places and nobody there and saying things, you're the sucker, and the way he's acting, it's a microcosm of the collapse of the society. The leadership, we have no leadership, and we wonder why the children are messed up, because the adults are messed up.
But do you think that technology had a factor in that?
It could have had, because it made people today, like we all in different places and we're communicating with each other, right? That's a beautiful thing. You can send a text message. I think the problem is the social media aspect of it. It became, like I said, when people began to monetize foolishness, it's like, where do you say, okay, time out, enough is enough? Hold on, time out. And then you got the whole gender thing, the confusion, sexual confusion on top of it. So you got the sexual confusion, you got the social media, and you bring all this stuff together, and then people, you see the madness that comes out of people. I'm binary, and I want to tell the whole world. When in the past,
a counter action happening, because that same medium that people were able to say, hey, did you know this about your history? Did you know that this is who you are? Well, now we got to flood it with a bunch of bull crap, because if they learn this,
right,
we got a problem on our hands.
Right.
So,
absolutely.
It's good to be able to reach family that's on the other side of the world, but when real truth is coming through those same portals, you got to shut that portal down somehow.
It's like anything. It can be used for good. It can be used for bad. But right now, because of, like, we're talking about smoke and mirrors, the disinformation, just as the positive, constructive information is out there, the disinformation is out there also. Absolutely. And it's the casual observer has to be able to look at it and be able to differentiate and filter the truth from the falsehood. And that's what we have more today. And like I said, like now, a guy could come on YouTube and have a kufi in a green, black, and red, and he could be talking about stuff that he don't even know what he's talking about.
Yeah, true.
Don't
But that guy Tariq Nasheed, like he don't know what he's talking about. He just be saying stuff.
He has no clue. And it's funny because even if somebody who don't know what they consider conscious information can hear what he's saying and know that that don't make sense.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Like,
yeah, I know Tariq Nasheed.
Yeah.
He was doing all right with his hidden colors. I mean, you know, okay, fair enough. But when this is
so the people that was on that hidden colors was the reason why it did what it did. But his knowledge and what he put out there, like those that's real factual in the conscious world, it has to be like you said, it has to come to a point where they're put on Front Street because it's time to stop. It's time to stop. You're misleading people and it's damaging to us.
Yeah. Well, brothers and sisters. You know, he's like, brothers and sisters. Yeah, he said we need, and I was gonna say, sister. He said we need a see the rainbow community, the alphabet community is trying to take over the black community, so we need a black community museum, and it needs to have this so we can have Marcus Garvey, Noble Ali, Elijah Muhammad, so and so, and he wants the people who are listening to fund it.
You seen what he put together for that? It's a joke.
That museum?
Yes, that's an insult to anybody that contributed to it.
Yeah, because he said he wanted it to be like Great Black People of California or LA or something like that.
FBA or something like that. Foundation of Black People, something.
Right. You know, when I heard him say it, I said, okay. He used the LGBTQ. Somebody did something, and he was saying, you know, that's not a true representation of black people in California, or the ones who kind of helped open up the West, you know, in terms of migration. I said, okay, fine. But when he talked about building this museum, he wants the people listening to donate and build it. I'm like, brother, why don't you build it with your money? If you're really serious. Go ahead, Lance.
Or at least start it off. If you didn't have all of it, say, hey, you know, I'm trying to get loans to do this, but I'm putting down this 2 or 3 million or whatever have you. But it's all a hustle. Let me tell you something. Not just because the fact that I've been on the internet for a while, because we've all lived life for a while. We already know life. But after really intimately dealing with the internet, talking to different people whose names I can't even mention or whatever, and just being there for a very long time, I come to understand that these guys, they allow certain people to the forefront of getting these large amount of followers, whatever. I've seen guys turn around calling black women bitches and whores and breeders and hair-headed monkeys and stuff. They wear the suit and tie and they're politicized now and they're speaking decent and they got millions of followers. And I'm like, I remember this time and they turn it around overnight. They're talking that way, they take all the videos down, and the next week they reinvent themselves. Not everybody, but I've seen it. And so with black people, like I said, you look on YouTube, for example, or any social media platform, we're the only ones that really air out our dirty laundry as a race.
True.
We go against each other and run right to YouTube with it. You don't see anybody. You may see a sprinkling of something.
What the MGTOW guys do? The red pill MGTOW guys.
Man, like I say, I mean, who else does that?
Right.
I mean, they may have issues inside, but we're the ones who divide ourselves up even more. And these so-called internet, so-called leaders or influencers, whatever, they're allowed, not just allowed there, but they're encouraged, right? They try to come at you, the powers that be. They come at you mild. You know what I mean? I believe I have been approached, but in a very mild way. They wouldn't do it outright because they know I ain't going for it. But
You have these different people, FBA, Tariq Nasheed, the ones who are indigenous, the other ones who are ADOS, the other ones who are, and they all fighting against each other. All I say to knock all of that, at the end of the day, if it's not about unity for all black people melanated all over the world globally, then it's not right. How do you want to fight against your own black people? If you're FBA, I'm foundational Black America, and to hell with the Africans, we ain't got nothing to do with Africa, we're separate, whatever, or the hell with the one folks from the Caribbean. Black folks are so mixed up amongst each other. You can't even say it's mixed up as proper. If an African man impregnates an American black woman, or a Caribbean woman gets pregnant by an American black man, how do you separate that? Just because you want separate land masses with the same enemy, don't like any of us, but yet we're trying to separate ourselves. That's crazy to me.
And they've been doing that, like I said, from the beginning, because that's what works. When you are separated, you are divided.
Right.
You
and so
divided, you can be conquered.
If you look at his stuff, if you listen to some of his podcasts of late, and he's been doing this for years, he goes out against. There was a woman from Somalia who called in, and I don't know if he gets people to call in and gives them money or whatever, but he insults them outright against the imagery of what he.
I think she was Puerto Rican. Oh my goodness, the way he was speaking to her, I'm like, oh my God.
But he's supposed to be respectable, but he's coming out to, did you wash your crotch? I know people smell. You smell. don't they all smell? We don't want you over here in this country. You can see we wash over here, and you guys are funky. You're picking the bugs out of your food. We're a little more finesse than that. But I mean, what kind of mess is that to say?
Because how do you, as a man, one, speak to a woman like that? Two, the people that's following you, how are you okay with it? Because if we don't follow him and give him what he needs, he can't continue that.
But see, the people that follow him, the ones that follow him, they had that thing inside of them too. Those are the ones, those are the Americans who feel they're better than anybody from any black person from any other country and have their resentments. And he plays on their ignorance and emboldens them and gives them an official voice that they'll come out and be soldiers for his doctrine and make us more divided. There's nothing good is going to come out of that.
Nothing good is going to come out of that. Like I said, divided is how we get conquered. And it's always been us that tear us down.
He's talking about the LGBTQ community. Well, he might have a foot in the door on that lip gloss he wears.
Well, I know one of the things about Tariq is that one thing I noticed about him, this man is talking about black empowerment and black this and black that, but all his family got a big Christmas tree in the living room, and everybody got on reindeer little outfits or Junior Santa Claus suits and hats and stuff. And I'm looking like, wait a minute, brother, what kind of image? Wait a minute, you can't be black empowerment and black first and all this, and you look like white folks on Christmas morning. dress like them. It's starting to look like Christmas. I mean, all you need to do is have some Brady Bunch music in the background, and you can tell the difference. There's some Brady Bunch music going on. Dun, 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 dun. Here's a story of a lovely lady. This man, and I'm like, brother, wait a minute. I mean, that's the hustle. That's part of the hustle. Right. And that's like Malcolm would have came out. That's like Malcolm X would have came out and had a Christmas tree on the stage and give everybody the greeting and say, "Oh, never mind that, brothers and sisters. That's just for decorations." No, brother. That's part of your presentation.
Give me the electric knife to slice his ham.
Yeah.
I know one thing. We have to be very careful of YouTube because YouTube is dangerous. It can be dangerous.
It can.
It is dangerous.
It is dangerous. A lot of hustlers on there. Everything.
It's not just even with that type of content, but the fact that they're able to reach our youth so easily, because you can
Mhm.
lie at your age, and that's not a fact check. That are you 18 years of age? No, you got 9-year-olds, 10-year-olds, even younger, and they are influenced by this stuff that's on there. That impressionable mind. Do you know it's so hard? All of us that's parents know that when our child gets something in their head and they stuck on it, it's hard to get them off of that thing. It's
Mhm.
hard. And
Mhm.
when you're doing this to the youth in the masses, now you got a whole creation of young minds who don't yet know how to navigate through life, running amok,
That's true.
and they think that they're righteous.
Like that
You can
school.
find
Wise man,
family and
wise
friends
man, are you on the Bluetooth? Wise man, are you on the Bluetooth? There's a lot of feedback coming.
Hello.
Hey,
Well,
it's just.
gentlemen, it's been such a blessing, and I thank y'all for all the nuggets that y'all have given me. Lance, I'll have a list of questions for you. So don't be surprised when you get that message. But
Oh
I'm
yeah.
gonna go into my infrared workout, and yeah.
I heard that.
I appreciate you guys. Love having dialect like this, where
Oh yeah, we're gonna do this more
Well, thank
often.
you,
information
thank you,
positive,
sister.
and you're putting out real, true knowledge and information that can help the simplest person. So
Well, it's not
thank
me
you
by
so
myself. It's
much
all
for
of
that.
you all who contributed. Trust me, I learned things tonight from all of you. So it's not just me,
Mhm.
but you know, I mean, if I own the
We're
restaurant,
supposed
I
to
didn't do
do.
the work of the chef. You know what I mean? Or the waiters, or the people. You know, so it's a collective. That's what I believe in. So it's not just about me, Gavin. Like I said, these
This
shows
is
are
what
wonderful because of everybody who comes in.
reasoning should look like, because this is
There
how
you
we
go.
grow.
There you go.
So
Hey,
There you go.
Lance,
everybody have
whatever
a
happened to Cynthia
peaceful
G?
night
Because speaking of
or
sisters,
morning.
what?
She's
I'm
still
sorry.
there, but she got knocked. Yeah, but go ahead, Giant. Again, you were finishing up something.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I was just saying everybody have a peaceful night or morning, whatever it is for you guys. Love from the heart. Everybody stay safe.
Thank you,
Beautiful.
sister.
Thank you so much.
Same thing to you as well. Thank you.
And
God bless.
come
Thank you.
back on as much as you can. Thank you so much.
You know it.
Have a
I
good
got a
night.
phone now, Lance. I got a phone, so I can actually tap my phone now. So you'll be hearing more from
Ah,
me.
all right.
There
Perfect.
you go.
Perfect. All right,
There you go.
sweetheart.
All right. Mhm.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
yeah. I'm gonna wrap it down soon, but yeah, Cynthia G, I don't see her. I heard she got knocked off on not just on. I'm not sure she was knocked off of YouTube or I don't know, but I don't know how she can survive. Well, not survive, but how she can accrue the amount of followers that she has and that look she has. Man, she's so artificial looking, and her views are weird. She's just a weird chick. And the people who follow her, I'm sorry, they got to be weird too. Look, our minds are so compromised with all types of weird, strange doctrines and ideologies. But at the end of the day, for all of them, it's division. We're coming
Uh-huh.
at each other, we're eating each other up. And like I said, most of us are out of it. And I got to say, too, that look, we may not realize it. I mean, we know this is 2024. What about the person who was born in the year 2000? They're 24
Mhm.
years old now. They
Mhm.
came up in this thing. Now, they didn't come out
Right.
the womb going on the internet. By the time they're 5, 6 years old, 7 years old, 8 years old, they know about it. Their
Mhm.
mindsets are formed
Mhm.
already on what they
Mhm.
hear. And most of the time, if it's unsupervised, they gravitate toward the ratchet stuff. The state of the black community today is so degraded. See, we can go back where we actually remember the strong black community that was, but they don't have that reference point. Their
Mhm.
reference point is something surreal off the internet. They're being
Mhm.
programmed.
So when they state how they don't like black men and the black man don't like the MGTOW and all this stuff, yeah, there's some who are older than that, they get into that. But we have no foundation of reality anymore. Our reality is cyberspace.
Right. Right. You don't even see the kids in the park playing like they used to be back in the day.
Right. I mean, you could be a kid and be broke and have just enough ice cream money and go out there and play all day and have fun sitting on somebody's steps. You see the mother, good morning, good afternoon, so-and-so, whatever. You walk down the street, you see one of your neighbor's folks bringing in groceries out the trunk of their car. You offer to help them, and you help them. They cut their lawn. You just go ahead. You're not looking for money. You refuse the money sometimes because you know what I mean. Like it's just different now. Kids had manners. They ain't cussing in front of the older folks. Even if you didn't know them older folks, you wasn't cussing in front of them. You wasn't, you could be a guy, a bunch of little young guys talking about girls. The conversation stops when an adult comes by because you want to show, respect. And it was order. And I don't understand this now. Like, what kind of artificial intelligence reality these kids are growing up in? You know, they talk about the metaverse. We are already in the metaverse. Our mind's been taken over. We don't need the big behind glasses over our eyes to be in a different world. The kids are in a different world now. And there's no lineage. It's a disconnect now. Imagine back in the day when you think about the fact that they said, oh, we have an oral history and things are passed on from generation to generation. Ain't nobody listening now because they're all on their phones. And the older folks don't get a chance to talk to the younger folks anymore. Right in the same household.
But see, Lance, going back to what the sister said, when we were coming up, we grew up in the neighborhood. Everybody knew who fathers were who. Those fathers is in the home, so they knew Mr. Scurv. Mr. Scurv was Lancescurv father.
Right.
So and so was so and so father. You know, somebody might have remarried or something like that, and had a new family. They might have had children from a previous marriage, but everybody knew who's who.
Right.
You see, people weren't just living together like that. Everybody knew, but now you got a situation where everybody just shacking up and just whatever goes, and then you have the element of gender confusion.
Right.
You have to throw that in the pitch because we didn't have to deal with that. You knew that was so and so's son, that's so and so daughter. In the discussion.
But everybody knew who's who. But now the people each person doesn't even know who they are.
Right. Absolutely.
Did you hear about this thing now where it's written into law where the underage children are not? They don't have to. The schools don't have to report to the parents that the children are referring to themselves as one of them categories. Like, so they're empowering the kids. Yeah, they're empowering the kids to just run off and do anything now.
Yeah. I remember said during the pandemic, the children did not know that they were teaching these gender studies. The parents didn't know. They only knew it because everybody was basically home studying, and the parents were looking at some of these lesson plans, the assignments, and they're like, wait a minute, what is this? Jane has two mommies. They said that's how they figured this stuff out. They're like, wait a minute. Yeah, but there were certain and the parents were like, wait a minute, we have a right to see the curriculum that our children are involved with. And they tried to keep it all hush hush. The school, the districts.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy.
Trying to get the family out of it.
But see, that is really wrong. And America and whatever other country pushes stuff like this, there's a price to pay. There really is, because that's sneaky. And it's wrong. It shows that there is an agenda. Some gay people, oh, there's no agenda. Yeah, because it's more what you like. But it's definitely an agenda. And there's no doubt about that now. And the weight of this sin, the weight of this thing now is going to bring a wrath on people. And I was listening to a program earlier where they were saying You know, people think about the crazy weather and different things happening. It's not to get religious, but I'm talking on a spiritual level. It's sin. It's everything that's going against. I'm not even talking about Bible or Quran or nothing like that. You know right from wrong. Right from wrong. And we know inherently, if you're brought up right, right from wrong. You do too much wrong. The weight is bringing something on this earth. The atmosphere, something's different. You know what I mean? People say, "Oh, you're talking like Christians." No, I'm not. I'm talking just what it is overall. How can you have peace and harmony and there's transgressions against righteous law? I don't care what country you go into. If you jump off a 10-story building, you'll be mushed in a few seconds. There's certain universal laws and universal spiritual laws and certain things when you're bringing up your family. Your father and your mother are the head of that family. How are you going to be the state and try to get something past them? That's why they want the breakdown of the family. This is really crazy, but people don't see it that way. The way they report it, the way they make it seem, they put so much into this. The government. It's amazing to me.
It is. I tend to believe, Lance, that white people make up 10 to 11% of the world's population.
I heard
you
9.
have a situation. It could be. It could very well be. So now you got all these non-white people. So you have a world where the non-white people's numbers are growing and the white people's numbers are becoming stagnant. Well, how do you control all these non-white people without just outright killing them? Well, if you control them, you got to control them by the way they think. You got to control what they believe. So you go in and you superimpose the idea on them that there are to keep them divided, at least as groups. You say, hey, there are 100 genders, and we're going to make this law. We're going to go into the schools and we're going to make this basically law that says, okay, there's 100 genders, and all these non-white people are now subjected to this madness. And you already got people who are really, they live debaucherous lives to begin with, like the woman that you said looked like Hillary Clinton. You know, these people got these, you know, they do all this stuff behind closed doors. And these are the people who are making the laws. These are your lawmakers. So what do weak people do? Make other people weak.
The cycle continue.
Yeah, that's what weak people do. You know, what's the old saying? Single people keep other people single.
Yep.
It's true.
Yep. It's the truth. If you're a married woman, you go for advice from a single woman, well, you're going to be single too after a while.
Yeah. Yeah. If you're a single man and if that married man is not rooted, he keep listening to this single guy, he going to end up single. You know, so you got to be careful with the company that you keep. But unfortunately, you know, we're in a situation where, you know, we have people, like you said, just go to public school. And the fact you subject. Now, this is something I'm very interested about. I wonder what they teach in these boarding schools. These schools that cost maybe $20,000, $30,000 to go to school. I was like, what is the curriculum they teaching them? They could be teaching them something totally different. They could teach them there's only one gender. I mean, 2 genders, really, male and female. But, you know, because the society, you know, we have to do, wink, wink, you know, and we tell them there's 100 genders.
Right.
You see? Because I always wondered what, you know, we see school curriculums from the state, you know, from these state, you know, public, you know, institutions. So I said, I wonder what they teaching in these private institutions, especially these boarding schools. Upstate New York and these places. I said, what are they teaching them? What are they learning? It would be very interesting to see their curriculums.
Yeah, exactly. That would be interesting.
Wow. So do you think we accomplished the task, Brother Lance, the bodybuilding and fake gurus? You think
Oh yeah. And there's always more to talk about. I mean, we're gonna be talking about these things, different aspects, because like I say, every topic you can easily attack it from 25 different angles, 50 different angles.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I mean? So so there's always going to be different aspects of it. And even tonight, as we hang up, it's going to be like, oh man, I should have said this because I missed out. It's always like that. So you can attack the same topic dozens of different ways. You hear something in the news or something new pops up, whatever. It's always something to talk about. Trust me.
Let me say one thing, Lance, before we end the program.
Sure.
You know this guy that shot Trump, right?
Yeah, the 20-year-old.
Right. There's been brothers, YouTubers, they keep calling him an incel. And I'm saying to myself, the guy supposedly, his mother was a registered Democrat. The father was a libertarian, or is, and he's a registered Republican. And that both of the parents are therapists, from what I heard.
Wow. Therapists.
Yeah. So I'm looking at this thing, and they keep calling him an incel, and I'm saying, well, but in American culture is about killing. It's part of the culture.
Right.
So remember, to say he's a
no, he's 20 years old. Born in the time of the internet. That's what raised him up.
You said what now?
Born in the time of the internet. That's what raised him. He has parents, but that's what probably affected his mind even more so. Get lost in all of that. And look what he tried to do. You see what I mean?
So that means that he was born what? We'd at least say 2004, right?
Yeah.
Right at the beginning of the start of YouTube.
Yep. MySpace was already there. YouTube was 2005.
Oh, 2005. I'm sorry. Yeah. So, you know, he's that's something that is something to consider, because I know guys kept calling him an incel because he ain't dating women and he's not doing it. But hell, men who date women kill people.
Exactly.
I just want to understand it. I said, wait a minute, I don't understand this. I said, men who date women kill people. Men who got women on the side kill people. So this is not just. I said, I understand where y'all trying to go. Maybe you're trying to help your ego to say, well, I ain't out there killing nobody. I got girlfriends and women. Well, okay, fine. But even men with that, I think, is projection. Because I said men who got girlfriends kill people every day.
That's right. Plus, this guy looks like he was so consumed that he ain't had no time for nothing else. You have people like that. They put themselves, and today, and these days, it's easier to stay by yourself, remain isolated, reclusive, like a hermit. But you have all this information coming at you. Before, the hermit didn't have this kind of opportunity. You know what I mean?
Right.
To be able to sit there and keeping. And when you have ideologies like he did, hateful, want to kill people, you can find places where the people like you to amp you up, no matter what. You have message boards out there that are down, like they're not popular. You can find them, and these people talk and talk and talk. They're raw too, and they're run by people, and they can't be taken down. You know, people don't come on you. The real crazies, the ones that will do something, they're not going to get on YouTube and announce it and all that stuff. I mean, he made some videos and stuff saying some things, but when they really get down into like what weapons should we use, they get on the message boards. They sure do. And remember, we got the dark web. Who's communicating with people on the dark web? The dark web is the majority of the web. Yeah.
You know those guys that shot up that concert hall over there in Russia?
Yeah.
They said one of the dudes said he was recruited on Telegram. Somebody was recruited him. Yeah, he said this, and when they caught him, because the dudes, I guess what happened was they came into the country, and there were some people who were in the country that supplied them the weapons to do it. And then they did it, and then when they were fleeing Russia, they were heading towards Ukraine. So they came from one of those countries like Turkmenistan or one of those stand-like countries. But the guy said, one of the Russians got asked him because they had to interpret it in English. They said, "Who put you up to this?" He said, "We don't know. It was some guy. He was on Telegram." He said they paid us 500,000 Russian rubles before the act, and they were going to pay us another 500,000 when we got out the country. Now, mind you, they were in a little white car heading towards Ukraine. And Newland, she said, you can expect some big surprises happen in Russia. And it was a warning told Americans to stay away from large gathering places. This was about a month before it happens. Wow. So those dudes were recruited. So they were calling them Muslims, Islamic terrorists. I said, these are not Muslim terrorists. These are mercenaries. These are paid killers.
Yeah.
Young guys. One of them guys in them 20s. Someone, I think a couple in their 20s. Young dude, 119, something like that.
Yeah, they get them early now because it's like decades ago, these guys to get their mind a certain way. It took a long time, but now this internet, man, they're talking with people, exchanging ideas. They feel good about it, what they do. They feel justified. They feel like they found their family, and I'm going to be the one to do this and that. Yeah, they're younger. They get hitting their brain with this stuff from young, and they run with it. They add in their own insecurities and malfunctions and dysfunctions that'll fuel it. You know,
like you said, that rapid fire.
Yeah. The
intellectual rapid fire.
There was a comment on a video. This dude said it could have been stopped long before it happened, and another person said, "Well, how? Why? You know?" They said if he had a good girlfriend and a couple of good blowjobs, he would have never thought about killing Trump. He would have wanted.
Yeah. Well, they say he's a registered Republican.
That's crazy, though.
He's registered as a Republican. And how did he get to the ladder? If you look at an aerial view of that area where the shooting was, it was showing you like where Trump was speaking and where the guy was firing. There was a parking lot near that area. How did he park his car and get a ladder to get to that area?
Secret Service should have had that whole area surveilled.
Yeah. And you notice they're not talking to the local police. You don't hear too much from the local police or county police.
Something.
They're talking about Secret Service. And one of the guys, I think his name was Wills, he said, I saw the guy in my sight. The guy, the ones that was up there with the tripod. He said, hey man, he said, I was looking at the guy, seeing him, and he said, I was trying to contact Secret Service to ask them, is he a friendly? Is he one of ours, or is he a foe? And he said they couldn't tell him anything.
Wow.
Because he could have been, like I said, he had these camouflage on. So he's like, is he one of ours? And it wasn't, because he could be like a police, law enforcement, local law enforcement. So the guy, he said, I was asking Secret Service on the ground, who is this guy? And he said it wasn't until he starts firing, then he said, I fire it back. Because if you remember, if you look at the video, you hear the pop, pop, pop. Those are the bullets that are flying past the microphone, Trump's microphone. And remember, you see Trump grab his ear and he goes down. And then you hear some pop, pop, pop again. Those are the guys, the snipers shooting the guy up there on top of the building.
Wow. That needs to be what we talk about tomorrow night.
Yeah.
In detail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So if you do it, I'm gonna leave it at that. So we.
Yeah.
We'll have something to talk about.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because the guy, that guy, he better go on the witness protection program.
Because it was something planned, they'll get him for real.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow. All right, Brother Lance, thank you, brother. Thank you.
Yes, brother. Thank you so much, man.
Is brother still on?
He fell off, I think. Let me see. It's just you and me. Yeah, he fell off. Yeah,
All
thank you
right,
so
brother
much, brother.
Lance. Oh, thank you,
It's
brother.
always a
Anytime, brother.
pleasure.
All right, take care of yourself, brother.
All right. Peace.
Okay. Yes, sir.
All right. All right. Yes, thank you everyone for listening and being on along here with us. You know, we have our topic and then we go off into our own thing, but we're going to do it like this. It's always going to be fun, and everybody who sees value out of it, just leave a comment, share it, like it, and all that good stuff, support. And like I said, we're going to come back tomorrow. And, you know, we always get the next topic by the prior conversation. So I'm looking forward to this one because this is a hot topic. We're going to go in on it, you know. But anyway, thank you all so much. It is 2:15 in the morning here in West Africa, in Ghana. And it's okay. I love being up talking with the good conversation. It's something to titillate the mind. So I'll see you all tomorrow night. And we're going to continue this. Much love. Peace.